anger. They and indeed all the nations will wonder, why has the Lord done thus to this land? What caused this great display of anger? They will conclude it is because they abandoned the covenant of the Lord, the God of their ancestors, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. They turned and served other gods, worshipping them, gods whom they had not known and whom he had not allotted to them. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against that land, bringing on it every curse written in this book. The Lord uprooted them from their land in an anger, fury, and great wrath, and cast them into the another land, as is now the case. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever, to observe all the words of this law. Chapter 30. When all these things have happened to you, the blessings and the curses that I have set before you, if you call them to mind among all the nations where the Lord your God has driven you, and return to the Lord your God, and you and your children obey him with all your heart and with all your soul, just as I am commanding you today. Then the Lord your God will restore your fortunes and have compassion on you, gathering you again from all the peoples among whom the Lord your God has scattered you. Even if you are exiled to the ends of the world, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. The Lord your God will bring you into the land that your ancestors possessed, and you will possess it. He will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today. And the Lord your God will make you abundantly prosperous in all your undertakings, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your soil. For the Lord will again take delight in prospering you, just as he delighted in prospering your ancestors. When you obey the Lord your God by observing his commandments and decree that are written in this book of the law, because you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Surely, this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. It is not in heaven that you should say, who will go up to heaven for us and get it for us so that we may hear it and observe it? Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will cross to the other side of the sea for us and get it for us so that we may hear it and observe it. No, the word is very near to you. It is in your mouth and in your heart and for you to observe. See, I have set before you today life and prosperity, death and adversity. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, that I am commanding you today by loving the Lord your God, walking in his ways and observing his commandments, decrees, and ordinances, that you shall live and become numerous, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land that you are entering to possess. But if your heart turns away and you do not hear, but are led astray to bow down to other gods and serve them, I declare to you today, and you shall perish. You shall not live long in the land that you are crossing the Jordan to enter and possess. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Choose life so that you and your descendants may live, loving the Lord your God, obeying him, and holding fast to him. For that means life to you and length of days, so that you may live in the land that the Lord swore to give you to your ancestors, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Chapter 31. When Moses had finished speaking all these words to all Israel, he said to them, I am now 120 years old. I am no longer able to get about, and the Lord has told me, you shall not cross over this Jordan. The Lord your God himself will cross over before you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you shall dispossess them. Joshua also will cross over before you. As the Lord promised, the Lord will do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of Amorites, and to their land when he destroyed them. The Lord will give them over to you, and you shall deal with them in full accord, and the command that I have given to you. Be strong and bold, and have no fear or dread of them, because of the Lord your God who goes with you, he will not fail you or forsake you. Then Moses summoned Joshua and said to him, in the sight of all Israel, Be strong and bold, for you are the one who will go with this people into the land that the Lord has sworn to their ancestors to give them, and you will put them in possession of it. It is the Lord who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Do not fear or be dismayed. Then Moses wrote down this law and gave it to the priest, the son of Levi, and who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all elders of Israel. Moses commanded them every seventh year, in the scheduled year of remission, during the festival of booths, when all Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place where he will choose. You shall read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Assemble the people, men, women, and children, as well as the aliens residing in your towns, so that they may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God and to observe diligently all words of this law, and so that their children who have not known it may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as you live in the land that you are crossing over the Jordan and possess. The Lord said to Moses, your time to die is near. Call Joshua and present yourselves in the tent of meeting, so that I may commission him. So Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tent of the meeting. And the Lord appeared at the tent in a pillar of cloud. The pillar of cloud stood at the entrance of the tent. The Lord said to Moses, soon you will lie down with your ancestors. Then this people will begin to prostitute themselves to the foreign gods in their midst. The God of the Lord in which they are going, they will forsake me, breaking my covenant that I have made with them. My anger will be kindled against them in that day. I will forsake them and hide my face from them. They will become easy prey, and many terrible troubles will come upon them. In that day they will say, have not these troubles come upon us, because our God is not in our midst? On that day I will surely hide my face on account of all the evil they have done by turning to other gods. Now therefore write this song and teach it to the Israelites. Put it in their mouths, in order that this song may be witness for me against the Israelites. For when I have brought them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I promised on oath to their ancestors, and they have eaten their fill and grown fat, they will turn to other gods and serve them, despising me and breaking my covenant. And when many terrible troubles come upon them, this song will confront them as a witness, because it will not be lost from the mouths of the descendants. For I know that they are inclined to do even now, before I have brought them into the land, and I promised them on oath. That very day Moses wrote this song and taught it to the Israelites. Then the Lord commissioned Joshua son of Nun and said, be strong and bold, for you shall bring the Israelites into the land that I promised them. I will be with you. When Moses had finished writing down in a book the words of this law to the very end, Moses commanded the Levites, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, take this book of the law and put it beside the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God. Let it remain there as a witness against you, for I know well how rebellious and stubborn you are. For already have been so rebellious towards the Lord while I am still alive among you, how much more after my death? Assemble to me all elders of your tribes and your officials, so that I may recite these words in their hearing and call heaven and earth to witness them. For I know that after my death you will surely act corruptly, turning aside from the way I have commanded you. In time to come, trouble will befall you, because you will do what is evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger through the work of your hands. Then Moses recited the words of this song to the very end, in the hearing of the whole assembly of Israel. Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak. Let the earth hear the words of my mouth. May my teachings drop like the rain, my speech condense like the dew, like gentle rain on grass, like showers on new growth. For I will proclaim the name of the Lord, ascribe greatness to our God. The rock, his work is perfect, and all his ways are just. A faithful God without deceit, just and upright is he. Yet his degenerate children have dealt falsely with him, a perverse with crooked generation. Do you thus repay the Lord, O foolish and senseless people? Is not he your father who created you, who made you and established you? Remember the days of old, consider the years long past. Ask your father, and he will inform you, your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High apportioned the nations, when he divided the humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of gods. The Lord's own portion was his people, Jacob his allotted share. He sustained him in a desert land in a howling wilderness waste. He shielded him, cared for him, guarded him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirs up its nest and hovers over its young, as it spreads its wings, takes them up, and bears them aloft on its pinions, the Lord alone guided him. No foreign God was with him. He set him atop the heights of the land and fed him with the produce of the field. He nursed him with honey from the crags, with oil from flinty rock, curd from the herd and milk from the flock, with fat of lambs and rams, Bashan bulls and goats, together with the choicest wheat. You drank fine wine with from the blood of grapes. Jacob ate his fill. Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. You grew fat, bloated, and gorged. He abandoned God who made him. He scoffed at the rock of his salvation. They made him jealous with strange gods. With abhorrent things, they provoked him. They sacrificed to demons, not God, to deities they had never known. To new one recently arrived, from your ancestor had not feared. You were mindful of the rock that bore you. You forgot the Lord God who gave you birth. The Lord saw it and was jealous. He spurned his sons and daughters. He said, I will hide my face from the I will see what their end will be, for they are a perverse generation, children in whom there is no faithfulness. They made me jealous with what is no God, provoked me with their idols. So I will make them jealous with what is no people, provoke them with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled by my anger and burns to the depth of Sheol. It devours the earth and its increase and sets on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap disasters upon them, spend my arrows against them, wasting hunger, burning consumption, bitter pestilence. The teeth of beasts I will send against them, with venom of things crawling in the dust. In the street the law sword will bereave, and in the chambers terror. For young man and woman alike, nursing children and old grey head, I thought to scatter them and blot out the memory of them from humankind. But I feared provocation by the enemy, for their adversaries might misunderstand and say, our hand is triumphant. It was not the Lord who did all this. They are a nation void of sense. There is no understanding in them. If they were wise, they would understand this. They would discern that what the end would be. How could one have rooted 1,000 and put a myriad to flight unless the rock had sold them? The Lord had given them up. Indeed, the rock is not the like our rock. Our enemies are fools. Their wines come from the winestock of Sodom, from the vineyards of Gomorrah. The grapes are grapes of poison. The cluster are bitter. Their wine is poison of serpents, the cruel venom of asps. It is not this land laid up in store with me, sealed up in my treasuries. Vengeance is mine, and recompense for them when their foot is for the time when their foot shall slip. Because the day of the calamity is at hand, their doom comes swiftly. Indeed, the Lord will vindicate his people, have compassion on his servants. When he sees that their power is gone, neither bond nor free remaining, then he will say, where are their gods, the rock in which they took refuge, who ate the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their libations? Let them rise up and help you. Let them be a protection. See now that even I, am He. There is no God besides me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. And no one can deliver from my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and swear, as I live forever, when I wet my flashing sword and my hand takes hold on judgment, I will take vengeance on my adversaries and will repay those who hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, with the blood of the slain of the captives from the long haired enemy. Praise, O heavens, his people worship him, all you gods, for he will avenge the blood of his children and take vengeance on his adversaries. He will repay those who hate him and cleanse the land for his people. Moses came and recited all the words of this song in the hearing of the people. He and Joshua, son of Nun, when Moses had finished reciting all these words to all Israel, he said to them, take to heart all the words that I am giving you in witness against you today. Give them as a command to your children, so that they may diligently observe all the words of this law. This is no trifling matter for you, but rather your very life, so it may live long in the land that you are crossing over the Jordan to possess.
On that very day, the Lord addressed Moses as follows: Ascend this mountain of the Abarim, Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, across from Jericho, and view the land of Canaan, which I am giving to you, the Israelites, for a possession. You shall die there on the mountain that you ascend, and shall be gathered to your kin, as your brother Aaron died on Mount Hor and was gathered to his kin. Because both of you broke faith with me among the Israelites at the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin, by failing to maintain my holiness among the Israelites. Although you may view the land from a distance, you shall not enter it, the land that I am giving to the Israelites. Chapter 33. This is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, blessed the Israelites before his death. He said, The Lord came from Sinai and dawned from Seir upon us. He shone forth from Mount Paran. With him were myriads of holy ones. At his right, a host of his own. Indeed, O favorite among peoples, all his holy ones were in your charge. They marched at your heels, accepted this direction from you. Moses charged us with the law as a possession for the assembly of Jacob. There arose a king in Jeshurun, where the leaders of the people assembled, the united tribes of Israel. May Reuben live and not die out, even though his numbers are few. And this he said of Judah: O Lord, give heed to Judah and bring him to his people. Strengthen his hands for him and be a help against his adversaries. And of Levi he said, Give to Levi your Thummim and your Urim to your loyal one, whom you tested at Massa, with whom you contended at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father and mother, I regard them not. He ignored his kin and did not acknowledge his children, for they observed your word and kept your covenant. They teach Jacob your ordinances and Israel your law. They place incense before you and hold burnt offerings on your altar. Bless, O Lord, his substance and accept the work of his hands. Crush the loins of his adversaries, of those that hate him, so that they do not rise again. Of Benjamin he said, The beloved of the Lord rests in safety. The high God surrounds him all day long. The beloved rests between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, Blessed by the Lord be his land, with the choice gifts of heaven above, and of the deep that lies beneath, with the choice fruits of the sun and the rich yields of the months, with the finest produce of the ancient mountains and the abundance of the everlasting hills, with the choice gifts of the earth and its fullness, and the favor of the one who dwells on Sinai. Let those come on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers. A firstborn bull, majesty his. His horns are the horns of a wild ox. With them he goes the people, driving them to the ends of the earth. Such are the myriads of Ephraim, such the thousands of Manasseh. And of Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents. They call people to the mountain. There they offer the right sacrifices, for they suck the affluence of the seas and the hidden treasures of the sand. And of Gad he said, Blessed be the enlargement of Gad. Gad lives like a lion. He tears at arm and scalp. He chose the best for himself, for there a commander's allotment was reserved. He came at the head of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his ordinances for Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp that leads forth from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, sated with favor, full of the blessing of the Lord, possess the west and the south. And of Asher he said, Most blessed of sons be Asher. May he be the favorite of his brothers, and may he dip his foot in oil. Your bars are iron and bronze, and as your days, so is your strength. There is none like God, O Jeshurun, who rides through the heavens to your help, majestic through the skies. He subdues the ancient God, shatters the forces of old. He drove out the enemy before you and said, Destroy. So Israel lives in safety, untroubled in Jacob's abode, in a land of grain and wine, where the heavens drop down to you. Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by the Lord, the shield of your head, and the sword of your triumph. Your enemies shall come fawning to you, and you shall tread on their backs. Chapter 34. Then Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him the whole land, Gilead as far as Dan, all Naphtali, the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, all the land of Judah as far as the western sea, the Negev and the plain, Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top there is the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees as far as Zoar. The Lord said to him, This is the land of which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, I shall give it to your descendants. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not cross over there. Then Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab at the Lord's command. He was buried in a valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no one knows his burial place to this day. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His sight was unimpaired and his vigor was not abated. The Israelites wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. Then the period of mourning for Moses was ended. Joshua, son of Nun, was full of the spirit of wisdom, because Moses had laid his hands on him, and the Israelites obeyed him, doing as the Lord had commanded Moses. Never since has there arisen a prophet in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. He was unequal for all the signs and wonders that the Lord sent him to perform in the land of Egypt, against Pharaoh and all his servants and his entire land, and for all the mighty deeds and all the terrifying displays of power that Moses performed in the sight of all Israel. The book of Joshua, chapter 1. After the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord spoke to Joshua, son of Nun, Moses' assistant, saying, My servant Moses is dead. Now proceed to cross the Jordan, you and all this people, into the land that I am giving to them, to the Israelites. Every place that the sole of your foot will tread upon, I have given to you, as I promised to Moses, from the wilderness and the Lebanon as far as the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites to the great sea in the west shall be your territory. No one shall be able to stand against you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not fail you or forsake you. Be strong and courageous, for you shall put this people in possession of the land that I swore to their ancestors to give them. Only be strong and very courageous, being careful to act in accordance with all the law that my servant Moses commanded you. Do not turn from it to the right hand or to the left, so that you may be successful wherever you go. This book of the law shall not depart out of your mouth. You shall meditate on it day and night, so that you may be careful to act in accordance with all that is written in it. For then you shall make your way prosperous, and then you shall be successful. I hereby command you, be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened or dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Then Joshua commanded the officers of the people, Pass through the camp and command the people, Prepare your provisions, for in 3 days you are to cross over the Jordan, to go into the land, to take possession of the land that the Lord your God gives you to possess. To the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh, Joshua said, Remember the word that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, saying, The Lord your God is providing you a place of rest, and will give you this land. Your wives, your little ones, and your livestock shall remain in the land that Moses gave you beyond the Jordan. But all the warriors among you shall cross over armed, you shall cross over armed before your kindred, and shall help them, until the Lord gives rest to your kindred as well as to you, and they take possession of the land that the Lord your God is giving them. Then you shall return to your own land and take possession of it, the land that Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you beyond the Jordan to the east. They answered Joshua, All that you have commanded us, we will do, and wherever you send us, we will go. Just as we obeyed Moses in all things, so we will obey you. Only may the Lord your God be with you, as he was with Moses. Whoever rebels against your orders and disobeys your words, whatever your command shall be put to death. Only be strong and courageous. Chapter 2. Then Joshua son of Nun sent 2 men secretly from Shittim as spies, saying, Go, view the land, especially Jericho. So they went and entered the house of a prostitute, whose name was Rahab, and spent the night there. The king of Jericho was told, Some Israelites have come here tonight to search out the land. Then the king of Jericho sent orders to Rahab, Bring out the men who have come to you, who entered your house, for they have come only to search out the whole land. But the woman took the 2 men and hid them. Then she said, "True, the men came to me, but I did not know where they came from. And when it was time to close the gate at dark, the men went out. Where the men went, I do not know. Pursue them quickly, for you can overtake them." She had, however, brought them up to the roof and hidden them with the stalks of flax that she had laid out on the roof. So the men pursued them on the way to the Jordan, as far as the fords. As soon as the pursuers had gone out, the gate was shut. Before they went to sleep, she came up to them on the roof and said to the men, "I know that the Lord has given you the land, and that dread of you has fallen on us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt in fear before you. For we have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea before you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the two kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon and Og, whom you utterly destroyed. As soon as we heard it, our hearts melted, and there was no courage left in any of us because of you. The Lord your God is indeed God in heaven above and on earth below. Now then, since I have dealt kindly with you, swear to me by the Lord that you will in turn will deal kindly with my family. Give me a sign of good faith that you will spare my father and mother, my brothers and sisters, and all who belong to them, and deliver our lives from death." The men said to her, "Our life for yours. If you do not tell this business of ours, then we will deal kindly and faithfully with you when the Lord gives us this land." Then she let them down by a rope through the window, for her house was on the outer side of the city wall, and she resided within the wall itself. She said to them, "Go toward the hill country, so that your pursuers may not come upon you. Hide yourselves there 3 days until the pursuers have returned. Then afterward you may go your way." The men said to her, "We will be released from this oath that you have made us swear to you. If we invade the land and you do not tie this crimson cord in the window through which you let us down, and you do not gather into your house your father and mother, your brother and all your family, if any of you go out of the doors of your house into the street, they shall be responsible for their own death, and we shall be innocent. But if a hand is laid upon any who are with you in this house, we shall bear the responsibility for their death. But if you tell this business of ours, then we shall be released from this oath that you made us swear to you." She said, "According to your words, so be it." She sent them away, and they departed. Then she tied the crimson cord in the window. They departed and went into the hill country and stayed there 3 days until the pursuers returned. The pursuers had searched all along the way and found nothing. Then the two men came down again from the hill country. They crossed over, came to Joshua, son of Nun, and told him all that they had happened to them. They said to Joshua, "Truly the Lord has given to all the land in our hands. Moreover, all the inhabitants of the land melt in fear before us." Slow.
Lomo, it's time.
Joshua chapter 2, verse 24.
Next reader, please unmute and read Joshua chapter 3.
Barkima, Joshua chapter 3. Early in the morning, Joshua rose and set out from Shittim with all the Israelites. They came to Jordan. They camped there before crossing over. At the end of 3 days, the officers went through the camp and commanded the people, "When you see the ark of covenant of the Lord, your God, being carried by the Levitical priests, then you shall set out from your place. Follow it so that you may know the way you go. For you have not passed this way before. Yet there shall be a space between you and it, a distance of about 2,000 cubits. Do not come any nearer to it." Then Joshua said to the people, "Sanctify yourself, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you." To the priests Joshua said, "Take up the ark of the covenant and pass on in front of the people." So they took up the ark of the covenant and went in front of the people. The Lord said to Joshua, "This is the day I will begin to exalt you in the sight of all Israel, so that they may know that I will be with you as I was with Moses. You are the one who shall command the priest who bear the ark of the covenant. When you come to the edge of the waters of the Jordan, you shall stand still in the Jordan." Joshua then said to the Israelites, "Draw near and hear the words of the Lord your God." Joshua said, By this you shall know that among you is the living God, who without fail will drive out from before you the Canaanites, Hittites, Hivitites, Perizzites, Geshurites, Amorites, and Jebusites. The ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth is going to pass before you into the Jordan. So now select 12 men from the tribe of Israel, one from each tribe. When the soles of the feet of the priests who bear the ark of the Lord of all the earth, rest in the water of the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan flowing from above shall be cut off. They shall stand in a single heap. When the people set out from their tent to cross over the Jordan, the priests bearing the ark of the covenant were in the front of the people. Now the Jordan overflows all its banks through, throughout the time of harvest. So when those who bear the ark had come to the Jordan, and the feet of the priest bearing the ark were dipped in the edge of the waters flowing from the above stood still, rising up in a single heap far off at the Adam, the city that is beside Zarethan, while those flowing towards the sea of the Araba, the Dead Sea, were wholly cut off. Then the people crossed over opposite Jericho. While all Israel were crossing over on the dry ground, the priests who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood on the dry ground in the middle of the Jordan until the entire nation finished crossing over the Jordan. Chapter 4. When the entire nation had finished crossing over the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, select 12 men from the people, one from each tribe, and command them. Take 12 stones from here out of the middle of the Jordan, from the place where the priest's feet stood. Carry them over with you and lay them down in the place where you camp tonight. Then Joshua summoned the 12 men from Israelites whom he had appointed, one from each tribe. Joshua said to them, pass on before the ark of the Lord your God in the middle of the Jordan, and each of you take up a stone on his shoulder, one for each of the tribes of Israelites, so that this may be a sign among you. When your children ask in time to come, what does those stones mean to you? Then you shall tell them that the waters of of the Jordan were cut off in front of the ark of the covenant of the Lord. When it crossed over the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off. So these stones shall be to the Israelites as a memorial forever. The Israelites did as Joshua commanded. They took up 12 stones out of the middle of the Jordan, according to the number of the tribes of Israelites. As the Lord called Joshua, carried them over them to the place where they had camped, and laid them down there. Joshua set up 12 stones in the middle of Jordan, in the place where the feet of the 12 priests bearing the ark of the covenant had stood. And they there and there and they are there to this day. The priests who bore the ark remained standing in the middle of the Jordan until everything was finished that the Lord commanded Joshua to tell the people according to all the Moses had commanded Joshua. The people crossed over in haste. As soon as all the people had finished crossing over, the ark of the Lord and the priests crossed over in front of the people. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh crossed over armed before the Israelites as Moses had ordered them. About 40,000 armed for war crossed over before the Lord to the plains of Jericho for battle. On that day the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they stood in awe of him. They had stood in awe of Moses all the days of his life. The Lord said to Joshua, command the priests who bear the ark of covenant to come up out of the Jordan. Joshua then commanded the priests, come up out of the Jordan. When the priest bearing the ark of the covenant of the Lord came up from the middle of the Jordan, and the soles of the priest's feet touched dry ground, the water of the Jordan returned to their place and overflowed all its banks as before. The people came out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they camped in Gilgal, on the east border of Jericho. Those those 12 stones which had taken out of the Jordan, Joshua set up in Gilgal, saying to the Israelites, when your children ask their parents in time to come, what do these stones mean? Then you shall let your children know Israel crossed over Jordan here on dry ground. For the Lord your God dried up the waters of Jordan for you until you crossed over, as the Lord your God did to the Red Sea, which he dried up for us until we crossed over, so that all the peoples of the earth may know that the hand of the Lord is mighty, and so that you may fear the Lord your God forever. Chapter 5. All of the kings of Amorites beyond the Jordan to the west, and all of the kings of the Canaanites by the sea, heard that the Lord had dried up the water of the Jordan for the Israelites until they had crossed over. Their hearts melted, and there were no longer any spirit in them because of the Israelites. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, make flint knives and circumcise the Israelites a second time. So Joshua made flint knives and circumcised the Israelites at Gibar Haraloth. In the reason why This is the reason why Joshua circumcised them. All the males of the people who came out of Egypt, all warriors, had died during the journey throughout through the wilderness after they had come out of Egypt. Although all people who came out of had been circumcised, yet all the people born in the journey through the wilderness after they had come out of the Egypt had not been circumcised. For the Israelites traveled 40 years in the wilderness until all the nation, the warriors who came out of Egypt, fun- perished, not having listened to the voice of the Lord. To them, the Lord swore that He would not let them see the land that He had sworn to their ancestors to give us a land flowing with milk and honey. So it was their children whom He raised up in their place that Joshua circumcised. For they were uncircumcised because they had not been circumcised on the way. When the circumcising of all the nation was done, they remained in their place in the camp until they were healed. The Lord said to Joshua, today I have rolled away from you the disgrace of Egypt, and so that the place is called Gilgal to this day. When the Israelites were camped in Gilgal, they kept Passover in the evening on the 14th day of the month in the plains of Jericho. On the day after Passover, on that very day they ate the produce of the land, unleavened cake, and parched grain. The manna ceased on the day they ate the produce of the land, and the Israelites no longer had manna. They ate the crops of the land of Canaan that year. Once, when Joshua was by the Jericho, he looked up and saw a man standing before him with a drawn sword in his hand. Joshua went to him and said to him, are you one of us, or are you one of those adversaries? He replied, neither, but as the commander of the army of the Lord, I have now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshipped. And he said to him, what do you command your servant, my lord? The commander of the army of the Lord said to Joshua, remove the sandals from your feet, for the place where you stand is holy. And Joshua did so. Chapter 6. Now Jericho was shut up inside and out because of the Israelites. No one came out and no one went in. The Lord said to Joshua, see, I have handed Jericho over to you, along its kings, along with its kings and soldiers. You shall march around the city, all the warriors circling the city once. Thus you shall do for 6 days, with seven priests bearing seven trumpets of, of ram horns before the ark. On the seventh day you shall march around the city 7 times, the priests blowing the trumpets. When they make a long blast with the ram's horn, as soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet, then all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the walls of the city shall fall down flat, and all people shall charge straight ahead. So Joshua, son of Nun, summoned the priests and said to them, take up the ark of the covenant, and have 7 priests carry 7 trumpets of ram's horns in front of the ark of the Lord. To the people he said, go forward and march around the city. Have the armed men pass on before the ark of the Lord. As Joshua had commanded the people, the 7 priests carrying the 7 trumpets of ram's horn before the Lord went forward, blowing the trumpets, with the ark of the covenant of the Lord following them. And the armed men went before the priests, who blew the trumpet. The rear guard came after the ark, while the trumpets blew continually. To the people Joshua gave this command: you shall not shout or let your voice be heard. You shall not shall you utter a word until the day I tell you to shout. Then you shall shout. So the ark of the Lord went around the city, circling it once, and they came into the camp and spent the night in the camp. Then Joshua rose early in the morning, and the priests took up the ark of the Lord. The 7 priests carrying the 7 trumpet of ram's horn before the ark of the Lord passed on, blowing the trumpet continually. The armed men went before them, and the rear guard came after the ark of the Lord, while the trumpet continually blew continually. On the second day they marched around the city once and then returned to the camp. They did this for 6 days. On the seventh day they rose early at the dawn and marched around the city in the same manner 7 times. It was only on that day that they marched around the city 7 times. And at the seventh time, when the priests had blown the trumpets, Joshua said to people, shout, for the Lord has given you the city. The city and all that is in it shall be devoted to the Lord for destruction. Only Rahab the prostitute and all who are with her in her house shall live, because she hid the messengers we sent. As for you, keep away from things devoted for destruction, so not so as not to covet and take any of the devoted things and make the camp of Israel an object of destruction, bringing trouble upon it. But all silver and gold and vessels of bronze and iron and are sacred to the Lord. They shall go into the treasury of the Lord. So the people shouted, and the trumpet were blown. As soon as the people heard the sound of the trumpets, they raised a great shout, and the wall fell, fell down flat. So the people charged straight ahead into the city and captured it. Then they devoted to the destruction by the edge of the sword, all in the city, both men and women, old and young, oxen, sheep, and donkey. Joshua said to men who had spied out the land, go into the prostitute's house and bring the woman out of it, and all who belong to her, as you swore to her. So the young men who had been spies went in and brought Rahab out, along with her father, her mother, her brothers, and all who belonged to her. They brought her all her kindred out and set them outside the camp of Israel. They burned down the city and everything in it, only the silver, gold, and the vessels of bronze and iron they put in the treasury of the Lord, of the house of the Lord. But Rahab the prostitute with her family and all who belonged to her, Joshua spared. Her family had lived in Israel ever since, for she hid the messengers whom Joshua sent out to spy Jericho. Joshua then pronounced this oath, saying, Cursed before Cursed before the Lord be anyone who tries to build this city, this Jericho. At the cost of his firstborn he shall lay its foundation, and at the cost of his youngest he shall set up its gate. So the Lord was with Joshua, and his fame was all in the land. Chapter 7. When the Israelites broke faith with regard to the devoted things, Achan, son of Karim, son of Zebedan, of Zebedee's son, of Zerah of the tribe of Judah, took some of the devoted things, and the anger of the Lord burned the Israelites. Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which was near Bethlehem, east of Bethel, and said to them, Go up and spy out the land. And the men went out and spied Ai. Then they returned to Joshua and said to him, Not all the people need to go up. About 2 or 3,000 men should go up and attack Ai, since they were very few and do not make the whole people toil up there. So about 3,000 of the people went there, and they fled before the men of Ai. The men of Ai killed about 36 of them, chasing them from outside the gate as far as the Shebarim and killing them on the slope. The hearts of the people melted and turned to water. Then Joshua tore his clothes and fell to the ground on his face before the ark of the Lord until the evening, he and the elders of the Israel, and they put dust on their head. Joshua said, Ah, Lord God, why have you brought this people across Jordan at all, to hand us over to Amorites as to destroy us? Would that would that we have been content to settle beyond the Jordan. So the Lord, what can I, O Lord, what can I say now that Israel has turned its back on their enemies? The Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land will hear out of it and surrender us and cut off our name from the earth. Then what will you do with your great name, for your great name? The Lord said to Joshua, Stand up. Why have you fallen upon your face? Israel has sinned, and they have transgressed my covenant that I imposed on them. They have taken some of the devoted things, they have stolen, and they have acted deceitfully. They have put them among their own belongings. Therefore, the Israelites were unable to stand before their enemies. They turned their back to their enemies because they have become a thing devoted for destruction themselves. I will be with you no more, unless you destroy the devoted things from among you. Proceed to sanctify the people and say, Sanctify yourself for tomorrow, for thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. There are devoted things among you, O Israel. You will you will be unable to stand before your enemies until you take away the devoted things from among you. In the morning, therefore, you shall come forward tribe by tribe. The tribe that the Lord takes shall come near by clans. The clans that the Lord shall take shall come near by households, and the households that the Lord takes shall come near one by one. And the one who had taken as having the devoted things shall be burned with fire, together with all that he has. For having transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and having done an outrageous thing in Israel. So Joshua rose early in the morning and brought Israel near tribe by tribe, and the tribe of Judah was taken. He brought near the clans of Judah, and the clan of Zerahites was taken. And he brought near the clans of Zerahites, family by family, and Zebdi was taken, and brought near his household one by one. And Achan son of Karim, son of Zebedi, son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah was taken. Then Joshua said to Achan, My son, give glory to the Lord God of Israel, and make confession to him. Tell me now, what have you done, and not hide it from me. And Achan answered to Joshua, It is it is true, I am the one who sinned against the Lord God of Israel. This is what I did. When I saw among the spoil a beautiful mantle from Shinar, and 200 shekels of silver, and a bar of gold weighing 50 shekels, then I coveted them and took them. They now lay hidden in the ground inside my tent, with the silver beneath. So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran to the tent, and there it was hidden in his tent with the silver underneath. They took them out of the tent and brought them to Joshua and all the Israelites, and they spread them out before the Lord. Then Joshua and all Israelites with him took Achan son of Zerah with the silver, the mantle, and the bar of gold, with his sons and daughters and his oxen, donkeys, and sheep, and his tent and all that he had, and they brought them up to the valley of Achor. Joshua said, "Why did you bring trouble upon us? The Lord is bringing trouble on you today." And all Israelites stoned him to death. They burned them with fire, cast stones on them, and raised over him a great heap of stone that remains to this day. Then the Lord turned from, from his burning anger. Therefore, that place to this day will be called the Valley of Achor. Chapter 8. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Do not fear or be dismayed. Take all the fighting men with you and go up to Ai. See, I have handed over you to the king of Ai with his people, his city, and his land. You shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king. Only its spoil and its livestock you may take as a booty for yourself. Then ambush amongst the city behind it." So Joshua and all the fighting men set out to go up against Ai. Joshua chose 3,000 warriors and sent them by night with command, "You shall lie in the ambush against the city behind it. Do not go very far from the city. For all of you stay alert, but all of you stay alert. I and all the people who are with me will approach the city. When they came out against us as before, we shall flee from them. They will come after us until we have drawn them out from the city, for they will say, 'They are fleeing from us as before, while we flee from them.' You shall raise up the ambush and seize the city, for the Lord your God will give it into your hand. And when you have taken the city, you shall set the city on fire, doing as the Lord had ordered. And ordered, see, I have commanded you." So Joshua sent them out and went to the place of ambush, and lay between Bethel and Ai, to the west of Ai. But Joshua spent the night in the camp. In the morning, Joshua rose early and mustered the people and went up the elders of Israel before the people of Ai. All the fighting men who were with him went up and drew near before the city and camped on the north side of Ai, with a ravine between them and Ai. Taking about 5,000 men, he set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai to the west of the city. So they stationed the forces. The main encampment that was north of the city and its rear guard west of the city. But Joshua spent the night in the valley. When the king of Ai saw this, he and his people and the inhabitants of the city hurried out early in the morning to the meeting place facing the Araba to meet Israel in battle. But he did not know that there was an ambush against him behind the city. And Joshua and all Israel made a pretense of being beaten before them and fled in the direction of the wilderness. So all the people who were in the city were called together to pursue them. And as they pursued Joshua, they were drawn away from the city. There was not a man left in the Ai or Bethel who did not go after Israel. They left the city open and pursued Israel. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Stretch out the sword that is in your hand towards Ai, for I will give it into your hand." Joshua stretched out the sword that was in his hand towards the city. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the troops in the ambush rose quickly out from their place and rushed forward. They entered the city, took it, and at once set the city on fire. So when the so when the men of Ai looked back, the smoke of the city was rising to the sky. They had no power to flee this way or that, for the people who had fled to the wilderness turned back against the pursuers. When Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city and the snow of the city was rising, then they turned back and struck down the men of Ai, and the others came out from the city against them, so that they were surrounded by Israelites, some on one side and some on the other. Israel struck them down until no one was left who survived or escaped. But the king of Ai was taken alive and brought to Joshua. When, the, when Israel had finished slaughtering all of the inhabitants of Ai in the open wilderness, where they pursued them, and when all of them had to all of them to the very last had fallen to the edge of the sword, all Israel returned to Ai and attacked it with the edge of the sword. The total of those who fell that day, both men and women, was 12,000, all of the people of Ai. For Joshua did not draw back his hand with which he had stretched out the sword until he had utterly destroyed all the inhabitants of Ai. Only the livestock and the spoil of the city Israel took as their booty, according to the word of the Lord that he had issued to Joshua. So Joshua burned Ai and made it forever a heap of ruins, as it as it is to this day. He hung the king of Ai on a tree until evening, and at sunset Joshua commanded that they took his body down from the tree and threw it down from the entrance of the gate of the city, and raised over it a great heap of stone, which stands there to this day. Then Joshua built on the Mount Ebal an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, as just as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded the Israelites. As it was written in the book of the law, an altar of unhewn stones on which no iron had been used, and therefore and they offered on the offering for the burnt offering to the Lord and sacrificed offering of the well-being. And there, in the presence of the Israelites, Joshua wrote on the stone a copy of the law of Moses, which he had written. All Israel, alien as well as citizen, with their elders and officers and their judges, stood on the opposite side of the ark in front of the priest, Levitical priests who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, half of them in front of the Mount Gerizim and half of them in front of the Mount Ebal, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded at first that they should bless the people of the Israel, and afterwards he read all the words of the law, blessings and curses, according to all that is written in the book of law. There was not a word of all that Moses commanded that Joshua did not read before all the assembly of Israel, and the women and the little ones and the aliens who resided among them. Chapter 9. Now
Shlomo,
when the king
it's time.
Barkimor, Barkimor chapter 8 verses 35.
Next reader, Alina, please unmute and start reading Joshua chapter 9, first verse onwards.
Barakmur, Joshua chapter 9. Now, when all the kings who were beyond the Jordan in the hill country and in the lowland all along the coast of the Great Sea towards Lebanon, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites heard of this, they gathered together with one accord to fight Joshua and Israel. But when the inhabitants of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done to Jericho and to Ai, they on their part acted with cunning. They went and prepared provisions and took worn out sacks for their donkeys and wineskins, worn out and torn and mended, with worn out patched sandals on their feet and worn out clothes. And all their provisions were dry and moldy. They went to Joshua in the camp at Gilgal and said to him and to the Israelites, "We have come from a far country, so now make a treaty with us." But the Israelites said to the Hivites, "Perhaps you live among us, then how can we make a treaty with you?" They said to Joshua, "We are your servants." And Joshua said to them, "Who are you, and where do you come from?" They said to him, "Your servants have come from a very far country because of the name of the Lord of your God. For we have heard a report of him, of all that he did in Egypt, and of all that he did to the two kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, King Sihon of Heshbon, and King Og of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth. So our elders and all the inhabitants of our country said to us, take provisions in your hand for the journey. Go to meet them and say to them, we are your servants. Come now, make a treaty with us. Here is our bread. It is still warm when we took it from our houses as our food for the journey, on the day we set out to come to meet you. But now, see, it is dry and moldy. These wineskins were new when we filled them, and see, they are burst. And these garments and sandals of ours are worn out from the very long journey. So the leaders partook of their provisions and did not ask direction from the Lord. And Joshua made peace with them, guaranteeing their lives by a treaty. And the leaders of the congregation swore an oath to them. But when 3 days had passed after they had made a treaty with them, they heard they were their neighbors and were living among them. So the Israelites set out and reached their city on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, Shephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath Jearim. But the Israelites did not attack them, because the leaders of the congregation had sworn to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. Then all the congregation murmured against the leaders. But the leaders said to all the congregation, we have sworn to them by the Lord, the God of Israel, and now we must not touch them. This is what we will do to them. We will let them live, so that wrath may not come upon us, because of the oath that we swore to them. The leaders said to them, let them live. So they became hewers of wood and drawers of water for all the congregation, as the leaders had decided concerning them. Joshua summoned them and said to them, why did you deceive us, saying we are very far from you, while in fact you are living among us? Now therefore you are cursed, and some shall always be slaves, hewers of wood and drawers of water for the house of my God. They answered Joshua, because it was told to your servants for a certainty that the Lord your God had commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land and to destroy all the inhabitants of the land before you. So we were in great fear for our lives because of you and did this thing. And now we are in your hand. Do as it seems good and right in your sight to do to us. This is what he did for them. He saved them from the Israelites, and they did not kill them. But on that day, Joshua made them hewers of wood and drawers of water for the congregation and for the altar of the Lord to continue to this day in the place that he should choose. Joshua chapter 10. When King Adoni-Zedek of Jerusalem heard how Joshua had taken Ai and had utterly destroyed it, doing to Ai and its king as he had done to Jericho and its king, and how the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were among them, he became greatly frightened, because Gibeon was a large city like one of the royal cities and was larger than Ai, and all its men were warriors. So King Adoni-Zedek of Jerusalem sent a message to King Hoham of Hebron, to King Piram of Jarmuth, to King Japhia of Lachish, and to King Debir of Eglon, saying, come up and help me, and let us attack Gibeon, for it has made peace with Joshua and with the Israelites. Then the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon, gathered their forces, and they went up with all their armies and camped up against Gibeon and made war against it. And the Gibeonites sent to Joshua at the camp in Gilgal, saying, do not abandon your servants. Come up to us quickly and save us. Help us, for all the kings of the Amorites who live in the hill country are gathered against us. So Joshua went up from Gilgal, he and all the fighting force with him, all the mighty warriors. The Lord said to Joshua, do not fear them, for I have handed them over to you. Not one of them shall stand before you. So Joshua came upon them suddenly, having marched up all night from Gilgal. And the Lord threw them into a panic before Israel, who inflicted a great slaughter on them at Gibeon, chased them by the way of ascent of Beth Horon, and struck them down as far as Azekah and Makkedah. As they fled before Israel, while they were going down the slope of Beth Horon, the Lord threw down huge stones from heaven down on them as far as Azekah, and they died. There were more who died because of the hailstones than the Israelites who killed with the sword. On the day when the Lord gave the Amorites over to the Israelites, Joshua spoke to the Lord and said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand still at Gibeon, and moon in the valley of Aijalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Jashar? The sun stopped in mid heaven and did not hurry to set for about a whole day. There has been no day like it before or since, when the Lord heeded a human voice, for the Lord fought for Israel. Then Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp at Gilgal. Meanwhile, these 5 kings fled and hid themselves in the cave at Makkedah. And it was told to Joshua, The 5 kings have been found, hidden in the cave at Makkedah. Joshua said, Roll large stones against the mouth of the cave and set men by it to guard them. But do not stay there yourselves. Pursue your enemies and attack them from the rear. Do not let them enter their towns, for the Lord your God has given them into your hand. When Joshua and the Israelites had finished inflicting a very great slaughter on them until they were wiped out, and when the survivors had entered into the fortified towns, all the people returned safe to Joshua in the camp at Makkedah. No one dared to speak against any of the Israelites. Then Joshua said, Open the mouth of the cave and bring those 5 kings out to me from the cave. They did so, and brought the 5 kings out to him from the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. When they brought the kings out to Joshua, Joshua summoned all the Israelites and said to the chiefs of the warriors who had gone with him, Come near, put your feet on the necks of these kings. Then they came near and put their feet on their necks. And Joshua said to them, Do not be afraid or dismayed. Be strong and courageous, for thus the Lord will do to all the enemies against whom you fight. Afterward, Joshua struck them down and put them to death, and he hung them on 5 trees. And they hung on the trees until evening. At sunset, Joshua commanded, and they took them down from the trees, and they threw them into the cave where they had hidden themselves. They set large stones among the mouth of the cave, which remain to this very day. Joshua took Makkedah on that day and struck it and its kings with the edge of the sword. He had totally destroyed every person in it. He left no one remaining. He did it to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua passed on from Makkedah and all Israel with him to Libnah and fought against Libnah. The Lord gave it also and its king into the hand of Israel, and he struck it with the edge of the sword, and every person in it. He left no one remaining in it, and he did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. Next, Joshua passed on from Libnah and all Israel with him to Lachish and laid siege to it and assaulted it. The Lord gave Lachish into the hand of Israel, and he took it on the 2nd day and struck it with the edge of the sword, and every person in it, as he had done to Libnah. Then King Horam of Gezer came up to help Lachish, and Joshua struck him and his people, leaving no survivors. From Lachish, Joshua passed on with all Israel to Eglon, and they laid siege to it and assaulted it. And they took it that day and struck it with the edge of the sword, and every person in it he utterly destroyed that day, as he had done to Lachish. Then Joshua went up with all Israel from Eglon to Hebron. They assaulted it and took it and struck it with the edge of the sword, and its kings and its towns and every person in it. He left no one remaining, just as he had done to Eglon, and utterly destroyed it with every person in it. Then Joshua with all Israel turned back to Debir and assaulted it. He took it with its king and all its town. They struck them with the edge of the sword, and he utterly destroyed every person in it. He left no one remaining, just as he had done to Hebron, and as he had done to Libnah and its king, so he did to Debir and its king. So Joshua defeated the whole land, the hill country, and the Negeb, and the lowland, and the slopes, and all their kings. He left no one remaining, but utterly destroyed all that breathed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded. And Joshua defeated them from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza, and all the country of Goshen as far as Gibeon. Joshua took all these kings and their land at one time, because the Lord God of Israel fought for Israel. Then Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to the camp at Gilgal. Joshua chapter 11. When King Jabin of Hazor heard of this, he sent to King Jabab of Madon, to the king of Shimron, to the king of Achpa, and to the kings who were in the northern hill of the country, and in the Arabah, south of Chinneroth, and in the lowland in Naphtodor on the west. To the Canaanites in the east and the west, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, and the Jebusites in the hill country, and the Hivites under Hermon in the land of Mizpah. They came out with all their troops, a great army in number like the sand on the seashore, with very many horses and chariots. All these kings joined their forces and came and camped at the waters of Merom to fight with Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Do not be afraid of them, for tomorrow at this time I will hand you over all of them, slain. To Israel you shall hamstring their horses and burn their chariots with fire." So Joshua came suddenly upon them with all his fighting force by the water of Merom and fell upon them. And the Lord handed them over to Israel, who attacked them and chased them as far as Great Sidon and Misrephothmaim, and eastward as far as the valley of Mizpeh. They struck them down until they had left no one remaining. And Joshua did to them as the Lord commanded him. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots with fire. Joshua turned back at that time and took down Hazor and struck its king down with sword. Before that time, Hazor was the head of all those kingdoms, and they put to the sword all who were in it, utterly destroying them. There was no one left who breathed, and he burned down Hazor with fire. And all the towns of those kings and all their kings Joshua took and struck them with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying them, as Moses the servant of the Lord had commanded. But Israel burned none of the towns that stood on mounts except Hazor, which Joshua did burn. All the spoil of these towns and the livestock the Israelites took for their booty, but all the people they struck down with the edge of the sword until they had destroyed them, and they did not leave any who breathed. As the Lord had commanded his servant Moses, so Moses commanded Joshua, and so Joshua did. He left nothing undone of all that the Lord had commanded Moses. So Joshua took all that land, the hill country, and all the Negeb, and all the land of Goshen, and the lowland, and the Arabah, and the hill country of Israel, and its lowland, from Mount Halak which rises from Seir as far as Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon below Mount Hermon. He took all their kings, struck them down, and put them to death. Joshua made war a long time with all those kings. There was not a town that made peace with the Israelites except the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon. All were taken in battle. For it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts so that they would come against Israel in battle, in order that they may be utterly destroyed and might receive no mercy but be exterminated, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. At that time, Joshua came and wiped out the Anakim from the hill country, from Hebron, from Debir, from Anab, and from all the hill country of Judah, and from all the hill country of Israel. Joshua utterly destroyed them with their towns. None of the Anakim was left in the land of the Israelites. Some remained only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod. So Joshua took the whole land according to all that the Lord had spoken to Moses, and Joshua gave it for an inheritance to Israel, according to their tribal allotments, and the land had rest from war. Joshua chapter 12. Now these are the kings of the land whom the Israelites defeated, whose land they occupied beyond the Jordan toward the east, from the Wadi Arnon to Mount Hermon, with all the Arabat eastward. King Sihon of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon and ruled from Aroer, which is the edge of the Wadi Arnon, and from the middle of the valley as far as the river Jabbok, the boundary of the Ammonites, that is, half of Gilead, and the Arabats to the sea of Chinneroth eastward, and in the direction of Beth Jeshimoth to the sea of the Arabats to the Dead Sea, southward to the foot of the slopes of Pisgah, and the king Og of Bashan, one of the last of Rephaim, who lived at the Ashtaroth and Edrei, and ruled over Mount Hermon and Salekah and all Bashan to the boundary of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and over half of Gilead to the boundary of King Sihon of Heshbon. Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the Israelites defeated them, and Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave their land for a possession to the Reubenites and the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh. The following are the kings of the land whom Joshua and the Israelites defeated on the west side of the Jordan, from the Baal-Gad in the valley of the Lebanon to Mount Halak that rises towards Seir. And Joshua gave their land to the tribes of Israel as a possession according to their allotments, in the hill country, in the lowland, in the Arabah, in the slopes, in the wilderness, and in the Negeb, the land of the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. The king of Jericho, the king of Ai, which is next to Bethel, the king of Jerusalem, one, the king of Hebron, one, the king of Jarmuth, one, the king of Lachish, one, the king of Eglon, one, the king of Gezer, the king of Debir, the king of Geder, the king of Hormah, the king of Arad, the king of Libnah, the king of Adullam, the king of Makkedah, the king of Bethel, the king of Tapua, the king of Hefer, the king of Aphek, the king of Lasharon, the king of Madon, the king of Hazor, the king of Shimaron Meron, the king of Atzpah, the king of Tanak, the king of Megiddo, the king of Kedesh, the king of Jokneam in Carmel, the king of Dor in Naphtador, the king of Goim in Galilee, the king of Tirzah, 31 kings in all. Joshua chapter 13. Now Joshua was old and advanced in years, and the Lord said to him, "You are old and advanced in years, and very much of the land still remains to be possessed. This is the land that still remains. All the regions of the Philistines and all of the Geshurites, from the Shihor, which is east of the Egypt, northwards to the boundary of Ekron. It is reckoned as Canaanite. There are 5 rulers of the Philistines, these of Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gath, and Ekron, and those of Avim in the south, and all of the land of the Canaanites, and Meirah, that belonged to the Sidonians, to Aphek, to the boundary of the Amorites, and to the land of the Gebalites, and all Lebanon toward the east, from Baalgad below Mount Hermon to Lebo Hamath, all the inhabitants of the hill country from Lebanon to Misrephothmaim, and even all the Sidonians, I will myself drive them out before the Israelites. Only allot the land to Israel for an inheritance, as I have commanded you. Now therefore divide this land for an inheritance of the 9 tribes and the half tribe of Manasseh. With the other half tribe of Manasseh, the Reubenites and the Gadites received their inheritance which Moses gave them, beyond the Jordan eastward, as Moses the servant of the Lord gave them, from Aroer, which is on the edge of the Wadi Arnon, and the town that is in the middle of the valley, and all the tableland from Medeba as far as Dibon, and all the cities of King Sihon of the Amorites who reigned in Heshbon, as far as the boundary of the Ammonites, and Gilead, and the region of the Geshurites, and Maccathites, and all the Mount Hermon, and all Bashan to Salekah, and all the kingdom of Og in Bashan, who reigned in Ashtaroth and Edrei. He alone was left of the survivors of the Rephaim. These Moses had defeated and driven out. Yet the Israelites did not drive out the Geshurites or the Maccathites, but Geshur and Makkath live within Israel to this day. To the tribe of Levi alone, Moses gave no inheritance. The offerings by fire to the Lord God of Israel are their inheritance, as he said to them. Moses gave an inheritance to the tribe of the Reubenites according to their clans. Their territory was from Aroer, which is on the edge of the Wadi Arnon, and the town that is in the middle of the valley, and all the tableland by Medeba, with Heshbon and all its towns that are in the tableland, Dibon and Bathmoth Baal and Beth Baal Meon and Jahaz and Kedemoth and Mephaath and Kiriathaim and Sibmath and Zeret Shahar on the hill of the valley, and Beth Peor and the slopes of Pisgah and Beth Jeshimoth. That is all the towns of the tableland, and all the kingdom of Sihon of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses defeated with the leader of Midian, Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, as princes of Sihon, who lived in the land. Along with the rest of those they put to death, the Israelites also put to the sword Balaam, son of Beor, who practiced divination. And the border of Reubenites was the Jordan and its banks. This was the inheritance of the Reubenites, according to their families, with their towns and villages. Moses gave an inheritance also to the tribe of the Gadites, according to their families. Their territory was Jazer, and all the towns of Gilead, and half of the land of the Ammonites, to Aroer, which is east of Rabbah, and from Heshbon to Ramath Mizpeh, and Bethonim, and from Mahanim to the territory of Debir, and in the valley Beth Haram, Beth Nimrah, Succoth, and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of King Sihon of Heshbon, the Jordan and its banks, as far as the lower end of the sea of Chinnereth, eastward beyond the Jordan. This is the inheritance of the Gadites, according to their clans, with their towns and villages. Moses gave an inheritance to the half tribe of Manasseh. It was allotted to the half tribe of the Manassites according to their families. Their territory extended from Mahanaim through all Bashan, the whole kingdom of King Og of Bashan, and all the settlements of Jair, which are in Bashan, 60 towns, and half of Gilead, and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, the towns of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. These were allotted to the people of Machir, son of Manasseh, according to their clans, for half the Machirites. These are the inheritances that Moses distributed in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan, east of Jericho. But to the tribe of Levi, Moses gave no inheritance. The Lord God of Israel is their inheritance, as he said to them. Joshua chapter 14. These are the inheritances that the Israelites received in the land of Canaan, which the priests Eleazar and Joshua son of Nun and the heads of families of the tribes of the Israelites distributed to them. Their inheritance was by lot, as the Lord had commanded Moses for the 9½ tribes. For Moses had given an inheritance to the 2½ tribes beyond the Jordan, but to the Levites he gave no inheritance among them. For the people of Joseph were 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim, and no portion was given to the Levites in the land, but only towns to live in with their pasture lands for their flocks and herds. The Israelites did as the Lord commanded Moses. They allotted the land. Then the people of Judah came to Joshua at Gilgal, and Caleb son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite said to him, You know that the Lord said to Moses, the man of God in Kadesh Barnea, concerning you and me, I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to spy out the land, and I brought him an honest report. But my companions who went up with me made the heart of the people melt. Yet I wholeheartedly followed the Lord my God. And Moses swore on that day, saying, Surely the land on which your foot has trodden shall be an inheritance for you and your children forever, because you have wholeheartedly followed the Lord my God. And now, as you see, the Lord has kept me alive, as he said, these 45 years since the time that the Lord spoke this word to Moses, while Israel was journeying through the wilderness. And here I am today, 85 years old. I am still as strong today as I was on that day that Moses sent me. My strength now is as my strength was then, for war and for going and coming. So now give me this hill country of which the Lord spoke on that day, for you have heard on that day how the Anakim were there with great fortified cities. It may be that the Lord will be with me, and I shall drive them out, as the Lord said. Then Joshua blessed him and gave Hebron to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, for an inheritance. So Hebron became the inheritance of Caleb, son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, to this day, because he wholeheartedly followed the Lord, the God of Israel. Now the name of Hebron formerly was Kiriath Arba. This Arba was the greatest man among the Anakim, and the land had rest from war. Joshua chapter 15. Barakmur.
Barakmore, Barakmore, Joshua chapter 15. The Lord for the tribe of the people of Judah, according to their families, reached southward to the boundary of Edom, to the wilderness of Zin at the farthest south. And their south boundary ran from the end of the Dead Sea, from the bay that faces southward. It goes out southward of the ascent of Akrabim, passes along to Zin, and goes up south of Kadesh Barnea, along by Hezron, up to Adar, makes a turn to Karka, passes along to Azmon, goes out by the Wadi of Egypt, and comes to its end at the sea. This shall be your south boundary, and the east boundary is the Dead Sea, to the mouth of the Jordan. And the boundary on the north side runs from the bay of the sea at the mouth of the Jordan, and the boundary goes up to Bethola and passes along north of Bethrabath, and the boundary goes up to the stone of Bohan, Reuben's son. And the boundary goes up to Debir from the valley of Akkor, and so northward, turning towards Gilgal, which is opposite the ascent of Adumim, which is on the south side of the valley, and the boundary passes along to the waters of En-Shemesh and ends at En-Rogel. Then the boundary goes up by the valley of the son of Hinnom at the southern slope of the Jebusites, and the boundary goes up to the top of the mountain that lies over against the valley of Hinnom on the west, at the northern end of the valley of Rephaim. Then the boundary extends from the top of the mountain to the spring of the waters of Nephtoah, and from there to the towns of Mount Ephron. Then the boundary bends around Bala, that is Kiriath Jearim, and the boundary circles west to Bala to Mount Seir, passes along to the northern slope of Mount Jearim, and goes down to Bethshemesh and passes along by Timnah. The boundary goes out to the slope of the hill north of Ekron. Then the boundary bends around the Shikron and passes along to the Mount Bala and goes out to Jebneel. Then the boundary comes to an end at the sea. And the west boundary was the Mediterranean with its coast. This is the boundary surrounding the people of Judah according to their families. According to the commandment of the Lord to Joshua, he gave to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, a portion among the people of Judah, Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron. And Caleb drove out from there the 3 sons of Anak, Sheshai, Ahiman, and Talmai, descendants of Anak. From there he went up against the inhabitants of Debir. Now the name of Debir formerly was Kiriath Sephir, and Caleb said, whoever attacks Kiriath Sephir and takes it to him, I will give my daughter Aksa as wife. Othniel, son of Kenaz and brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave him his daughter Aksa as wife. When she came to him, he urged him to ask her father for a field. As she dismounted from her donkey, Caleb said to her, what do you wish? She said to him, give me a present. Since you have set me in the land of Negeb, give me springs of water as well. So Caleb gave her upper springs and the lower springs. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the people of Judah according to their families. The towns belonging to the tribe of the people of Judah in the extreme south, toward the boundary of Edom, were Kabsil Eder, Jagur, Kina, Dimona, Adada, Kedesh, Hazor, Itnan, Ziph, Telem, Bealoth, Hazor, Hadatat, Keriso, Herzon, Aman, Shima, Moladad, Hazar Gada, Heshmon, Bethpeleth, Hazazah Shual, Beersheba, Bisioniath, Bala, Imim, Ezem, Eldolat, Chesil, Horma, Siklag, Madman, Madmana, San Sahana, Laboat, Shilim, Ain, and Rimmon, in all 29 towns with their villages. And in the lowland, Eshtaol, Zora, Ashna, Zanoah, Engani, Tipua, Enam, Jarmuth, Adulam, Soko, Azika, Shaaraim, Aidatim, Gebera, Gedirothim, 14 towns with their villages. Zenan, Hadesha, Migdalgad, Dilan, Mispe, Jokiel, Lachish, Boskad, Eglon, Kabon, Lahimam, Chitlish, Gederoth, Beth Dagon, Nama, and Makkedah, 16 towns with their villages. Libna, Ether, Ashan, Ifta, Ashnath, Nezim, Keyat, Atsib, and Meshera, 9 towns with their villages. Ekron with their dependencies and its villages, from Ekron to the sea, all that were near Ashdod with their villages. Ashdod, its towns and its villages, Gaza, its towns and its villages, to the Wadi of Egypt and the Great Sea with its coast. And in the hill country, Shamir, Jatir, Soko, Dana, Kiryat Sana, Anab, Estimo, Ainim, Goshen, Holon, and Gilo, 11 towns with their villages. Arab, Duma, Esham, Janim, Bet, Tapua, Afika, Humta, Kiryat Tarba, and Zior, 9 towns with their villages. Maon, Carmel, Ziph, Juta, Jezreel, Jokdeam, Jaona, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 towns with their villages. Halul, Bethsur, Gedon, Marath, Bethano, and Elekton, 6 towns with their villages. Kiryat Abal and Rabbah, 2 towns with their villages. In the wilderness, Beth Arba, Midin, Sikka, Nebshan, and the city of the salt, and Engedi, 6 towns with their villages. But the people of Judah could not drive out Jebusites, inhabitants of Jerusalem. So the Jebusites live with the people of Judah in Jerusalem to this day. Joshua chapter 16. The allotment of Josephites went from the Jordan by Jericho, east to the waters of Jericho, into the wilderness, going up from Jericho into the hill country to Bethel, then going from Bethel to Luz. It passes along to Ataroth, the territory of Archites. Then it goes down westward to the territory of Jephthalites and as far as the territory of Lower Bethoron, there to Gezer and ends at the sea. The Josephites, Manasseh, and Ephraim received their inheritance. The territory of Ephraimites by their families was as follows. The boundary of their inheritance on the east was Ataroth, Adar, as far as Upper Bethoron, and the boundary goes from there to the sea. On the north, Mikmethath, then on the east, the boundary makes a turn towards Tanath Shiloh and passes along beyond it on the east to Jano. Then it goes down from Jano to Ataroth and to Nara and touches Jericho, ending at the Jordan. From Tapua, the boundary goes westward to the Wadi Kana and ends at the sea. Such is the inheritance of the tribe of the Ephraimites by their families, together with the towns that were set apart for the Ephraimites within the inheritance of Manassites, all those towns with their villages. They did not, however, drive out the Canaanites who lived in Gezer. So the Canaanites have lived within Ephraim to this day, but have been made to do forced labor. Joshua chapter 17. Then allotment was made to the tribe of Manasseh, for he was the firstborn of Joseph. To Machir, the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, were allotted Gilead and Bashan, because he was a warrior. The allotments were made to the rest of the tribe of Manasseh by their families. Abiezer, Helek, Asriel, Shechem, Hefer, and Shemida. These were male descendants of Manasseh, son of Joseph, by their families. Now, Zelophehad, son of Hefer, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters. And these are the names of his daughters: Mahla, Noah, Hogla, Milcah, and Tirza. They came before the priest Eleazar and Joshua, son of Nun, and the leaders, and said, The Lord commanded Moses to give us an inheritance along with our male kin. So, according to the commandment of the Lord, he gave them an inheritance among the kinsmen of their father. Thus, their fell to Manasseh 10 portions, beside the land of Gilead and Bashan, which is on the other side of the Jordan. Because the daughters of Manasseh received an inheritance along with his sons. The land of Gilead was allotted to the rest of the Manassites. The territory of Manasseh reached from Asher to Mikmethath, which is east of Shechem. Then the boundary goes along southward to the inhabitants of Entapua. The land of Tapua belonged to Manasseh, but the town of Tapua on the boundary of Manasseh belonged to the Ephraimites. Then the boundary went down to Wadi Kana. The towns here to the south of the Wadi, among the towns of Manasseh, belong to Ephraim. Then the boundary of Manasseh goes along the north side of the Wadi and ends at the sea. The land to the south is Ephraim's, and that to the north is Manasseh's, with the sea forming its boundary. On the north, Asher is reached, and on the east, Issachar. Within Issachar and Asher, Manasseh and Bethshem and its villages, Ibleam and its villages, the inhabitants of Dor and its villages, the inhabitants of Endor and its villages, the inhabitants of Tana and its villages, and the inhabitants of Megiddo and its villages. Yet the Manassites could not take possession of those towns, but the Canaanites continued to live in that land. But when the Israelites grew strong, they put the Canaanites to forced labor but did not utterly drive them out. The tribe of Joseph spoke to Joshua, saying, "Why have you given me but one lot and one portion as an inheritance, since we are numerous people, whom all along the Lord has blessed?" And Joshua said to them, "If you are numerous people, go up to the forest and clear ground there for yourselves in the land of Perizzites and the Rephaim, since the hill country of Ephraim is too narrow for you." The tribe of Joshua said, "The hill country is not enough for us, yet all the Canaanites who live in the plain have chariots of iron, both these in Bethshan and its villages, and those in the valley of Jezreel." Then Joshua said to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, "You are indeed a numerous people, and have great power. You shall not have one lot only, but the hill country shall be yours. For though it is a forest, you shall clear it and possess it to its farthest borders. For you shall drive out the Canaanites, though they have chariots of iron, and though they are strong." Joshua chapter 18. Then the whole congregation of the Israelites assembled at Shiloh and set up the tent of meeting there. The land lay subdued before them. There remained among the Israelites 7 tribes whose inheritance had not yet been apportioned. So Joshua said to the Israelites, "How long will you be slack about going in and taking possession of the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, have given you? Provide 3 men from each tribe, and I will send them out, that they may begin to go throughout the land, writing a description of it with a view to their inheritances. Then come back to me. They shall divide it into 7 portions, Judah continuing in its territory on the south, and the house of Joseph in their territory on the north. You shall describe the land in 7 divisions and bring the description here to me. I will cast lots for you here before the Lord our God. The Levites have no portion among you, for the priesthood of the Lord is their heritage. And Gad and Reuben and the half tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan eastward, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave them." So the men started on their way, and Joshua charged those who went to write the description of the land, saying, "Go throughout the land and write a description of it, and come back to me, and I will cast lots for you here before the Lord in Shiloh." So the men went and traveled the land and set down in a book a description of it by towns in 7 divisions. Then they came back to Joshua in the camp at Shiloh, and Joshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before the Lord. And, and there Joshua apportioned the Lord to the Israelites to each a portion. The lot of the tribe of Benjamin, according to their families, came up, and the territory allotted to it fell between the tribe of Judah and tribe of Joseph. On the north side, their boundary began at the Jordan. Then the boundary goes up to the slope of Jericho on the north, then up through the hill country westward, and it ends at the wilderness of Bethaven. From there, the boundary passes along southward to the direction of Luz, to the slope of Luz. Then the boundary goes down to Adar on the mountain that lies south of Lower Bedoron. Then the boundary goes in another direction, turning on the western side southward from the mountain that lies in the south, opposite Bedoron, and it ends at Kiriath Abal, a town belonging to the tribe of Judah. This forms the western side. The southern side begins at the outskirts of Kiriath Jearim, and the boundary goes from there to Ephron, to the spring of the waters of Nephtoah. Then the boundary goes down to the border of the mountain that overlooks the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is at the north end of the valley of Rephaim, and it then goes down to the valley of Hinnom, south of the slope of Jebusites, and downward to Engorel. Then it bends in the northerly direction, going on to Enshemesh, and from there goes to Geliloth, which is opposite the ascent of Adumim. Then it goes down to the stone of Bohan, Reuben's son. And passing on to the north of the slope of Bethraba, it goes down to the Araba. Then the boundary passes on to the north of the slope of Beth Hola, and the boundary ends at the northern bay of the Dead Sea. At the south end of the Jordan, this is the southern border. The Jordan forms its boundary on the eastern side. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Benjamin, according to its families, boundary to boundary all around. Now the towns of the tribe of Benjamin, according to their families, were Jericho, Beth Hogla, Emek Keziz, Beth Araba, Zemaraim, Bethel, Avim, Para, Ophrah, Sepharamoth, Ophni, and Geba, 12 towns with their villages, Gibeon, Ramah, Beeroth, Mizpeh, Sephrain, Moza, Rekem, Ephraim, Tarala, Zela, Helef, Jebus, Gibeah, and Kiriath Jearim, 14 towns with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Benjamin according to their families. Joshua chapter 19. The second lot came out for Simeon, for the tribe of Simeon according to its families. Its inheritance lay within the inheritance of the tribe of Judah. It had for its inheritance Beersheba, Sheba, Molada, Hazar Shula, Bala, Ezem, Eltolad, Bethul, Horma, Siklag, Beth Markoboth, Hazar Susha, Beth Leboth, and Sharuen, 13 towns with their villages. Ain, Rimmon, Ether, and Ashan, 4 towns with their villages. Together with all the villages all around these towns as far as Balad Bear, Ramath of the Negev. This was the inheritance of the tribe of Simeon according to their families. The inheritance of the tribe of Simeon formed part of the territory of Judah because the portion of the tribe of Judah was too large for them. The tribe of Simeon obtained an inheritance within their inheritance. The third lot came up for the tribe of Zebulun, according to its families. The boundary of its inheritance reached as far as Sarid, then its boundary goes up westward and on to Marala and touches the Bashit, then the Wadi that is east of Jokneam. From Sarid, it goes in the other direction eastward towards the sunrise to the boundary of Chislot Tabor, and from there it goes to the Bharat, then up to Japhia. From there it passes along on the east toward the sunrise of Gatefer to Etkazim and goes on to Rimmon. It bends towards Nea. Then on the north, the boundary makes a turn to Hanathon and it ends at the valley of Iftael and Kata, Nahalal, Shimron, Idala, and Bethlehem, 12 towns with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Zebulun according to its families, these towns with their villages. The fourth lot came out for Issachar, for the tribe of Issachar according to its families. Its territory included Jezreel, Chesuloth, Shunem, Hafarim, Shion, Anarath, Rabith, Kishion, Ebes, Remeth, Enganim, Enhada, Beth Pazer. The boundary also touches Tabor, Shahazuma, and Beth Shemesh, and its boundary ends at Jordan, 16 towns with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Issachar according to its families, the towns with their villages. The fifth lot came out for the tribe of Asher according to its families. Its boundary included Helkath, Hali, Bethen, Akshaf, Alamelech, Amad, and Mishal on the west. It touches Carmel and Shiholibna. Then it turns eastward, goes to Bedagon, and touches Zebulun and the valley of Iftael, northward to Bedemek and Nail, and then it continues in the north to Kabul, Hebron, Rehob, Hammon, Kana, as far as Great Sidon, and the boundary turns to Ramath, reaching to the fortified city of Tyre. Then the boundary turns to Hosa, and it ends at the sea, Mahala, Atsib, Ummah, Afek, and Rehob, 22 towns with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Asher according to its families, these towns with their villages. The sixth lot came out for the tribe of Naphtali, for the tribe of Naphtali according to their families, and its boundary ran from Heleph, from the oak in Zanin and Adaminekeb and Jabil, as far as Lakum, and it ended at the Jordan. Then the boundary turns westward to Aznoth Tabor and goes from there to Hukkok, touching Zebulun at the south, and Asher on the west, and Judah on the east at the Jordan. The fortified towns are Ziddim, Zer-Hamath, Raka, Chinnereth, Adama, Rama, Hazor, Kedesh, Edri, Enhazor, Iron, Migdiel, Horem, Betana, Beth Shemesh, 19 towns with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Naphtali according to its families, the towns with their villages. The seventh lot came out for the tribe of Dan according to its families. The territory of its inheritance included Zorah, Estaol, Ishremesh, Shalabim, Al-Jalon, Itla, Elon, Timnah, Ekron, Elteke, Gibton, Balath, Jehud, Benerak, Githrimon, Mejarkon, and Rakon at the border opposite Joppa. When the territory of the Danites was lost to them, the Danites went up and fought against Leshem, and after capturing it and putting it to the sword, they took possession of it and settled in it, calling Leshem Dan as their ancestor, after their ancestor Dan. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Dan according to their families. These towns with their villages. When they had finished distributing the several territories of the land as inheritances, the Israelites gave an inheritance among them to Joshua son of Nun. By command of the Lord, they gave him the town that he asked for, Timnah Sherah, in the hill country of Ephraim. He rebuilt the town and settled in it. These are the inheritances that the priest Eleazar and Joshua son of Nun and the heads of the families of the tribes of the Israelites distributed by lot at Shiloh before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting. So they finished dividing the land. Joshua chapter 20. Then the Lord spoke to Joshua, saying, Say to the Israelites, appoint the cities of refuge of which I spoke to you through Moses, so that anyone who kills a person without intent or by mistake may flee there. They shall be for you a refuge from the avenger of blood. The slayer shall flee to one of these cities and shall stand at the entrance of the gate of the city and explain the case to the elders of that city. Then the fugitive shall be taken into the city and given a place and shall remain with them. And if the avenger of blood is in pursuit, they shall not give up the slayer because the neighbor was killed by mistake, there having been no enmity between them before. The slayer shall remain in that city until there is a trial before the congregation, until the death of the one who is high priest at the time. Then the slayer may return home to the town in which the deed was done. So they set apart Kadesh in Galilee in the hill country of Naphtali, and Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, the hill country of Judah. And beyond the Jordan, east of Jericho, they appointed Bezer in the wilderness on the tableland from the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead from the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan from the tribe of Manasseh. These were the cities designated for all the Israelites and for the aliens residing among them, that anyone who killed a person without intent could flee there so as not to die by the hand of the avenger of blood until there was a trial before the congregation. Joshua chapter 21. Then the heads of the families of the Levites came to priest Eleazar and to Joshua son of Nun and to the heads of the families of the tribes of Israelites. They said to them at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, The Lord commanded through Moses that we be given towns to live in, along with their pasture lands for our livestock. So by command of the Lord, the Israelites gave to the Levites the following towns and pasture lands out of their inheritance. Parakmore, chapter 21, verses 3 completed.
The Lord came out of for the families of the Kohathites, so those Levites who were descendants of Aaron, the priest received by lot 13 towns from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin. The rest of the Kohathites received by lot 10 towns from families of the tribe of Ephraim, from the tribe of Dan, and the half tribe of Manasseh. The Gershonites received by lot 13 towns from the families of the tribe of Ishar, from the tribe of Asher, from the tribe of Naphtali, and from the tribe of Manasseh in Bashan. The Merarites, according to their families, received 12 towns from the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Gad, and the tribe of Zebulun. These towns and their pasture lands and Israelites gave by lot to these Levites, as the Lord had commanded through Moses. Out of the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Simeon, they had given the following towns mentioned by name, which went to the descendants of Aaron, one of the families of Kohathites, who belonged to the Levites, since the Lord fell to them first. They gave them Arba, being the father of Anak. This is Hebron in the hill country of Judah, along with the pasture lands around it. But the fields of the town and its villages had been given to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, as his holding. To the descendants of Aaron, the priest, they gave Hebron, the city of refuge for the slayer, with its pasture lands, Libnah with its pasture lands, Jatir, which is with its pasture lands, Eshtemoa with its pasture lands, Holon with its pasture lands, Debir with its pasture lands, Ain with its pasture lands, Judah with its pasture lands, and Beth Shemesh with its pasture lands. 9 towns out of these two tribes. Out of the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon with its pasture lands, Jeba with its pasture lands, Anototh with its pasture lands, Almon with its pasture lands, four towns. The towns of the descendants of Aaron the priest were 13 in all, with their pasture lands. As to the rest of Kohathites belonging to Kohathite families of all Levites, the town allotted to them were out of the tribe of Ephraim. To them were given Shechem, the city of refuge for the slayer, with its pasture lands in the hill country of Ephraim, Gezer with its pasture lands, Kibzaim with its pasture lands, and Bethahorn with its pasture lands. Your four towns. Out of the tribe of Dan, Elteke with its pasture lands, Gibbethon with its pasture lands, Ijonlon with its pasture lands, Gathrimon with its pasture lands, four towns. Out of the half tribe of Manasseh, Taanach with its pasture lands, and Gathrimon with its pasture lands, two towns. The towns of the families of the rest of the Kohathites were 10 in all, with their pasture lands. To the Gershonites, one of the families of the Levites were given out of the half tribe of Manasseh, Golan in Bashan, with its pasture lands, the city of refuge for the slayer, and Beshitra with its pasture land. 2 towns. Out of the tribe of Issachar, Kishion with its pasture lands, Dabrath with its pasture lands, Jarmuth with its pasture lands, Enganim with its pasture lands, 4 towns. Out of the tribe of Asher, Nishal with its pasture lands, Abdon with its pasture lands, Helkath with its pasture lands, and Rehob with its pasture lands. 4 towns. Out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kedesh in Galilee with its pasture lands, the city of refuge for the slayer. Hamoth Dor with its pasture lands, and Kartan with its pasture lands, 3 towns. The towns of several families of Gershonites were in all 13, with their pasture lands. To the rest of the Levites, the Merarite families were given out to the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam with its pasture lands, Karta with its pasture lands, Dimna with its pasture lands, Nahalal with its pasture lands, 4 towns. Out of the tribe of Ribun, Bezer with its pasture lands, Jaza with its pasture lands, Kedemoth with its pasture lands, and Mephaath with its pasture lands, 4 towns. Out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead with its pasture lands, the city of refuge for the slayer, Mahanaim with its pasture lands, Heshbon with its pasture lands, Jazer with its pasture lands, 4 towns in all. As for the towns of the several Merarite families, that is, the remainder of the families of the Levites who allotted to them were 12 in all. The towns of Levites within the holdings of Israelites were in all 48 towns with their pasture lands. Each of these towns had its pasture lands around it. So it was with all these towns. Thus the Lord gave to Israel all the land that he swore to their ancestors that he would give them. And having taken possession of it, they settled there. And Lord gave them rest on every side, just as he had sworn to their ancestors. Not one of all their enemies had withstood them, for the Lord had given all the enemies into their hands. Not one of all the good promises that the Lord had made to the house of Israel had failed. All came to pass. Joshua chapter 22. Then Joshua summoned the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, "You have observed all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, and have obeyed me in all that I have commanded you. You have not forsaken your kindred these many days down to this day, but have been careful to keep the charge of the Lord your God. And now the Lord your God has given rest of your kindred as he promised them. Therefore, turn and go to your tents in the land where your possession lies, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you on the other side of the Jordan. Take good care to observe the commandment and instruction that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, to keep his commandments, and to hold fast to him, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. So Joshua blessed them and sent them away, and they went to their tents. Now, to the one half of the tribe of Manasseh, Moses had given a possession in Bashan, but to the other half, Joshua had given possession beside their fellow Israelites in the land west of Jordan. And when Joshua sent them out of their tents and blessed them, he said to them, "Go back to your tents with much wealth and with very much livestock, with silver, gold, bronze, and iron, and with a great quantity of clothing. Divide the spoil of your enemies with your kindred." So the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh returned home, parting from the Israelites at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan, to go to the land of Gilead, their own land, of which they had taken possession by command of the Lord through Moses. When they came to the region near Jordan that lies in the land of Canaan, the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh built there an altar by Jordan, an altar of great size. The Israelites heard that Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh had built an altar at the frontier of the land of Canaan, in the region near the Jordan, on the side that belongs to the Israelites. And when the people of Israel heard of it, the whole assembly of the Israelites gathered at Shiloh to make war against them. Then the Israelites sent the priest Phinehas, son of Eleazar, to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead, and with him 10 chiefs, one from each tribal families of Israel, every one of them the head of the family. Along the clans of Israel, they came to Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead, and they said to them, "Thus says the Lord, congregation of Lord, what is this treachery that you have committed against the Lord of Israel in turning away today from following the Lord by building yourselves an altar today in rebellion against the Lord? Have we not had enough at the sin of Peor, from which even yet we have not cleansed ourselves, and for which a plague came upon a congregation of the Lord, that you must turn away today from following the God? If you rebel against the Lord today, he will be angry with the wholesome congregation of Israel tomorrow. But now, if your land is unclean, cross over to the Lord's land, where the Lord's tabernacle now stands, and take for yourselves a possession among us. Only do not rebel against the Lord or rebel against us by building yourselves an altar other than the altar of the Lord our God. Did not Achan, son of Zerah, break faith in the matter of devoted things, and wrath fell upon the congregation of Israel, and he did not perish alone from his iniquity. Then the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh said in answer to the heads of the families of Israel, the Lord, God of gods, the Lord, God of gods, he knows, and let Israel itself know. If it was in rebellion or in breach of faith toward the Lord, do not spare us today for building an altar to turn away from following the God, or if we did so to offer burnt offerings or grain of offerings or offerings of well-being on it. May the Lord himself take vengeance. No, we did it from fear that in time to come your children might say to our children, what have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel? For the Lord has made Jordan a boundary between us and you. You Reubenites and Gadites, you have no portion in the Lord. So your children might make our children cease to worship the Lord. Therefore, we said, let us now build an altar, not for burnt offerings, not for sacrifice, but to be a witness between us and you. Okay. So the children, but to be a witness between us and you, and between the generations after us. Then we do perform the service of the Lord in his presence without burnt offerings and sacrifices and offerings of well-being, so that your children may never say to our children in time to come, you have no portion in the Lord. And we thought, if this should be said to us or to our descendants in time to come, we could say, look at this copy of the altar of Lord, which our ancestors made, not for burnt offerings, nor for sacrifice, but to witness between you and us and you. Far be it from us that we should rebel against the Lord and turn away this day from following the Lord by building an altar for burnt offering, grain offering, or sacrifice, other than the altar of the Lord our God that stands before his tabernacle. When the priest Phineas had and the chiefs of congregation, the heads of the families of Israel, who were with him, heard the words that the Reubenites and the Gadites and the Manassites spoke. They were satisfied. The priest of Phineas, son of Eleazar, said to Reubenites and Gadites, and Manassites. Today we know that the Lord is among us, because you have not committed his treachery against the Lord. Now you have saved the Israelites from the hand of the Lord, from the priest Phinehas, son of Eleazar, and the chiefs returned from the Reubenites and the Gadites and the land of Gilead to the land of Canaan to the Israelites, um, and brought backward to them. The report pleased the Israelites, and the Israelites blessed God and spoke no more of making war against them to destroy the land where the Reubenites and the Gadites were settled. The Reubenites and the Gadites called the altar witness. For said they, it is the witness between us that the Lord is God. Joshua chapter 23. A long time afterward, when the Lord had given rest to Israel from all their enemies all around, and Joshua was old and well advanced in years, Joshua summoned all the Israelites, their elders and heads, their judges and their officers, and said to them, I am now old and well advanced in years, and you have seen all that the Lord your God has done to these nations for your sake, for it is the Lord your God who has fought uh, it is the Lord your God who has fought for you. I have allotted to you as an inheritance for your tribes. Those nations will remain along with the nations that I have already cut off, from the Jordan to the great sea in the west. The Lord your God will push them back before you and drive them out of your sight. And you shall possess their land as the Lord your God promised you. Therefore, be very steadfast to observe and do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, turning aside from it neither to the right nor to the left, so that you may not be mixed with these nations left here among you, or make mention of the names of their gods, or swear by them, or serve them, or bow yourself down to them, but hold fast to the Lord your God, as you have done to this day. For the Lord has driven out before you great and strong nations, and as far for you, no one has been able to withstand you to this day. One of you puts to flight 1,000 since it is the Lord your God who fights for you. As he promised you, be very careful, therefore, to love the Lord your God. For if you turn back and join the survivors of these nations left here among you, they intermarry with them, so that you may marry their women and they yours. Now assuredly the Lord your God will not continue to drive out these nations before you, but they shall be a snare and a trap for you, a scourge on your sides and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from this good land that the Lord your God has given you. And now I am about to go the way of all the earth, and you know in your heart and souls, all of you, that one and not one thing has failed all all the good things that the Lord your God promised concerning you. All have come to pass for you. Not one of them has failed, but just as all the good things that the Lord your God promised concerning you have been fulfilled for you. So the Lord will bring upon you all the bad things until he has destroyed you from this good land that the Lord your God has given you. If you transgress and covenant of the Lord your God, which he enjoined on you, and go and serve other gods and bow down to them, and then the anger of the Lord will be kindled against you, and you shall perish quickly from the good land that he has given to you. Joshua chapter 24. Then Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and summoned the elders, the heads, the judges, and the officers of Israel. And they presented them before the God. And Joshua said to all the people, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. Long ago, your ancestors, Terah and his sons Abram and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates and served the other gods. Then I took your father Abraham from beyond the river and led him through all the land of Canaan and made his offspring many. I gave him Isaac, and to Isaac I gave Jacob, and Esau. I gave Esau the hill country of Seir to possess. But Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. Then I sent Moses and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt with what I did in the midst. And afterwards I brought you out. When I brought your ancestors out of Egypt, you came to the sea, and the Egyptians pursued your ancestors with the chariots and horsemen to the Red Sea. When they cried out to the Lord, he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and made the sea come upon them and covered them. In your eyes saw what I did to Egypt. Afterwards, you lived in the wilderness a long time ago. Then I brought you to the land of Amorites who lived in the other side of Jordan. They fought with you, and I handed them over to you, and you took possession of their land, and I destroyed them before you. Then King Balak, son of Zippor and Moab, set out of the set out to fight against Israel. He sent and invited Balaam, son of Beor, to curse you. But I would not listen to Balaam. Therefore, he blessed you, so I rescued you out of his hand. When you went over the citizens of Jericho, fought against you, and also Amorites and Perizzites and Canaanites and Hittites and Girgashites and Hivites and Jebusites, and I handed them over to you. I sent the hornet ahead of you, which drove out before you the two kings of Amorites. It was not by your sword or by your bow. I gave you a land on which you had not labored, and the towns that you had not built, and you live in them. You eat the fruit of vineyards and olive yards, and you did not plant.
Memo.
Joshua completed. Joshua verse 14. 24, chapter 24, Joshua verse 14.
Barkimo, now therefore revere the Lord and serve him insincerity. Baltimore, now therefore revere the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in faithfulness. Put away the gods and that your ancestors served beyond the river of Egypt, and serve the Lord. Now, if you are unwilling to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve, whether other whether the gods your ancestors served in region beyond the river, or gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. But as for me, the and my household, we will serve the Lord. Then the people answered, far be it us that we shall forsake the Lord and to serve other gods, for it is the Lord our our God who brought us and our ancestors up from the land of Egypt, Egypt, out of the houses of slavery, and who did those great signs in our sight. He protected us along all the way that we went, and among all the people through whom we passed, and the Lord drove out before us all the all the pure, all the people, the Amorites who who lived in the land, and therefore we also uh, we also will serve the Lord, for He is our God. But Joshua said to the people, you cannot serve the Lord, for He is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions and your sins. If you forsake the Lord and foreign serve foreign gods, then he will turn and do you harm and consume you after having done you good. And the people said to Joshua, no, we will serve the Lord. Then the people then Joshua said to the people, you are witnesses against yourselves that that you have chosen the for Lord to serve him, and they they have said, we are witnesses, and they said, we are witnesses, and he said it. Then put away the fallen gods that are among your hearts to the in your hearts to the Lord and the God of Israel. The people said to Joshua, the Lord our God We will serve as him, we will obey. So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day and made statutes or ordinances for them. She come. uh, Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God. He wrote a large stone and set it up on up the other the oak under the oak in the sanctuary of the Lord. Joshua said to all the people, see this stone shall a shall be a witness against us, for it has heard all the words of the Lord that He spoke to us. Therefore, therefore he he it therefore it shall be a witness against you if you deal falsely with your God. So Joshua sent the people away to the inheritances. The, after these things, Joshua, son of Nun, the servant of Lord, died, being 100 years old, 110 years old. They buried him in his own inheritance at Timnath Sisera, which is in the hill country of Ephraim, not Mount Gash. Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the elders who outlived Joshua had known to work that the Lord did for Israel. The bones of Joseph, which the Israelites brought up from Egypt and were buried at Shechem in the portion of the ground of that Jacob was bought from the children of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for the for 100 pieces of money. It became an inheritance of the descendants of Joseph. Eleazar, son of Aaron, died it, and they buried him at Gibeon, the town of his son Phinehas, which had been given him in the hill country of Ephraim. Judges chapter 1. After the death of Joshua, Israel inquired and the Lord who shall go first for against us, the Canaanites, for to fight against them, against against the Lord said, Judah shall go up. I hereby give the land into his hand. And Judah said to his brother Simeon, come up with me into the territory allotted to me, that we may fight fight against the Canaanites. Then I too will go with 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 the with you into the territory allotted allotted to you. So Simeon went with him when Judah went up, and the Lord gave the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand. They defeated 10,000 of them at Bezek. They came upon Adoni Bezek at Bezek and fought against him and defeated the Canaanites and the Perizzites. Adoni Bezek fled, but they pursued him and caught him and cut off his thumbs and big toes. Adoni Bezek said, 70 kings with their thumbs and big toes cut off used to pick my scraps under my table, as I have done. So the God paid me back. They brought him to Jerusalem and died. He died there. The people of Judah fought against the against Jerusalem and took it all and took it. They put it into the sword and set the city on fire. Backward, the against people of Judah went down, went down, mm, went down, went down to the fight against the Canaanites who lived in the hill country in the Negev and in the lowland. Judah went against the Canaanites who lived in Hebron. The name of Hebron was formerly Kiriat Arba, and defeated Shishai and Ahiman and Talmai. From there, they went against the inhabitants of Debel. The name of Debel there was formerly a Kiriat Sefer. When Caleb said, whoever attacks Kiriat Sefer and takes it, I'll give him my daughter Aksat as wife. And Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother took it, and he gave him his daughter Aksa as wife. If then, when she came to him, she urged him to ask where her father for a field. As she dismounted for her donkey, Caleb said to her, "What do you wish?" She said to him, give me a present since you have set me in the land of Negeb. Give me also Gulot Maim. So Caleb gave her upper Gulot and the lower Gulot. The descendants of Hobab, the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up with the people of Judah from the city of Palms into the wilderness of Judah, which lies in the Negev near Arad. Then they went and settled the Amalekites. And Judah went with his brother Simeon, and they and they defeated the Canaanites who inhabited Sephat and devoted it to destruction. So the city was called Hormah. Judah took Gaza with its territory, Ashkelon with its territory, Ekron with its territory. The Lord was with Judah, was with was with Judah, and he took possession of hill country, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the plain, because they had chariots of the iron. Hebron Hebron and was given to Caleb as Moses had said, and drove out of it, and it the three sons of Anak. But Benjaminites did not draw the Jebusites out who lived out of the Jebusites who lived in Jerusalem. So the Jebusites lived in Jerusalem in among the Benjaminites to this day. The house of Joseph also went against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. The house of Joseph sent with them the out spies to better. The name of the city was formerly Lux. When the spies saw a man coming out of the city, out, they said to him, "Show the way it into the city, and we will deal kindly with you." So he showed them the way into the city, and they put the city to sword, but the man let but they let the man and his family go. So the man went to the city of Hittites and built a city and named it Lux. That is its name to this day. Manasseh did not drive out the inhabitants of Bethshean and its villages of Taanach and its villages, or inhabitants of Dor and its villages, or the inhabitants of Iblam and its villages, or inhabitants of Megiddo and its villages, but Canaanites continue to live in the land. When Israel grew strong, they put Canaanites to forced labor, but did not did not did not in fact drive them out. And Ephraim did not drive out the Canaanites who lived in this, but the Canaanites lived among them in Gaza. Zebulun did not not drive out the inhabitants of Kitron, or the inhabitants of Nahalol, but Canaanites lived among themselves and became subject to forced labor. Asher did not drive Asher did not drive out the inhabitants of Akko, or the inhabitants of Sidon, or the or Ahlab, or Aksid, or Halba, or of Hafik, or of Rehob, but the Asherites lived among the Canaanites, the inhabitants that the land of for they did not drive them out. But Naphtali, he did not drive the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh, all the inhabitants of Beth Adnah, but lived among the Canaanites, and thus inhabitants of the land. Nevertheless, the inhabitants Beth Shemesh and Bethlehem became subject to forced labor, and for them the Amorites it's pressured thrust the Danites back into the hill country. They did not allow them allow them to come down to the plain. Ammon, Amorites continued to live in Harhivas in Ajalon and in Shalbim, but the hand of the house of Joseph was rested heavily on them, and they became the subject to forced labor. The border of the Amorites ran from the ascent of Akrab bin, bin from Selah and upward. Israel's disobeyed. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Now the angel of Lord went up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I brought you up from Egypt, and brought you land into the land that I had promised to your ancestors. I will never break my covenant with you. For your part, do not make a covenant with inhabitants of the land. This land, tear down their altars, but you have not obeyed my command. See what you have done. So now I shall. Now I say, I will not drive them out before you, but 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 they shall become ad, other adversaries to you to you to you, and their gods shall be snare to you. When the angel of the Lord spoke these words to the Israelites, the people lifted up their voices and wept. So many people, so they named the place Bochim, and there they sacrificed to the Lord. In the chapter 2, verses 5.
Bargamore. When Joshua dismissed the people, the Israelites all went to their own inheritance to take possession of the land. The people worshipped the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua, who had seen all the great work that the Lord had done for Israel. Joshua, son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110 years. So they buried him within the bounds of his inheritance in Nimnath Heres, in the hill country of Ephraim, north of Mount Gaash. Moreover, the whole generation was gathered to their ancestors, and another generation grew up after them, who did not know the Lord or the work that he had done for Israel. Then the Israelites did what was evil in the sight of the Lord and worshipped the Baals, and they abandoned the Lord, the God of their ancestors who had brought them out of the land of Egypt. They followed other gods from among the gods of the peoples who were all around them and bowed down to them. And they provoked the Lord to anger. They abandoned the Lord and worshipped Baalas and the Ashtoreths. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he gave them over to plunderers, who plundered them, and he sold them into the power of the enemies all around, so that they could no longer withstand their enemies whenever they marched out. The hand of the Lord was against them to bring misfortune, as the Lord had warned them and sworn to them, and they were in great distress. Then the Lord raised up judges who delivered them out of the power of those who plundered them. Yet they did not listen even to their judges, for they lusted after other gods and bowed down to them. They soon turned aside from the way in which their ancestors had walked, who had obeyed the commandments of the Lord. They did not follow their example. Whenever the Lord raised up judges, for them the Lord was raised with a judge, and he delivered them from the hand of their enemies all the days of the judge, for the Lord would be moved to pity by their groaning because of those who persecuted and oppressed them. But whenever the judge died, they would relapse and behave worse than their ancestors, following other gods, worshipping them and bowing down to them. They would not drop any of their practices or their stubborn ways, so the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And he said, because this people have transgressed my covenant covenant that I commanded their ancestors and have not obeyed my voice. I will no longer drive out before them any of the nations that Joshua left when he died, in order to test Israel whether or not they would take care to walk in the way of the Lord as their ancestors did. The Lord had left those nations, not driving them out at once, and had not handed them over to Joshua. Judas chapter 3. Now these are the nations that the Lord left to test all those in Israel who had no experience of any war in Canaan. It was only that successive generations of Israelites might know war to teach those who had no experience of it before. The five lords of the Philistines and all the Canaanites and the Sidonians and the Hivites who lived on Mount Lebanon from Mount Balair-mon as far as Lebo Hamath. They were for the testing of Israel to know whether Israel would obey the commandments of the Lord, which he commanded their ancestors by Moses. So the Israelites lived among the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. And they took their daughters as wives for themselves, and their own daughters they gave to their sons. They worshipped their gods. The Israelites did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, forgetting the Lord their God, and worshipping the Baalas and the Asherahs. Therefore the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he sold them into the hand of King Shushan Rishathaim, or of Naharaim. And the Israelites served Cushan Rishathaim 8 years, 8 years. But when the Israelites cried out to the Lord raised up a deliverer for the Israelites who delivered them. Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother. The Spirit of the Lord came upon them, and he judged Israel. He went out to war, and the Lord gave King Cushan Rishathaim, or of Aram, into his hand, and his hand prevailed over Cushan Rishathaim. So the land had rest 40 years. Then Othniel, son of Kenaz, died. The Israelites again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord strengthened King Eglon of Moab against Israel, because they had done what was evil in the sight of the Lord. In alliance with the Ammonites and the Amalekites, he went and defeated Israel, and they took possession of the city of palms. So the Israelites served King Eglon of Moab 18 years. But when the Israelites cried out to the Lord raised up for them a deliverer, Ehud son of Gera the Benjaminite, a left-handed man. The Israelites sent tribute by him to King Eglon of Moab. Ehud made for himself a sword with two edges, a cubit in length, and he fastened it on his right thigh under his clothes. Then he presented the tribute to King Eglon of Moab. Now Eglon was a very fat man. When Ehud had finished presenting the tribute, he set the people who carried the tribute on their way. But he himself turned back at the sculptured stone near Gilgal and said, I have a secret message for you, O king. So the king said, Silence. And all of his attendants went out from his presence. Ehud came to him while he was sitting alone in his cool roof chamber and said, I have a message from God for you. So he rose from his seat. Then Ehud reached with his left hand, took the sword from his right thigh, and thrust it into Eglon so bellies the hilt also went in after the blade, and the fat closed off over the blade. So he did not draw the sword out of his belly, and the dirt came out. Then Ehud went out into the vestibule, and closed the doors of the roof chamber on him, and locked them. After he had gone, the servants came. When they saw that the doors of the roof chamber were locked, but they thought, he must be relieving himself in the cool chamber, so they waited until they were embarrassed. When he still did not open the doors of the roof chamber, they took the key and opened them. There was the Lord lying dead on the floor. Ehud escaped while they delayed and passed beyond the sculptured stones and escaped to Syria. When he arrived, he sounded the trumpet in the hill country of Ephraim, and the Israelites went down with him from the hill country. Paying him at their head, he said to them, Follow after me, for the Lord has given your enemies, the Moabites, into your hand. So they went down after him and seized the fords of the Jordan against the Moabites, and allowed no one to cross over. At that time, they killed about 10,000 of the Moabites, all strong, able bodied men. No one escaped. So Moab was subdued that day after under the hand of Israel, and the land had rest 80 years. After him came Shamgar's son of Anath, who killed 600 of the Philistines with an ox god. He too delivered Israel. Judas chapter 4. The Israelites again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord after Ehud died. So the Lord sold them into the hand of King Jabin of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. The commander of his army was Sisera, who lived in Harosheth Goim. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord for help, for he had 900 chariots of iron and had oppressed the Israelites cruelly 20 years. At that time, Deborah, a prophet, a prophet, a prophetess, wife of Lapidoth, was judging Israel. He used to sit under the palm of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim. And the Israelites came up to her for judgment. She came and summoned Barak, son of Ebionam, from Kedesh in Naphtali, and said to him, The Lord, the God of Israel, commands you, go take position at Mount Tabor, bringing 10,000 from the tribe of Naphtali and the tribe of Zebulun. I will draw out Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, to meet you by the Wadi Kishon with his chariots and his troops, and I will give him into your hand. Barak said to her, If you will go with me, I will go, but if you will not go with me, I will not go. And she said, I will surely go with you. Nevertheless, the road on which you are going will not lead to your glory, for the Lord will sell Sisera into the hand of a woman. Then Deborah got up and went with Barak to Kadesh. Barak summoned Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh, and 10,000 warriors went behind him. And Deborah went up with him. Now Heber, the Kenite, had separated from the other Kenites, that is, the descendants of Hobab, the father-in-law of Moses, and he had encamped as far away as Elon Bezah, Ananim, which is near Kadesh. When Sisera was told that Barak son of Abinoam had gone up to Mount Tabor, Sisera called out all his chariots, 900 chariots of iron, and all the troops were with him from Harosheth Hagoim to the Wadi Kishon. Then Deborah said to Barak, Up, for this is the day on which the Lord has given Sisera into your hand. The Lord is indeed going out before you. So Barak went down from Mount Tabor with 10,000 warriors following him. And the Lord threw Sisera and all of his chariots, all his army into a panic before Barak. Sisera got down from his chariot and fled away on foot, while Barak pursued the chariots and the army to Harosheth Hagoim. All the army of Sisera fell by the sword; no one was left. Now Sisera had fled away on the foot to the tent of Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between King Jabin of Hazor and the clan of Heber the Canaanite. Jael came out to meet Sisera and said to him, "Turn aside, my lord, turn aside to me, have no fear." So he turned aside to her into the tent, and she covered him with the rug. Then he said to her, "Please give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty." So she opened a skin of milk and gave him a drink and covered him. He said to her, "Stand at the entrance of the tent, and if anybody comes and asks you, 'Is anyone here?' say no." But Jael, wife of Heber, took a tent peg and took a hammer in her hand and went softly to him and drove the peg into his temple until it was down into the ground. He was lying fast asleep from weariness, and he died. Then, as Barak came in pursuit of Sisera, Jael went out to meet him and said to him, "Come, and I will show you the man whom you are seeking." So he went into her tent, and there was Sisera lying dead, with a tent peg in his temple. So on that day God subdued King Jabin of Canaan before the Israelites, and then the hand of the Israelites bore harder and harder on King Jabin of Canaan, until they destroyed King Jabin of Canaan. Judges chapter 5. Then Deborah and Barak, Judges chapter 5. Then then Deborah and Barak son of Abinoam sang on that day, saying, "When locks are long in Israel, when the people offered themselves willingly, bless the Lord. Hear, O kings, give ear, O princess. To the Lord I will sing, I will make the melody to the Lord, the God of Israel. Lord, when you went out from Zair, when you marched from the region of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens poured, the clouds indeed poured water. The mountains quaked before the Lord, the one of Sinai, before the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, son of Anath, in the days of Jael, caravans ceased, and travelers kept to the byways. The pleasantry prospered in Israel. They grew fat on plunder because you arose, Deborah arose as a mother in Israel. When new gods were chosen, when war was in the gates, was shield or spear to be seen among 40,000 in Israel? My heart goes out to the commanders of Israel, who offered themselves willingly among the people. Bless the Lord. Tell of it, you who ride on white donkeys, you who sit on rich carpets, and you who walk by the way. To the sound of musicians at the watering places, there they repeat the triumphs of the Lord, the triumphs of his pleasantry in Israel. Then down to the gates marched the people of the Lord. Awake, awake, Deborah, awake, awake, utter a song. Arise, Barak, let away your captives, O son of Abinoam. Then down marched the remnant of the noble, the people of the Lord, marched down for him against the mighty. From Ephraim they set out into the valley, following you, Benjamin, with your kin. From Machir marched down the commanders, and from Zebulun those who bear the martial staff. The chiefs of Israel Chad came with Deborah, and Ishjar, faithful to Barak. Into the valley they rushed out at his heels. Among the clans of Reuben there were great searching of heart. Why did you tarry among of sheepfolds to hear the piping for the flocks? Among the clans of Reuben there were great searchings of the heart. Gilead stayed up beyond the Jordan, and Dan, why did he abide with the ships? Asher sat still at the coast of the sea, settling down by his land. Zebulun is a people that scored death. Naphtali too, on the heights of the field. The kings came, they fought, then fought the kings of Canaan at Taanach by the waters of Megiddo. They got no spoils of silver. The stars fought from heaven, from their courses they fought against Sisera. The torrent Kishon swept him away, the onrushing torrent, the torrent Kishon, marching on my soul with might. Then loud beat the horses' hoofs with the galloping of his steed. Cursed Meroz, says the angel of the Lord, cursed bitterly in its inhabitants because they did not come to the help of the Lord, to the help of the Lord against the mighty. Most blessed of women Baal, the wife of Heber, when the Canaanite of ten dwelling woman most blessed. He asked water and she gave him milk. She brought him curds in a lordly bowl. She put her hand to the tent peg and her right hand to the workman's mallet. She struck Sisera a blow. She crushed his head. She shattered and pierced his temple. He sank, he fell. He lay still at her feet. At her feet he sank, he fell. Where he sank, there he fell dead. Out of the window she peered. The mountain, the mother of Sisera gazed through the lattice. Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why tarry the hoofbeats of his chariots? Her wisest ladies make answer. Indeed, she answers the question herself. Are they not finding and dividing the spoil? A girl or two for every man, spoil of dyed stuffs for Sisera, spoil of dyed stuffs embroidered, 2 pieces of dyed work embroidered for my neck as spoil. So perish all your enemies, O Lord, and may your friends be like the sun as it rises in its might. And the land had rest 40 years. Judges chapter 6. The Israelites did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord gave them into the hand of Midian 7 years. The hand of Midian prevailed over Israel, and because of Midian, the Israelites provided for themselves hiding places in the mountains, caves, and strongholds. For whenever the Israelites put in seed, the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people of the east would come up against them. They would encamp against them and destroy the produce of the land as far as the neighborhood of Gaza, and leave no sustenance in Israel, and no sheep or ox or donkey. For they and their livestock would come up, and they would even bring their tents as thick as locusts, neither they nor their camels could be counted. So they wasted the land as they came in. Thus Israel was greatly impoverished because of Midian, and the Israelites cried out to the Lord for help. When the Israelites cried to the Lord on account of the Midianites, the Lord sent a prophet to the Israelites, and he said to them, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I led you up from Egypt and brought you out from of the house of slavery. And I delivered you from the hand of the Egyptians and from the hand of all who oppressed you, and drove them out before you, and gave you their land. And I said to you, I am the Lord your God. You shall not pay reverence to the gods of the Amorites in whose land you live, but you have not given heed to my voice. Now the angel of the Lord came and sat under the oak of Ophrah, which belonged to Joash the Abiezrite, as his son Gideon was beating out wheat in the winepress to hide it from the Midianites. The angel of the Lord appeared to him and said to him, The Lord is with you, you mighty warrior. Gideon answered him, But sir, if the Lord is with us, why then has all this happened to us? And where are all his wonderful deeds that our ancestors recounted to us, saying, Did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt? But now the Lord has cast us off and given us into the hand of Midian. Then the Lord turned to him and said, Go in this might of yours and deliver Israel from the hand of Midian. I hereby commission you. He responded, But sir, how can I deliver Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family. The Lord said to him, But I will be with you, and you shall strike down the Midianites, every one of them. Then he said to him, If now I have found favor with you, then show me a sign that it is you who speak with me. Do not depart from here until I come to you, and bring out my present and set it before you. And he said, I will stay until you return. So Gideon went into his house and prepared a kid and unleavened cakes from an ephah of flour. The meat he put in a basket, and the broth he put in a pot, and brought them to him under the oak and presented them. The angel of God said to him, Take the meat and the unleavened cakes, and put them on this rock, and pour out the broth. And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord reached out the tip of the staff that was in his hand, and touched the meat and the unleavened cakes. And fire sprang up from the rock and consumed the meat and the unleavened cakes. And the angel of the Lord vanished from his sight. Then Gideon perceived that it was the angel of the Lord, and Gideon said, "Help me, Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But the Lord said to him, "Peace be to you, do not fear, you shall not die." Then Gideon built an altar there to the Lord and called it, "The Lord is Peace." To this day it still stands at Ophrah, which belongs to the Israelites. That night the Lord said to him, "Take your father's bull, the second bull 7 years old, and pull down the altar of Baal that belongs to your father, and cut down the sacred pole that is beside it, and build an altar to the Lord your God on the top of the stronghold here. In proper order, then take the second bull and offer it as a burnt offering with the wood of the sacred pole that you shall cut down." So Gideon took 10 of his servants and did as the Lord had told him. But because he was too afraid of his family and the townspeople to do it by day, he did it by night. When the townspeople rose early in the morning, the altar of Baal was broken down, and the sacred pole beside it was cut down, and the second bull was offered on the altar that had been built. So they said to one another, "Who has done this?" After searching and inquiring, they were told, "Gideon, son of Joash, did it." Then the townspeople said to Joash, "Bring out your son so that he may die, for he has pulled down the altar of Baal and cut down the sacred pole beside it." But Joash said to all who were arrayed against them, "Will you contend for Baal, or will you defend his cause? Whoever contends for him shall be put to death by morning. If he is a god, let him contend for himself, because his altar has been pulled down." Therefore, on that day, Gideon was called Jerubbaal, and that is to say, "Let Baal contend against him," because he pulled down his altar. Then all the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people of the east came together, and crossing the Jordan, they encamped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord took possession of Gideon, and he sounded the trumpet, and the Israelites were called out to follow him. He sent messengers throughout all Manasseh, and they too were called out to follow him. He also sent messengers to Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, and they went up to meet them. Then Gideon said to God, "In order to see whether you will deliver Israel by my hand, as you have said, I am going to lay a fleece of wool on the threshing floor. If there is dew on the fleece alone, and it is dry on all the ground, then I shall know that you will deliver Israel by my hand, as you have said." And it was so. When he rose early next morning and squeezed the fleece, he wrung enough dew from the fleece to fill a bowl with water. Then Gideon said to God, "Do not let your anger burn against me. Let me speak one more time. Let me please make trial with the fleece just once more. Let it be dry only on the fleece, and on all the ground let there be dew." And God did so that night. It was dry on the fleece only, and on all the ground there was dew. Judah chapter 7. Then Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all the troops that were with him rose early and encamped beside the spring of Harod. And the camp of Midian was north of them, below the hill of Mosera in the valley. The Lord said to Gideon, "The troops with you are too many for me. Give the Midianites into their hands." Israel would only take the credit away from me, saying, "My own hand has delivered me." Now therefore proclaim this in the hearing of the troops: "Whoever is fearful and trembling, let him return home." Thus Gideon sifted them out. 22,000 returned, and 10,000 remained. Then the Lord said to Gideon, "The troops are still too many. Take them down to the water, and I will sift them out for you there. When I say, 'This one shall go with you,' he shall go with you. And when I say, 'This one shall not go with you,' he shall not go with you. He shall not go." So he brought the troops down to the water, and the Lord said to Gideon, "All those who lap the water with their tongues as a dog laps, you shall put to one aside. All those who kneel down to drink, putting their hands to their mouths, you shall put to the other side. The number of those that laughed was 300, but all the rest of the troops knelt down to drink water. Then the Lord said to Gideon, with the 300 that laughed, I will deliver you and give the Midianites into your hand. Let all the others go to their homes. So he took the jars of the troops from their hands and their trumpets, and he sent all the rest of Israel back to their own tents, but retained the 300. The camp of Midian was below him in the valley. That same night the Lord said to him, get up, attack the camp, for I have given it to your hand into your hand. But if you fear to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah, and you shall hear what they say, and afterward your hands shall be strengthened to attack the camp. Then he went down with his servant Purah to the outposts of his armed men that were in the camp. The Midianites and the Amalekites and all the people of the east lay along the valley as thick as locusts, and their camels were without a number, countless as the sand on the seashore. When Gideon arrived, there was a man telling a dream to his comrade, and he said, I had a dream, and in it a cake of barley bread tumbled into the camp of Midian and came to the tent and struck it so that it fell. It turned upside down, and then the tent collapsed. And his comrade on answered, this is no other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, a man of Israel, into whose hand God has given Midian and all the army. When Gideon heard the telling of the dream and its interpretation, he worshipped, and he returned to the camp of Israel and said, get up, for the Lord has given the army Midian into your hand. After he divided the 300 men into 3 companies and put trumpets into the hands of all of them and empty jars with torches inside the jars, he said to them, look at me and do the same. When I come to the outskirts of the camp, do as I do. When I blow the trumpet, I and all who are with me, then you also blow the trumpets around the whole camp and shout for the Lord and for Gideon. So Gideon and the 100 who were with him came to the outskirts of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, when they had just set the watch, and they blew the trumpets and they smashed the jars that were in their hands. So the 3 companies blew the trumpets and broke the jars, holding in their left hands the torches and in their right hands the trumpets to blow. And they cried, O sword for the Lord and for Gideon. Every man stood in his place all around the camp, and all the men in camp ran. They cried out and fled. When they blew the 300 trumpets, the Lord set every man's sword against his fellow and against all the army. And the army fled as far as Beshitah toward the Bezerah, as far as the border of the Abel Meholah by Tabbath. And the men of Israel were called out from the Naphtali and from Asher and from all Manasseh, and they pursued after the Midianites. Then Gideon sent messengers throughout all the hill of the country Ephraim, saying, come down against the Midianites and seize the waters against them, as far as Bara and also the Jordan. So all the men of Ephraim were called out, and they seized the waters as far as Bara and also the Jordan. They captured the 2 captains of Midian, Oreb and Zeeb. They killed Oreb at the rock of Oreb, and Zeeb they killed at the winepress of Zeeb. As they pursued the Midianites, they brought the heads of Oreb and Zeeb to Gideon beyond the Jordan.
Bibin, page Barkmore. Barkmore, Judges chapter 8. Then the Ephraimites said to him, what have you done to us? Not to call us when you went to fight against the Midlandites. And they upbraided him with him violently. So he said to them, what have I done now in comparison with you? Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the village of Abeser? God has given into your hands the captains of Midian, Oreb, and Seb.
What have I been able to do in comparison with you? When he said to this, their anger against him subsided. Then Gideon came to the Jordan and crossed over, he and the 300 who were with him, exhausted and famished. So he said to the people of Succoth, please give some loaves of bread to my followers, for they are exhausted, and I am pursuing Seba and Salmona, the kings of Medea, but the officials of Succoth said, do you already have in your possession the hands of Sebath and Salmona, that we should give bread to your army? Gideon replied, well then, Gideon replied, well then, when the Lord has given Sebath and Salmona into my hand, I will trample your flesh on the thorns of the wilderness and on briars. From from there he went to the Penuel and made the same request of them. And the people of Penuel answered him, and as the people of Succoth and had answered. So he said to the people of Peniel, when I came back victorious, I will break down this tower. Now Sebad and Salumna were in Karkor with their army, about 15,000 men, who were left of all the army of the people of the east. For 120,000 men bearing arms had fallen. So Gideon went up by the caravan route east of the Nabat and Jogbena and attacked the army. For the army was off its guard, Sebath and Salmona fled, and he pursued them and took the two kings of Midland, Sebath and Salmona, and threw all the army into a panic. When Gideon, son of Joash, returned from the battle by the ascent of Heres, he caught a young man, one of the people of Succoth, and questioned him. And he listed for him the officials and the elders of Succoth, 77 people. Then he came to the people of Succoth and said, here are Sabbath and Salmona, about whom you taunted me, saying, do you already have in your possession the hands of Sabbath and Salmona, that we should give bread to your troops who are exhausted? So he took the elders of the city, and he took thorns of the wilderness and briars, and with them he trampled the people of Succoth. He also broke down the tower of Penuel and killed the men of the city. Then he said to Seba and Salmona, what about the men whom you killed at Tabor? They answered, as you are, so were they, every one of them. They resembled the sons of a king. And he replied, they were my brothers, the son of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you have saved them alive, I would not kill you. So he said to Jether, his first born, go kill them. But the boy did not draw his sword, for he was afraid because he was still a boy. Then Sebath and Salmona said, you come and kill us. For us the man is so is his strength. So Gideon proceeded to kill Sabath and Salmona, and he took the crescents that were on the necks of their camels. Then the Israel said to Gideon, rule over us, you and your son and your grandson also, for you have delivered us out of the hand of Midians. Gideon said to them, I will not rule over you, and my son will not rule over you. The Lord will rule over you. Then Gideon said to them, let me make a request to you of you. Each of you give me an earning earring. He was taken as beauty. For the enemy had golden earrings because they were Ishmaelites. We will willingly give them. They answered. So they spread a garment and each threw into it an earring he had taken as booty. The weight of the golden earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, apart from the crescents and the pendants and the purple garments worn by the kings of Midian, and the collars that were on the necks of their camels. The Gideon made an ephod of it and put it in his town in Ophrah, and all Israel's prostituted themselves to it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and to his family. So Midian was subdued before the Israelites, and they lifted up their heads no more. So the land had a rest for 40 years in the days of Gideon. Jerub- Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went to live in his own house. Now Gideon had 70 sons, his own offspring, for he had many wives. His his concubine, who was in Shechem, also bore him a son. So he named him Abimelech. Then Gideon, son of Joash, died at good old age and was buried in the tomb of his father Joash at Ophrah of the Abiezrites. As soon as Gideon died, the Israelites replaced and prostituted themselves with the Baalas, making Baalarith their god. The Israelites did not remember the Lord their God, who had rescued them from the hand of all their enemies on every side. And they did not exhibit loyalty to the house of Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, in return for all the good and that he had done to Israel. Now Abimelech, son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem to his mother's kinsfolk and said to them and to the whole clan of his mother's family, say in the hearing of all the lords of Shechem, which is better for you, that all 70 of the sons of Jerubbaal rule over you, or that one rule over you. Remember also that I am your bone and your flesh. So his mother's kinsfolk spoke all these words on his behalf in the hearing of all the lords of Shechem, and their heart inclined to follow Abimelech, for they said, follow Abimelech, for they said, he is our brother. They gave him 70 pieces of silver out of the temple of Baalberith, with which Abimelech hired worthless and reckless fellows who followed him. He went to his father's house at Ophrah and killed his brothers, sons of Jerubbaal, 70 men on one stone. But Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, survived, for he did himself. He hid himself. Then all the lords of Shechem and all the Beth Millo came together, and they went and made Abimelech king by the oak of the pillars at Shechem. The parable of the trees. When it was told to Jotham, he went and stood on the top of Mount Gerizim and cried aloud and said to them, listen to me, you Lord of Shechem, so that God may listen to you. The trees once went out to anoint a king over themselves. So they said to the olive trees, reign over us. The olive tree answered them, shall I stop producing my rich oil, by which gods and mortals are honored? And so they sway over the trees. Then the tree said to the fig tree, you come and reign over us. But the fig tree answered them, shall I stop producing my sweetness and my delicious fruit, and go to sway over the trees? Then the tree said to the vine, you come and reign over us. But the vine said to them, shall I stop producing my wine and cheese God and mortals, and go and sway over the trees? So all the trees said to the bramble, you come and reign over us. And the bramble said to the trees, if in good faith you are, anoint me king over you, then come and take refuge in my shade. But if not, let fire come out of the bramble and devour the cedars of Lebanon. Now, therefore, if you acted in good faith and honor when you made Abimelech king, and if you have dealt well with the Jerubbaal and his house, and have done to him and his actions deserved, for my father fought for you and risked his life and rescued you from the hands of Midian, but you have risen up against my father's house this day, and have killed his son, 70 men on one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his slave woman, king over the lords of Shechem, because he is your kinsman. If I say you have acted in good faith and honor with Jerubbaal and with his house this day, then rejoice in Abimelech, and let him also rejoice in you. But if not, let fire come out from Abimelech and devour the lords of Shechem and Beth Millo, and let fire come out from the lords of Shechem and from Beth Millo, and devour Abimelech. Then Jotham ran away and fled, going to Beer, where he remained for fear of his brother Abimelech. The downfall of Abimelech. Abimelech ruled over Israel 3 years, but God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the lords of Shechem, and the Lord of Shechem dealt treacherously with Abimelech. This happened so that the violence done to the 70 sons of Zerubbabel might be avenged, and their blood be laid on their brother Abimelech who killed them, and on the lords of the Shechem, whose who strengthened his hands to kill his brothers. So, out of hostility to him, the lords of Shechem set um, ambushes on the mountain tops. They robbed all who passed by them along that way, and it was reported to Abimelech. When Gal, when Gal, son of Abed, moved to Shechem with his kinsfolk, the Lord of Shechem put confidence in him. They went out to the flood and gathered the grapes from their vineyard to trod them and celebrated. They went Then they went into the temple of their God, ate and drank, and ridiculed Abimelech. Galson, Galson of Abed said, Who is Abimelech, and who are we of Shechem, that we should serve him? Did not did not the son of Jerubbaal and Zebul, his officer, serve the man of Hamor, father of Shechem? Why then should we serve him? If only these people were under my command, then I would remove Abimelech. I would say to him, Increase your army and come out. When Zebul, the ruler of the city, heard the word of Gal, son of Abed, his anger was kindled. He sent messengers to Abimelech at Arumah, saying, Look, Gal, son of Abed, and his kinfolks have come to Shechem, and they are stirring they are stirring up the city against you. Now, therefore, go by night, you and the troops that are with you, and lie in wait in the fields. Then early in the morning, as soon as the sun rises, get up and rush on the city. And when he and the troops that are with him come out against you, you may deal with them the best you can. So Abimelech and all the troops with him got up by night and lay in wait against Shechem in four companies. When Gal, son of Abed, went out and stood in the entrance of the gate of the city, Abimelech and the troops with him rose from ambush. And when Gal saw them, he said to Zebul, Look, people are coming down from the mountain tops. And Zebul said to him, The shadows on the mountain look like people to you. Gal spoke again and said, Look, people are coming down from the Tabor, Tabores, and one company is coming from the direction of Elonmio name. Then Cebu said to him, Where is your boast now? You who said, Who is who is Abimelech that we should serve him? Are not these the troops you made light of? Go out now and fight with them. So Gal went out at the head of the lords of Shechem and fought with Abimelech. Abimelech chased him and he fled before him. Many fell wounded up in the entrance of the gate. So Abimelech resided at Arumah, and Zebul drove out Gal and his kinsfolk so that they could not live on at Shechem. On the following day on the following day, the people went out into the fields. When Abimelech was told, he took his troops and divided them into 3 companies and lay in wait in the fields. When he looked and saw the people coming out of the city, he rose against them and killed them. Abimelech and the company that was with him rushed forward and stood at the entrance of the gate of the city, while the 2 companies rushed on all who were in the fields and killed them. Abimelech fought against the city all the day. He took the city and killed the people that were in it. And he razed the city and sowed it with salt. When all the lords of the tower of Shechem heard of it, they entered the stronghold of the temple of El Beerith. Abimelech was told that all the lords of the tower of Shechem were gathered together. So Abimelech went up to the Mount Salmon, he and all the troops that were in with him. Abimelech took an axe in his hand and cut down a bundle of brushwood and took it up and laid it on his shoulder. Then he said to the troops with him, "What you have seen me do, do quickly as I have done." So every one of the troops cut down the bundle and following Abimelech put it against the stronghold, and they set the stronghold on fire over them, so that all the people of the tower of Shechem also died, about 1,000 men and women. Then Abimelech went to Thebes and encamped against the base and took it. Against Thebes and took it. But there was a strong tower within the city, and all the men and the women and all the lords of the city fled to it and shut down themselves in. And they went to the roof of the tower. Abimelech came to the tower and fought against it, and came near to the entrance of the tower to burn it with the fire. But a certain woman threw an upper upper millstone on Abimelech's head and crushed his skull. Immediately he called to the young man who carried his armor and said to him, "Draw your sword and kill me, so people will not say about me, 'A woman killed him.'" So the young man thrust him through and he died. When the Israelites saw that Abimelech was dead, they all went home. Thus God repaid Abimelech for the crime he committed against his father in killing his 70 brothers, and God also made all the wickedness of the people of Shechem fall back on their heads, and on them came the curse of Jotham, son of Jerubbaal. Judges chapter 10. Thala and Jair. After Abimelech, Tola, son of Pua, son of Dodo, a man of Ishashar, who lived in the Shamir in the hill country of Ephraim, rose to deliver Israel. He judged Israel 23 years. Then he died and was buried at Shamir. After him came Jair, the Gilead Gilead, Gilead, who judged Israel 22 years. And he had 30 sons who rode on 30 donkeys, and they had 30 towns which are in the land of Gilead and are called Hova, Havoth, 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 to this day. Jair died and was buried in Camon, oppression by Ammonites. The Israelites again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, worshipping the Baalas and the Astartes, the gods of Aram, the gods of Sidon, the gods of Moab, and the gods of Ammonites, and the gods of Philis. Philistines. Thus they abandoned the Lord and did not worship him. So the anger of the Lord has kindled against the Israelites and sold them into the hand of Philistines and into the hand of Ammonites. And they crushed and oppressed the Israelites that year. For 18 years, they've oppressed all the Israelites that were beyond the Jordan in the land of Amorites, which is in Gilead. The Ammonites also crossed to the Jordan to fight against Judah and against Benjamin and against the house of Ephraim, so that Israel was greatly distressed. So the Israelites cried to the Lord, saying, "We have sinned against you, because we have abandoned our God and have worshipped the Baals." And the Lord said to the Israelites, "Did I not deliver you from Egyptian and from the Amorites, from the Ammonites and from the Philistines, then the Sidonians also, and the Amalekites, Amalekites and the Maonites oppressed you, and you cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand. Yet you have abandoned me and worshipped other gods. Therefore I will deliver you no more. God, go and cry to the gods whom you have chosen. Let them deliver you in the time of your distress." And Israel said to the Lord, "We have sinned. We have sinned. Do to us whatever seems good to you, but deliver us this day." So they put away foreign gods from among them and worshipped the Lord, and he could no longer bear to see Israel suffer. Then the Ammonites were called to arms, and they encamped in Gilead, and the Israelites came together and they encamped at Mizpah. The commanders of people of the Gilead said to one another, "Who will begin to fight against the Ammonites? He shall be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead." Jephthah. Now,
Slow-mo.
now,
Slow-mo.
correct, no.
Barikimore, Judges chapter 11. Now Jephthah, the Gilead's, now the son of a prostitute, was a mighty warrior. Gilead was the father of Jephthah. Gilead's wife also bore him sons, and when his wife's sons grew up, they drove Jephthah away, saying to him, "You shall not inherit anything into our father's house, for you are the son of another woman." Then Jephthah fled from his brothers and lived in the land of Tob. Outlaws collected around Jephthah and went raiding with him. After a time, the Ammonites made war against Israel. And when the Ammonites made war against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to bring Jephthah from the land of Tob. They said to Jephthah, "Come and be our commander, so that we may fight with the Ammonites." But Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, "Are you not the very one who rejected me and drove me out of my father's house? So why do you have to come to me now when you are in trouble?" The elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "Nevertheless, we have now turned back to you, so that you may go with us and fight with the Ammonites, and we come head over us and all the inhabitants of Gilead." Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, "If you bring me home again to fight with the Ammonites, and the Lord gives them over to me, I will be your head." And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "The Lord will be witness between us. We will surely do as you say." So Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and commander over them. And Jephthah spoke all his words before the Lord and Mizpah. Then Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites and said, "What is there between you and me, that you have come to me to fight against my land?" The king of Ammonites answered the messengers of Jephthah, "Because Israel, on coming from Egypt, took away my land from the Arnon to the Jabbok and to the Jordan. Now, therefore, restore it peaceably." Once again, Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites and said to him, "Thus say Jephthah, Israel did not take away the land of Moab or the land of the Ammonites, but when they came up from Egypt, Israel went through the wilderness to the Red Sea and came to Kadesh. Israel then sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, "Let us pass through your land." But the king of Edom would not listen. They also sent to the king of Moab, but he would not consent. So Israel remained at Kadesh. Then they journeyed through the wilderness, went around the land of Edom and the land of Moab, arrived on the east side of the land of Moab, and camped on the other side of the Arnon. They did not enter the territory of Moab, for the Arnon was the boundary of Moab. Israel then sent messengers to King Sihon of the Amorites, king of Heshbon, and Israel said to him, "Let us pass through your land to our country." But Sihon did not ask Israel to pass through his territory. So Sihon gathered all his people together and encamped at Jahaz and fought with Israel. Then the Lord, the God of Israel, gave Sihon and all his people into the hands of Israel, and they defeated them. So Israel occupied all the land of the Amorites who inhabited that country. They occupied all the territory of the Amorites from the Arnon to the Jabbok, and from the wilderness to the Jordan. So now the Lord, the God of Israel, has conquered the Amorites for the benefit of the people Israel. Do you intend to take their place? Should you not possess what your God, Chemosh, gives you to possess? And should we not be the ones to possess everything that the Lord our God has conquered from our benefit? Now are you any better than King Balak, son of Zippor of Moab? Did he ever enter into conflict with Israel, or did he ever go to them? While Israel lived in Heshbon and his villages, and in Aroer and his villages, and in all the towns that are along the Arnon 300 years. Why did you not recover them within that time? It is not I who has sinned against you, but you are the one who does me wrong by making war on me. Let the Lord, who is judge, decide today for the Israelites or for the Ammonites. But the king of the Ammonites did not heed the message that Jephthah sent him. Then the spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed through Gilead and Manasseh. He passed on to Mizpah of Gilead, and from Mizpah of Gilead he passed on to the Ammonites. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, if you will give the Ammonites into my hands, then whoever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return victorious from the Ammonites, shall be the Lord's to be offered up by me as a burnt offering. So Jephthah crossed over to the Ammonites to fight against them, and the Lord gave them into his hands. He inflicted a massive defeat on them from Aroer to the neighborhood of Minnith, 20 towns, and as far as Abel Lakerman, so that Ammonites were subdued before the people of Israel. Then Jephthah came to his home at Mizpah, and there was his daughter coming out to meet him with timbrels and with dancing. She was his only child. He had no son or daughter except her. When he saw her, he tore his clothes and said, alas, my daughter, you have brought me very low. You have become the cause of great trouble to me. For I have opened my mouth to the Lord, and I cannot take back my words. She said to him, my father, if you have opened your mouth to the Lord, do to me according to what has gone out of your mouth. Now that the Lord has given your vengeance against your enemies, the Ammonites, and she said to her father, let this thing be done for me. Grant me 2 months so that I may go and wander on the mountains and bewail my virginity. My companions and I go, he said, and sent her away for 2 months. So she and her companions and bewailed her virginity on the mountains, and the end of 2 months, she returned to her father, who did with her according to the vows he had made. She had never slept with a man, so there arose an Israelite custom that for 4 days every year the daughters of Israel would go out to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite. Judges chapter 12. The men of Ephraim were called to arms, and they crossed to Zaphon and said to Jephthah, why did you cross over to fight against the Ammonites and did not call us to go with you? We will burn your house down over you. Jephthah said to them, my people and I were engaged in conflict with the Ammonites, who oppressed us severely. But when I called you, you did not deliver me from their hand. When I saw that you would not deliver me, I took my life in my hand and crossed over against the Ammonites, and the Lord gave them into my hands. Why then have you come up to me this day to fight against me? Then Jephthah gathered all the men of Gilead and fought with Ephraim. And the men of Gilead defeated Ephraim because they said, "You are fugitives from Ephraim, you Gileadites in the heart of Ephraim and Manasseh." Then the Gileadites took the fords of the Jordan against the Ephraimites. Whenever one of the few did the wives of Ephraim said, "Let me go over," the men of Gilead would say to him, "Are you any Ephraimite?" When he said no, they said to him, they say, "Sibboleth," and he said, "Sibboleth," for he could not pronounce it right. Then they seized him and killed him at the fords of the Jordan. For 42,000 of the Ephraimites fell at that time. Jephthah judged Israel 6 years. Then Jephthah the Gileadite died and was buried in his town in Gilead. After him, Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons. He gave his 30 daughters in marriage outside his clan and brought in 30 young women from outside for his son. He judged Israel 7 years. Then Ibzan died and was buried at Bethlehem. After him, alone the Zebulite judged Israel. Then he judged Israel 10 years. Then alone the Zebulite died and was buried at Aijalon in the land of Zebulun. After him, Abodon, son of Hillel, the Pirathonite, judged Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 grandsons who rode on 70 donkeys. He judged Israel 8 years. Then Abdon, son of Hillel, the Pirathonite, died and was buried at Pirathon in the land of Ephraim, in the hill country of Amalekites. The Israelites again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord gave them into the hand of the Philistines 40 years. There was a certain man of Zorah, of the tribe of the Danites, whose name was Manoah. His wife was barren, having borne no children, and the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, "Although you are barren, having borne no children, you shall conceive and bear a son. Now be careful not to drink wine or strong drink, or to eat anything unclean, for you shall conceive and bear a son. No razor is to come on his head, for the boy shall be a Nazarite to the God from birth. It is he who shall begin to deliver Israel from the hands of the Philistines." Then the woman came and told her husband, "A man of God came to me, and his appearance was like that of an angel of God, most awe-inspiring. I did not ask him where he came from, and he did not tell me his name. But he said to me, 'You shall conceive and bear a son. So then drink no wine or strong drink, and eat nothing unclean. For the boy shall be Nazarite to God, from birth to the day of his death. Then Manoha entreated the Lord and said, "O Lord, I pray, let the man of God whom you send come to us again and teach us what we are to do concerning the boy who God listened to Manoha, and the angel of God came again to the woman as she sat in the field. But her husband Manoha was not with her. So the woman ran quickly and told her husband, "The man who came to me the other day has appeared to me." Manoha got up and followed his wife and came to the man and said to him, "Are you the man who spoke to this woman?" And he said, "I am." Then Manoha said, "Now, when your words come true, what is to be the boy's rule of life? What is he to do?" The angel of the Lord said to Manoha, "Let the woman give heed to all that I said to her. She may not eat anything that comes from the wine. She is not to drink wine or strong drink or eat any unclean things. She is to observe everything that I commanded her." Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "Allow us to detain you and prepare a kid for you." The angel of the Lord said to Manoah, "If you detain me, I will not eat your food. But if you want to prepare a burnt offering, then offer it to the Lord." For Manoah did not know that he was the angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "What is your name? So that we may honor you when your words come true." But the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why do you ask my name? It is too wonderful." So Manoah took the kids with the grain offering and offered it on the rock to the Lord, to him who works wonders. When the flame went up toward heaven from the altar, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar, while Manoah and his wife looked on, and they fell on their faces to the ground. The angel of the Lord did not appear again to Manoah and his wife. Then Manoah realized that it was the angel of the Lord, and Manoah said to his wife, "We shall surely die, for we have seen God." But his wife said to him, "If the Lord has meant to kill us, he would not have a burnt offering and grain offering at our hands, or shown us all these things, or now announced to us such things as these." The woman bore a son and named him Samson. The boy grew, and the Lord blessed him. The Spirit of the Lord began to stir him in Mahanadan between Zorah and Eshtaol. Judges chapter 14. Once Samson went down to Timnah, and at Timnah he saw a Philistine woman. And then he came up and told his father and mother, "I saw a Philistine woman at Timnah, and get, now get her for me as my wife." But his father and mother said to him, "Is there not a woman among your kin or among all our people that you must go take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines?" But Samson said to his father, "Get her for me because she teases me. His father and mother did not know that this was from the Lord, for he was seeking a pretext to act against the Philistines. At that time, the Philistines had the Philist against the at that time the Philistines had dominance over Israel. Then Samson went down with his father and mother to Timnah. When he came to the vineyard of Timnah, suddenly a young lion roared at him. The Spirit of the Lord rushed on him, and he tore the lion apart barehanded, as one might tear apart a kid. But he did not tell his father or his mother what he had done. Then he went down and talked with a woman, and she pleased Samson. After a while, he returned to marry her, and she turned aside to see the carcass of the lion, and there was a swarm of bees in the body of the lion, and honey. He scraped it out into his hands and went on eating as he went. When he came to his father and mother, he gave some to them, and they ate it. But he did not tell them that he had taken the honey from the carcass of the lion. His father went down to the woman, and Samson made a feast there, as the young men were, were accustomed to do. When the people saw him, they brought 30 companions to be with him. Samson said to them, "Let me now put a riddle to you. If you can explain it to me within the 7 days of the feast and find it out, then I will give you 30 linen garments and 30 feasted garments. But if you cannot explain it to me, then you shall give me 30 linen garments and 30 feasted garments." So they said to him, "Ask your riddle. Let us hear it." He said to them, "Out of the eater came something to eat, out of the strong came something sweet. But for 3 days they could not explain the riddle. On the fourth day, they said to Samson's wife, 'Coax your husband to explain the riddle to us, or we will burn you and your father's house with fire. Have you invited us here to improv- improvise us?' So Samson's wife wept before him, saying, 'You hate me. You do not really love me. You have asked a riddle of my people, but you have not explained it to me.' He said to her, 'Look, I have not told my father or my mother. Why should I tell you?' She wept before him the 7 days that their feast lasted. And because she nagged him on the seventh day, he told her. Then she explained the riddle to her people. The men of the town said to him on the seventh day, before the sun went down, 'What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion?' And he said to them, 'If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have found out my riddle.' Then the Spirit of the Lord rushed on him, and he went down to Ashkelon. He killed 30 men of the town, took the spoil, and gave the feasted garments to those who had explained the riddle. In hot anger, he went back to his father's house, and Samson's wife was given to the companion who had been his best man. Judges chapter 15. After a while, at the time of the wheat harvest, Samson went to visit his wife, bringing along a kid. He said, I want to go out into my wife's room. But her father would not allow him to go in. Her father said, I was sure that you had rejected her, so I gave her to your companion. Is not her youngest sister prettier than she? Why not take her instead? Samson said to them, this time when I do mischief to them, mischief to the Philistines, I will be without blame. So Samson went and caught 300 foxes and took some torches, and he turned the fox's tail to tail and put a torch between each pair of tails. When he had set fire to the torches, he let the foxes go into standing grain of the Philistines and burned up the shocks and the standing grain, as well as the vineyard and olive groves. Then the Philistine asked, who has done this? And they said, Samson, the son in law of the Temanite, because he has taken Samson's wife and given her to his companion. So the Philistines came up and burned her and her father. Samson said to them, if this is what you do, I swear, I will not stop until I have taken revenge on you. He struck them down, hip and thigh, with great slaughter, and he went down and stayed in the sled of the rock of Etam. Then the Philistines came up and encamped in Judah and made a raid on Lehi. The men of Judah said, why have you come up against us? They said, we have come up to bind Samson, to do to him as he did to us. Then 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cleft of the rock of Adam, and they said to Samson, do you know that Philistines are rulers over us? What they have you done to us? He replied, as they did to me, so I have done to them. They said to them, we have come down to bind you, so that we may give you into the hands of the Philistines. Samson answered them, swear to me that you yourself will not attack me. They said to him, no, we will only bind you and give you into their hands. We will not kill you. So they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the rocks. When he came to Lehi, the Philistines came shouting to meet him, and the Spirit of the Lord rushed on him, and the ropes that were on his arms became like flax
Slow-mo, समय time is over.
that has caught fire and is bound, melted of hands. Barikimol, Judges chapter 15, verse 14.
Okay.
Then he found the fresh jawbone of a donkey, reached down and took it, and with it he killed 1,000 men. And Samson said, with the jawbone of a donkey, heaps upon heaps, with the jawbone of a donkey I have slain 1,000 men. When he had finished speaking, and threw away the jawbone, and that place was called Ramath Lehi. By then he was very thirsty, and he called on the Lord, saying, you have granted this great victory by the hand of your servant. Am I now to die of thirst and fall into the hands of the uncircumcised? And so God split open the hollow place that is at Lehi, and water came from it. When he drank, his spirit returned and he revived. Therefore it was named Enhak Kori, which is at Lehi to this day. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines 20 years. Judges chapter 16. Once Samson went to Gaza, where he saw a prostitute and went into her. The Gazites were told, Samson has come here. And so they circled around and lay in wait for him all night at the city gate. They kept quiet all night, thinking, let us wait until the light of the morning, then we will kill him. But Samson lay only until midnight. Then at midnight he rose up, took hold of the doors of the city gate and the two posts, pulled them up, bar and all, put them on his shoulder, and carried them to the top of the hill that is in front of Hebron. After this, he fell in love with a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. The lords of the Philistines came to her and said, coax him and find out what makes his strength so great, and how we may overpower him, so that we may bind him in order to subdue him, and we will each give you 1100 pieces of silver. So Delilah said to Samson, please tell me what makes your strength so great, and how you could be bound so that the one subdued you. Samson said to her, if they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings that are not dried out, then I shall become weak and be like anyone else. Then the Lord of the Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings that had not dried out, and she bound him with them, while men were laying in wait in an inner chamber. She said to him, the Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he snapped the bowstrings as a strand of fiber snaps when it touches the fire, and so the secret of his strength was not known. Then Delilah said to Samson, you have mocked me and told me lies. Please tell me how you could be bound. He said to her, if they bind me with new ropes that have not been used, then I shall become weak and be like anyone else. So Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them, and said to him, the Philistines are upon you, Samson. The men lying in wait were in an inner chamber, but he snapped the ropes off his arms like a thread. Then Delilah said to Samson, until now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me how you could be bound. He said to her, if you weave the 7 locks of my head with a web and make it tight with a pin, then I shall become weak and be like anyone else. And so while he slept, Delilah took the 7 locks of his head and wove them into the web, and made them tight with the pin. Then she said to him, the Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he awoke from his sleep and pulled away the pin, the loom, and the web. Then she said to him, how can you say I love you when your heart is not with me? You have mocked me 3 times now and have not told me what makes your strength so great. Finally, after she nagged him with her words day after day and pestered him, he was tired to death. And so he told her his whole secret and said to her, a razor has never come upon my head, for I have been a Nazarite to God from my mother's womb. If my head were shaved, then my strength would leave me. I would become weak and be like anyone else. When Delilah realized that he had told her his whole secret, he sent and called the lords of the Philistines, saying, this time come up, for he has told his whole secret to me. Then the lords of the Philistines came up to her and brought the money in their hands. She let him fall asleep on her lap, and she called a man and had him shave off the 7 locks of his head. He began to weaken, and his strength left him. Then she said, the Philistines are upon you, Samson. When he awoke from his sleep, he thought, I will go out as at other times and shake myself free. But he did not know that the Lord had left him. So the Philistines seized him and gouged out his eyes. They brought him down to Gaza and bound him with bronze shackles, and he ground at the mill in the prison. But the hair of his head began to grow again after it had been shaved. Now the Lord of the Philistines gathered to offer a great sacrifice to their god Dagon, and to rejoice, for they said, our God has given Samson, our enemy, into our hand. When the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, our God has given our enemy into our hand, the ravager of the country, who has killed many of us. And when their hearts were merry, they said, call Samson, and let him entertain us. And so they called Samson out of the prison, and he performed for them. They made him stand between the pillars, and Samson said to the attendant who held him by the hand, let me feel the pillars on which the house rests, so that I may lean against them. Now the house was full of men and women. All the lords of the Philistines were there. And on the roof there were about 3,000 men and women, who looked down while Samson performed. Then Samson called to the Lord and said, Lord God, remember me and strengthen me only this once, O God, so that with this one act of revenge, I may pay back to the Philistines for my 2 eyes. And Samson grasped the two middle pillars on which the house rested, and he leaned his weight against them, his right hand on the one, and his left hand on the other. Then Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." He strained with all his might, and the house fell on the lords and all the people who were in it. So he killed at his death. So those he killed at his death were more than those who he had killed during his life. Then his brothers and all his family came and took him and brought him up and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of his father Manoah. As he and he had judged Israel for 20 years. Judges chapter 17. There was a man in the hill country of Ephraim whose name was Micah. He said to his mother, "The 1100 pieces of silver that were taken from you, about which you uttered a curse, and even spoke it in my hearing, that silver is in my possession. I took it, but now I shall return it to you." And his mother said, "May my son be blessed by the Lord." Then he returned the 1100 pieces of silver to his mother. And his mother said, "I consecrate the silver to the Lord from my hand for my son, to make an idol of cast metal." And so, when he returned the money to his mother took 200 pieces of silver and gave it to the silversmith, who made it into an idol of cast metal, and it was in the house of Micah. This man, Micah, had a shrine. He made an ephod and a teraphim, installed one of his sons, who became his priest. In those days, there was no king in Israel. All people did what was right in their own eyes. Now there was a young man of Bethlehem in Judah, of the clan of Judah. He was a Levite residing there. This man left the town of Bethlehem in Judah to live wherever he could find a place. He came to the house of Micah in the hill country of Ephraim to carry on his work. And Micah said to him, "From where do you come?" He replied, "I am a Levite of Bethlehem in Judah. I am going to live wherever I can find a place." Then Micah said to him, "Stay with me and be to me a father and a priest, and I will give you 10 pieces of silver a year, a set of clothes, and your living." The Levite agreed to stay with the man, and the young man became to him like one of his sons. So Micah installed the Levite, and the young man became his priest, and was in the house of Micah. Then Micah said, "Now I know that the Lord will prosper me, because the Levite has become my priest." Judges chapter 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and in those days the tribe of Danites was seeking for itself a territory to live in. For until then no territory among the tribes of Israel had been allotted to them. So the Danites sent 5 valiant men from the whole number of their clan, from Zorah and from Estaol, to spy out the land and to go explore it. And they said to them, "Go explore the land." When they came to the hill country of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, they stayed there. While they were at Micah's house, they recognized the voice of the young Levite. So they went over and asked him, "Who brought you here? What are you doing in this place? What is your business here?" He said to them, "Micah did such and such for me, and he hired me, and I have become his priest." Then they said to him, "Inquire of God that we may know whether the mission we are undertaking will succeed." The priest replied, "Go in peace. The mission you are on is under the eye of the Lord." The 5 men went on, and when they came to Laish, they observed the people who were there living securely, after the manner of the Sidonians, quiet and unsuspecting, lacking nothing on earth, and possessing wealth. Furthermore, they were far from the Sidonians and had no dealings with Aram. When they came to their kinsfolk at Zorah and Estaol, they said to him, "What do you report?" They said, "Come, let us go up against them, for we have seen the land and it is very good. Will you do nothing? Do not be slow to go, but enter in and possess the land. When you go, you will come to an unsuspecting people. The land is broad, God has indeed given it into your hands, a place where there is no lack of anything on earth." 600 men of the Danite clan, armed with weapons of war, set out from Zorah and Eshtaol, and went up and camped at Kiriath Jearim in Judah. On this account, that place is called Mahanedan to this day. It is west of Kiriath Jearim. From there they passed down to the hill country of Ephraim and came to the house of Micah. Then the 5 men who had gone to spy out the land, that is Laish, said to their comrades, "Do you know that in these buildings there are an ephod, teraphim, and an idol of cast metal? Now therefore consider what you will do." So they turned in that direction and came to the house of the young Levite at the home of Micah and greeted him. While the 600 men of the Danites, armed with their weapons of war, stood by the entrance of the gate, the 5 men who had gone to spy out the land proceeded to enter and take the idol of cast metal, the ephod, and the teraphim. The priest was standing by the entrance of the gate with the 600 men armed with the weapons of war. When the man went into Micah's house and took the idol of cast metal, the ephod, and the teraphim, the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" They said to him, "Keep quiet, put your hand over your mouth, and come with us, and be to us a father and a priest. Is it better for you to be a priest to the house of one person, or to be a priest to a tribe and clan in Israel?" Then the priest accepted this offer. He took the ephod, the teraphim, and the idol, and went along with the people. So they resumed their journey, putting the little ones, the livestock, and the goods in front of them. When they were some distance from the home of Micah, the men who were in the houses near Micah's house were called out, and they overtook the Danites. They shouted to the Danites, who turned around and said to Micah, "What is the matter that you come with such a company?" He replied, "You take my gods that I made, and the priests, and go away, and what have I left? How then can you ask me, what is the matter?" And the Danites said to him, "You had better not let your voice be heard among us, or else hot tempered fellows will attack you, and you will lose your life and the lives of your household." That the Danites went their way. When Micah saw that they were too strong for them, he turned and went back to his home. The Danites, having taken what Micah had made, and the priests that belonged to him, came to Laish, to a people quiet and unsuspecting, put them to the sword, burned down the city. There was no deliverer, because it was far from Sidon, and they had no dealings with Aram. It was in the valley that they belonged to Beth Rehob. They rebuilt the city and lived in it. They named the city Dan after their ancestor Dan, who was born to Israel. But the name of the city was formerly Laish. Then the Danites set up the idols for themselves. Jonathan, son of Gershom, son of Moses, and his sons were priests to the tribe of the Danites until the time the land went to the captivity. So they maintained as their own Micah's idol that he had made, and as long as the house of God was at Shiloh. Judges chapter 19. In those days, when there was no king in Israel, a certain Levite, residing in the remote parts of the hill country of Ephraim, took to himself a concubine from Bethlehem in Judah. But his concubine became angry with him, and she went away with him from him to her father's house at Bethlehem in Judah. And there were some 4 months.
Then her husband set out after her to speak tenderly to her and bring her back. He had with him his servant and a couple of donkeys. When he reached her father's house, the girl the girl's father saw him and came with joy to meet him. His father-in-law, the girl's father, made him stay, and he remained with him 3 days. So they ate and drank, and he stayed there. On the fourth day, they got up early in the morning, and he prepared to go. But the girl's father said to his son-in-law, "Fortify yourself with a bit of food, and after that you may go." So the 2 men sat and ate and drank together. And the girl's father said to the man, "Why not spend the night and enjoy yourself?" When the man got up to go, his father-in-law kept urging him until he spent the night there again. On the fifth day, he got up early in the morning to leave. And the girl's father said, "Fortify yourself." So they lingered until the day declined, and the two of them ate and drank. When the man with his concubine and his servant got up to leave, his father-in-law, the girl's father, said to him, "Look, the day has worn on until it is almost evening. Spend the night. See, the day has drawn to a close. Spend the night here and enjoy yourself. Tomorrow you can get up early in the morning for your journey and go home. But the man would not spend the night. He got up and departed and arrived opposite Evers, that is Jerusalem. He had with him a couple of saddle donkeys, and his concubine was with him. When they were near Jebus, the day was far spent, and the servant said to his master, come now, let us turn aside to the city of the Jebusites and spend the night in it. But his master said to him, we will not turn aside into a city of foreigners who do not belong to the people of Israel, but we will continue on to Gibeah. Then he said to his servant, come, let us try to reach one of these places and spend the night at Gibeah or at Ramah. So they passed on and went their way, and the sun went down on them near Gibeah, which belongs to Benjamin. They turned aside there to go in and spend the night at Gibeah. He went in and sat down in the open square of the city, but no one took them in to spend the night. Then at evening there was an old man coming from his work in the field. The man was from the hill country of Ephraim, and he was residing in Gibeah. The people of the place were Benjaminites. When the old man looked up and saw the wayfarer in the open square of the city, he said, where are you going and where do you come from? He answered him, we are passing from Bethlehem in Judah to the remote parts of the hill country of Ephraim, from which I come. I went to Bethlehem in Judah, and I am going to my home. Nobody has offered to take me in. We, your servants, have straw and fodder for our donkeys, with bread and wine for me and the woman and the young man along with us. We need nothing more. The old man said, peace be to you. I will care for all your wants. Only do not spend the night in the square. So he brought him into his house and fed the donkeys. They washed their feet and ate and drank. While they were enjoying themselves, the men of the city, a perverse lot, surrounded the house and started pounding on the door. They said to the old man, the master of the house, bring out the man who came into your house, so that we may have intercourse with him. And the man, the master of the house, went out to them and said to them, no, my brothers, do not act so wickedly, since this man is my guest, and do not do this wild thing. Here are my virgin daughter and his concubine. Let me bring them out now. Ravish them and do whatever you want to them. But against this man, do not do such a wild thing. But the men would not listen to him. So the man seized his concubine and put her out to them. They wantonly raped her and abused her all through the night until the morning. And as the dawn began to break, they let her go. As morning appeared, the woman came and fell down at the door of the man's house where her master was, until it was light.
In the morning, her master got up, opened the doors of the house, and when he went out to go on his way, there was his concubine lying at the door of the house, with her hands on the threshold. Get up, he said to her, we are going. But there was no answer. Then he put her on the donkey, and the man set out for his home. When he had entered his house, he took a knife and, grasping his concubine, he cut her into 12 pieces, limb by limb, and sent her throughout all the territory of Israel. Then he commanded the men whom he sent, saying, thus shall you say to all the Israelites, has such a thing ever happened? Since the day that Israel came up from the land of Egypt until this day, consider it, take counsel, and speak out. Judges chapter 20. Then all the Israelites came out from Dan to Beersheba, including the land of Gilead, and the congregation assembled in one body before the Lord at Mizpah. The chiefs of all the people of all the tribes of Israel presented themselves in the assembly of the people of God. 400,000 foot soldiers bearing arms. Now the Benjaminites heard that the people of Israel had gone up to Mizpah, and the Israelites said, "Tell us, how did this criminal act come about?" The Levite, the husband of the woman who was murdered, answered, "I came to Gibeah that belongs to Benjamin, I and my concubine, to spend the night. The lords of Gibeah rose up against me and surrounded the house at night. They intended to kill me, and they raped my concubine until she died. Then I took my concubine and cut her into pieces and sent her throughout the whole extent of Israel's territory, for they have committed a vile outrage in Israel. So now, you Israelites, all of you, give your advice and counsel here." All the people got up as one, saying, "We will not any of us go to our tents, nor will any of us return to our houses. But now, this is what we will do to Gibeah. We will go up against it by lot. We will take 10 men of 100 throughout all the tribes of Israel, and 100 of 1,000, and 1,000 of 10,000, to bring provisions for the troops who are going to repay Gibeah of Benjamin for all the disgrace that they have done in Israel. So all the men of Israel gathered against the city, united as one. The tribes of Israel sent men throughout all the tribe of Benjamin, saying, "What crime is this that has been committed among you? Now then, hand over those scoundrels in Gibeah, so that we may put them to death and purge the evil from Israel." But the Benjaminites would not listen to their kinsfolk, the Israelites. The Benjaminites came together out of the towns to Gibeah to go out to battle against the Israelites. On that day, the Benjaminites mustered 26,000 armed men from their towns, besides the inhabitants of Gibeah. Of all this force, there were 700 picked men who were left handed. Everyone could sling a stone at a hare and not miss. And the Israelites, apart from Benjamin, mustered 400,000 armed men, all of them warriors. The Israelites proceeded to go up to Bethel, where they inquired of God, "Which of us shall go up first to battle against the Benjaminites?" And the Lord answered, "Judah shall go up first." Then the Israelites got up in the morning and encamped against Gibeah. The Israelites went out to battle against Benjamin, and the Israelites drew up the battle line against them at Gibeah. The Benjaminites came out of Gibeah and struck down on that day 22,000 of the Israelites. The Israelites went up and wept before the Lord until the evening, and they inquired of the Lord, "Shall we again draw near to battle against our kinsfolk, the Benjaminites?" And the Lord said, "Go up against them." The Israelites took courage and again formed the battle line in the same place where they had formed it on the first day. So the Israelites advanced against the Benjaminites the second day. And Benjamin moved out against them from Gibeah the second day and struck down 18,000 of Israelites, all of them armed men. Then all the Israelites, the whole army, went back to Bethel and wept, sitting there before the Lord. They fasted that day until evening. Then they offered burnt offerings and sacrifices of well being before the Lord. And the Israelites inquired of the Lord, for the ark of covenant of God was there in those days, and Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, ministered before it in those days, saying, "Shall we go out once more to battle against our kinsfolk, the Benjaminites, or shall we desist?" The Lord answered, "Go up, for tomorrow I will give them into your hand." So Israel stationed men in ambush around Gibeah. Then the Israelites went up against the Benjaminites on the third day and set themselves in array against Gibeah as before. When the Benjaminites went out against the army, they were drawn away from the city. As before, they began to inflict casualties on the troops along the main roads, one of which goes up to Bethel and the other to Gibeah, as well as in the open country, killing about 30 men of Israel. The Benjaminites thought they are being routed before us as previously. But the Israelites said, let us retreat and draw them away from the city towards the roads. The main body of the Israelites drew back its battle line to Baal Tamar, while those Israelites who were in ambush rushed out of their place west of Geba. There came against Gibeah 10,000 picked men out of all Israel, and the battle was fierce. But the Benjaminites did not realize that disaster was close upon them. The Lord defeated Benjamin before Israel, and the Israelites destroyed 25,100 men of Benjamin that day, all of them armed. Then the Benjaminites saw that they were defeated. The Israelites gave ground to Benjamin because they trusted to the troops in ambush that they had stationed against Gibeah. The troops in ambush rushed quickly upon Gibeah. Then they put the whole city to the sword. Now the agreement between the main body of Israel and the men in ambush was that when they sent up a cloud of smoke out of the city, the main body of Israel should turn in battle. But Benjamin had begun to inflict casualties on the Israelites, killing about 30 of them. So they thought, surely they are defeated before us, as in the first battle. But when the cloud, a column of smoke, began to rise out of the city, the Benjaminites looked behind them, and there was the whole city going up in smoke toward the sky. Then the main body of Israel turned, and the Benjaminites were dismayed, for they saw that disaster was close upon them. Therefore, they turned away from the Israelites in the direction of the wilderness. But the battle overtook them, and those who came out of the city were slaughtering them in between. Cutting down the Benjaminites, they pursued them for Noah and trode them down as far as a place east of Gibeah. 18,000 Benjaminites fell, all of them courageous fighters. When they turned and fled toward the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon, 5,000 of them were cut down on the main roads, and they were pursued as far as Gidom, and 2,000 of them were slain. So all who fell that day of Benjamin were 25,000 arms bearing men, all of them courageous fighters. But 600 turned and fled toward the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon and remained at the rock of Rimmon for 4 months. Meanwhile, the Israelites turned back against Benjaminites and put them to the sword, and the city, the people, the animals, and all that remained. Also, the remaining towns they set on fire. Judges chapter 21. Now
Slow-mo.
the
Slow-mo. Time is over.
Barak Mode, Judges chapter 21.
Okay.
Do we need to start reading from 21?
Yes.
Okay. I'll read. My son is not, I guess he's on mute. He's on the bridge. Okay. Now the men of Israel had sworn at Mizpah, no one of us shall give his daughter in marriage to Benjamin. And the people came to Bethel and sat there till evening before God, and they lifted up their voices and wept bitterly. And they said, O Lord, the God of Israel, why has this come past in Israel, that there should be today one tribe lacking in Israel? And on the morrow of the people rose early and built there an altar and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. And the people of Israel said, which of all the tribes of Israel did not come up in the assembly to the Lord? For they had taken a great oath concerning him who did not come up to the Lord to Mizpah, saying, he shall be put to death. And the people of Israel had compassion for Benjamin, their brother, and said, one tribe is cut off from Israel this day. What shall we do for wives for those who are left? Since we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them any of our daughters for wives. And they said, what one is there of the tribes of Israel that did not come up to the Lord to Mizpah? And behold, no one had come to the camp from Jabesh Gilead to the assembly. For when the people were mustered, behold, not one of the inhabitants of Jabesh uh, Gilead was there. So the congregation sent thither 12,000 of their bravest men and commanded them, go and smite the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edge of the sword, also the woman and the little ones. This is what you shall do. Every male and every woman that has lain with a male, you shall utterly destroy. And they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had not known man by lying with him. And they brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. Then the whole congregation sent word to the Benjaminites who were at the rock of Rimmon and proclaimed peace to them. And Benjamin returned at that time, and they gave them the woman whom they had saved alive of the woman of Jabesh Gilead, but they did not suffice for them. And the people had compassion on Benjamin because the Lord has made a breach in the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, what shall we do for wives for those who are left, since the women are destroyed out of Benjamin? And they said, there must be an inheritance for the survivors of Benjamin, that a tribe be not blotted out from Israel. Yet we cannot give them wives of our daughters, for the people of Israel had sworn, cursed be he who gives a wife to Benjamin. So they said, behold, there is the yearly feast of the Lord at Shiloh, which is north of Bethel on the east of the highway that goes up from Bethel to Shechem and south of Lebanon. And they commanded the Benjaminites, saying, go and lie in wait in the vineyards and watch if the daughters of Shiloh come out to dance in the dances. Then come out of the vineyards and seize each man his wife from the daughters of Shiloh and go to the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers or their brothers come to complain to us, we will say them, grant them graciously to us, because we did not take for each man of them his wife in battle. Neither did you give them to them, else you would now be guilty. And the Benjaminites did so and took their wives according to their number from the dancers whom they carried off. Then they then they went and returned to their inheritance and rebuilt the towns and dwelt in them. And the people of Israel departed from there at time, every man to his tribe and family, and they went out from there, every man to his inheritance. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Every man did what was right in his own eyes. I'll have to move on to the next chapter, next book. Just give me a moment.
I'll read it. Ruth.
Okay, Ruth.
Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to.
In the day when the judges there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem in Judah went to live in the country of Moab. He and his wife and two sons. The name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his two sons were Mahalon and Chilion. They were Ephrathites from Bethlehem in Judah. They were into the country of Moab and remained there. But Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she was left with her two sons. These took Moabite wives. The name of the one was Orpha, and the name of the other was Ruth. When they had lived there about 10 years, both Mahalon and Chilion also died, so that the woman was left without her two sons and her husband. Then she started to return with her daughters-in-law from the country of, for she had heard in the country of Moab that the Lord had considered his people and given them food. So she set out from the place where she had been living, she and her daughters-in-law, and they went on their way to go back to the land of Judah. But Naomi said to her daughters-in-law, "Go back, each of you, to your mother's house. May the Lord deal with the dead with me. The Lord granted that you may find security each of you in the house of your husband." Then she kissed them, and they wept aloud. They said to her, No, we will return with you to your people." But Naomi said, "Turn back, my daughters. Will you go with me? Do I still have sons in my womb that they may become your husbands? Turn back, my daughters. Go your way, for I am too old to have a husband. Even if I thought there was hope for me, even if I should have a husband tonight and bear sons, would you then wait till they were grown? Would you then refrain from marrying? No, my daughters, it has been far more bitter for me than for you, because the hand of the God has turned against me." Then they wept aloud again. Orpha kissed her mother in law, but Ruth clung to her. So she said, "See, your sister in law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Return after your sister in law." But Ruth said, "Do not press me to leave you or to turn back from following you. Where you go, I'll go. Where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I'll die. There will I be buried. May the Lord do thus and so to me, and more as well, if even death parts me from you." When Naomi saw that she was determined to go with her, she said no till they uh, until they came to Bethlehem. When they came to Bethlehem, the whole town was stirred because of them. And the woman said, "Is this Naomi?" She said to them, "Call me no longer Naomi. Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt bitterly with me. I went away full, but the Lord has brought me back empty. Why call me Naomi, when the Lord has dealt harshly with me, and the Almighty has brought calamity upon me?" So Naomi returned together with Ruth the Moabite, her daughter in law, who came back with her from the country of Moab. Then she came to Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a prominent rich man of the family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. And the Ruth and the Moabite said to Naomi, "Let me go to the field and glean among the ears of grain, behind someone in whose sight I may find favor." She said to her, "Go, my daughter." So she went, came and gleaned in the field behind the reapers. As it happened, she came to the part of the field belonging to Boaz, who was part of the family of Elimelech. Just then the Boaz came from Bethlehem. He said to the reapers, "The Lord be with you." They answered, "The Lord bless you." Then Boaz said to his servant who was in charge of the reapers, "To whom does this young woman belong?" The servant who was in charge of the reapers answered, "She is the Moabite who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab." She said, "Please let me glean and gather among the sheaves behind the reapers." So she came, and she had been on her feet from early this morning until now, without resting even for a moment. Then Boaz said to Ruth, "Now listen, my daughter. Do not go to glean in another field or leave this one, but keep close to my young woman. Keep your eyes on the field that is being reaped, and follow behind them. I have ordered the young men not to bother you. If you get thirsty, go to the weasels and drink from the drink from what the young men have drawn." Then she fell prostrate with her face to the ground and said to him, "Why have I found favor in your sight, that you should take notice of me, when I am a foreigner?" But Boaz answered her, "All that you have done for your mother in law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me, and how you left your father and mother. You and your native land came to a people that you did not know before. May the Lord reward you for your deeds, and may you have a full reward from the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come for refuge." Then she said, "May I continue to find favor in your sight, my lord, for you have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant, even though I am not one of your servant." At mealtime, Boaz said to her, "Come here and eat some of this bread, and dip your morsel in the sour wine." So she sat beside the reapers, and he heaped up for her some parched grain. She ate until she was satisfied, and she had some left over. When she got up to glean, Boaz instructed his young men, "Let her glean, even among the standing sheaves, and do not reproach her. You must also pull out some handful for her from the bundles, and leave them for her to glean, and do not rebuke her." So she gleaned in the field until evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned, and it was about an ephah of barley. She picked it up and came into the town, and her mother in law saw how much she had gleaned. Then she took out and gave her what was left over after she herself had been satisfied. Her mother in law said to her, "Where did you glean today? And where have you worked? Blessed be the man who took notice of you." So she told her mother in law with whom she had worked, and said, "The name of the man with whom I have worked today is Boaz." Then Naomi said to her daughter in law, "Blessed be he by the Lord, whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead." Naomi also said to her, "The man is a relative of ours, one of our nearest kin." Then Ruth the Moabite said, He even said to me, "Stay close by my servants until they have finished all my harvest." Naomi said to Ruth, her daughter in law, "It is better, my daughter, that you go otherwise." So that she stayed close to the young woman of Boaz, gleaning until the end of the barley and wheat harvest, and she lived with her mother in law. Naomi, her mother in law, said to her daughter, "My daughter, I need to go seek some security for you, so that it may be well with you. Now, here is our kinsman Boaz, with whose woman you have been working. See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor. Now wash and anoint yourself, and put on your best clothes, and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. When he lies down, observe the place where he lies, and then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." She said to her, "All that you tell me, I will do." So she went to the threshing floor and did just as her mother in law had instructed her. When Boaz had eaten and drunk, he was in a contented mood, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. Then she came stealthily and uncovered his feet and lay down. At midnight, the man was startled and turned over, and there, lying at his feet, was a woman. He said, "Who are you?" And she answered, "I am Ruth, your servant. Spread your cloak over your servant, for your next your of kin." He said, "May you be blessed by the Lord. My daughter, this last instance of your loyalty is better than the first. You have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, do not be afraid. I will do for all that you ask. For all the assembly of my people know that you are a worthy woman. But now, true it is true that I am near kinsman, there is another kinsman more closely related than I. Remain this night, and in the morning, if he lacked as next of kin for you, good, let him do it. If he is not willing to act as next of kin for you, then as the Lord lives, I will act as next of kin for you. Lie down until the morning." So she lay at his feet until morning, but got up before one person could recognize another. For he said, "It must not be known that the woman came to the threshing floor." Then he said, "Bring the cloak you are wearing and hold it out." So she held it out, and he measured out 6 measures of barley and put it on her back. Then he went into the city. She came to her mother in law, who said, "How did things go with you, my daughter?" Then she told her all the man had done for her, saying he gave her that saying, "He gave me those 6 measures of barley, for he said, 'Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty handed.'" She replied, "Wait, my daughter, until you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today." Bye.
Fourth chapter. No sooner had Boaz gone up to the gate and sat down there than the next kin of whom Boaz had spoken came passing by. So Boaz said, "Come over, friends, sit down here." And he went over and sat down. Then Boaz took 10 of the elders of the city and said, "Sit down here." So they sat down. He then said to the next king, "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab, is selling the parcel of land belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me so that I may know. For there is no one prior to you to redeem it, and I come after you." So he said, "I will redeem it." Then Boaz said, "The day you acquired the field from the hand of Naomi, you are also acquiring Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the land, widow of the dead man. to maintain the dead man's name on the inheritance. At this at this, the next of kin said, I cannot redeem it for myself without damaging my own inheritance. Take my right of redemption yourself, for I cannot redeem it. Now, this was the custom in former times in Israel concerning redeeming and exchanging to confirm a transaction. The one took off a sandal and gave it to the other. This was the manner of attesting in Israel. So, when the next of the king said to Boaz, acquire it for yourself, he took off his sandal. Then Boaz said to the elders and all the people, today you are witnesses that I have acquired from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth and Moabite, the wife of Mahlon, to be my wife, to maintain the dead man's name on his inheritance, in order that the name and the dead may not be cut off from his kindred and from the gate of his native place. Today you are witnesses. Then all the people who were at the gate along the elders said, we are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming to your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. You may produce children in Ephrath and bestow a name of Bethlehem. And through the children that the Lord will give you by this young woman. May your house be like the house of Perez and Tamar bore to Judah. So Boaz took Ruth and he became his wife. When they came together, the Lord made her conceive and she bore a son. The women said to Naomi, blessed be the Lord who has not left you this day without next of kin, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life and nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you, who is more you than 7 sons, has borne him. Then Naomi took the child and laid him in her bosom and became his nurse. The women of the neighborhood gave him a name, saying, a son has been born to Naomi. They named him Obed. Then he became the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the descendants of Perez. Perez became the father of Herzon of Ram, and Ram of Aminadab. Aminadab of Nashon of Salmon, and Salmon of Boaz, Boaz of Obed, Obed of Jesse, and Jesse of David.
1 Samuel chapter 1, first and second Sam.
There was a certain man in the Ramathaim of Zuphite from the hill country of Ephraim, whose name was Elkanah, son of Jeroham, son of Elihu, and son of Tohu, son of Zuphu, an Ephraimite. He had 2 wives, and the name of the first one was Hannah, and the name of the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah had none. Now this man used to go up year by year from his town to worship and to sacrifice to the Lord of hosts at Shiloh, where the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni, Phinehas, were priests of the Lord. On the day Elkanah sacrificed, he would give portions to his wife Peninnah and to all her sons and daughters. But to Hannah he gave a double portion because he loved her. Though the Lord had closed her womb, her rival used to provoke her severely to irritate her, because the Lord had closed her womb. So it went on year by year, as often as she went up to the house of the Lord. She used to provoke her. Therefore Hannah wept and would not eat. Her husband Elkanah said to her, Hannah, why do you weep? Why do you not eat? Why is your heart sad? Am I not more to you than 10 sons? After they had eaten and drunk at Shiloh, Hannah rose and presented herself before the Lord. Now Eli the priest was sitting on the seat beside the doorpost of the temple of the Lord. She was deeply distressed and prayed to the Lord and wept bitterly. She made this vow. O Lord of hosts, if only you will look on the misery of your servant and remember me, and not forget your servant, but will give to your servant a male child, and I will set him before you as a Nazarite until the day of his death. He shall neither eat nor drink wine nor intoxicants, and no razor shall touch his head. As she continued praying before the Lord, Eli observed her mouth. Hannah was praying silently, only her lips moved, but her voice was not heard. Therefore, Eli thought she was drunk. So Eli said to her, how long will you make a drunken spectacle of yourself? Put away your wine. But Hannah answered, no, my lord, I am a woman deeply troubled. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I have been pouring out my soul before the Lord. Do not regard your servant as a worthless woman, for I've been speaking out my great anxiety and vexation all this time. And then Eli answered, go in peace. The God of Israel grant the petition you have made to him. And she said, let your servant find favor in your sight. Then the woman went to her quarters, ate and drank with her husband and her countenance, and was no longer sad. They rose early in the morning and worshipped before the Lord. Then they went back to their house at Ramah. Elkanah knew his wife Hannah, and the Lord remembered her. In due time, Hannah conceived and bore a child. She named him Samuel, for she said, I have asked him of the Lord. Then the man Elkanah and all his household went up to offer to the Lord the yearly sacrifice and to pay his vow. But Hannah did not go up, for she said to her husband, as soon as the child is weaned, I will bring him that he may appear in the presence of the Lord and remain there forever. I will offer him as a Nazarite for all time. Her husband Elkanah said to her, do what seems best to you. Wait until you have weaned him. Only may the Lord establish his word. So the woman remained and nursed her child until she weaned him. When she had weaned him, she took him up with her, along with the 3-year-old bull, an ephah of flour, and a skin of wine. She brought him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh. The child was young. Then they slaughtered the bull, and they brought the child to Eli. And she said, O my Lord, as you live, my Lord, I am the woman who was standing in your presence, praying to the Lord. For this child I prayed, and the Lord has granted me the petition that I made to him. Therefore I have lent to the Lord as long as he lives, he is given to the Lord. Hannah prayed and said, my heart exults in the Lord. My strength is exalted in my God. My mouth derides my enemies because I rejoice in my victory. There is no one holy like the Lord, no one besides you. There is no rock like our God. Talk no more so very proudly. Let not arrogance come from your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty are broken, but the feeble grid on strength. Those who are full have hired themselves out for bread, but those who are hungry are fat with spoil. The barren has borne 7, but she who has many children is forlorn. The Lord kills and brings to life. He brings down to Sheol and raises up. The Lord makes poor rich. He brings low. He also exalts. He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world.
Slow-mo. Ryan, time is over.
First Samuel chapter 2 verse 8.
Nimme.
Yep. Barakmon. 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 9. He will guard the feet of his faithful ones, but the wicked shall be cut off in darkness, for not by might does one prevail. The Lord, his adversaries shall be shattered. The Most High will thunder in heaven. The Lord will judge the ends of the earth. He will give strength to his king and exalt the power of his anointed. Then Elkanah went home to Ramah, while the boy remained to minister the Lord in the presence of the priest Eli. Now the sons of Eli were scoundrels. They had no regard for the Lord or for the duties of the priest to the people. When anyone offered sacrifice, the priest servant would come while the meat was boiling with a three-pronged fork in his hand, and he would thrust it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot. All that the folk brought up, the priest would take for himself. This is what they did at Shiloh to all the Israelites who came there. Moreover, before the fat was burned, the priest servant would come and say to the one who was sacrificing, "Give meat for the priest to roast, for he will not accept boiled meat from you, but only raw." And if the man said to him, "Let them burn the fat first, and then take whatever you wish," he would say, "No, you must give it now. If not, I will take it by force." Thus the sin of the young man was very great in the sight of the Lord, for they treated the offerings of the Lord with contempt. Samuel was ministering before the Lord, a boy wearing a linen ephod. His mother used to make for him a little robe and make it to him each year, when she went up with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice. Then Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife and say, "May the Lord repay you with children by this woman for the gift that she made to the Lord." And then they would return to their home. The Lord took note of Hannah. She conceived and bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the boy Samuel grew up in the presence of Lord. Now Eli was very old. He heard all that his sons were doing to all Israel, and how they lay with women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. He said to them, "Why do you do such things? For I hear of your evil dealings from all these people." "No, my sons, it is not a good report that I hear the people of the Lord spreading around. If one person sins against another, someone can intercede for the sinner with the Lord. But if someone sins against the Lord, who can make intercession?" But they would not listen to the voice of their father, for it was the will of the Lord to kill them. Now the boy Samuel continued to grow both in stature and in favor with the Lord and with the people. A man of God came to Eli and said to him, "Thus the Lord has said, I revealed myself to the family of your ancestor in Egypt when they were slaves to the house of Pharaoh. I chose him out I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, to offer incense, to wear an ephod before me. And I gave to the family of your ancestor all my offerings by fire from the people of Israel. Why then look with greedy eye at my sacrifices and my offerings that I commanded, and honor your sons more than me by fattening yourselves on the choicest parts of every offering of my people Israel? Therefore, the Lord, the God of Israel, declares, I promise that your family and the family of your ancestors should go in and out before me forever. But now the Lord declares, Far be it from me, for those who honor me, I will honor, and those who despise me shall be treated with contempt. See, a time is coming when I will cut off your strength and the strength of your ancestors' family, so that no one in your family will live to old age. Then in distress, you will look with greedy eye on all the prosperity that shall be bestowed upon Israel, and no one in your family shall ever live to old age. The only one of you whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall be spared to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart. All the members of your household shall die by the sword. The fate of your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, shall be the sign to you. Both of them shall die on the same day. I will raise up for myself a faithful priest who shall do according to what is in my heart and in my mind. I will build him a sure house, and he shall go in and out before my anointed one forever. Everyone who is left in your family shall come to implore him for a piece of silver or a loaf of bread, and shall say, Please put me in one of the priest's place, that I may eat a morsel of bread. Chapter 3. Now the boy Samuel was ministering to the Lord under Eli. The word of the Lord was rare in those days, visions were not widespread. At that time, Eli, whose eyesight had begun to grow dim so that he could not see, was lying down in his room. The Lamb of God had not yet gone out, and Samuel was lying down in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. Then the Lord called, Samuel, Samuel. And he said, Here I am. And he ran to Eli and said, Here I am, for you called me. But he said, I did not call, lie down again. So he went and lay down. The Lord called again, Samuel. Samuel got up and went to Eli and said, Here I am, for you called me. But he said, I did not call, my son, lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, and the word of the Lord had not yet been revealed to him. The Lord called Samuel again a third time, and he got up and went to Eli and said, Here I am, for you called me. Then Eli perceived that the Lord was calling the boy. Therefore Eli said to Samuel, Go lie down, and if he calls you, you shall say, Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening. So Samuel went and lay down in his place. Now the Lord came and stood there, calling as before, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, Speak, for your servant is listening. Then the Lord said to Samuel, See, I'm about to do something in Israel that will make both ears of anyone who hears of it tingle. On that day, I will fulfill against Eli all that I have spoken concerning his house from beginning to end. For I have told him that I am about to punish his house forever for the iniquity that he knew, because his sons were blaspheming God, and he did not restrain them. Therefore, I swear to the house of Eli that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be expiated by sacrifice or offering forever. Samuel lay there until morning. Then he opened the doors of the house of the Lord. Samuel is afraid to tell the vision to Eli. But Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son. He said, Here I am. Eli said, What was it that he told you? Do not hide it from me. May God do so to you and more also, if you hide anything from me of all that he told you. So Samuel told him everything and hid nothing from him. Then he said, It is the Lord. Let him do what seems good to him. As Samuel grew up, the Lord was with him and let none of his words fall to the ground. And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba knew that Samuel was a trustworthy prophet of the Lord. The Lord continued to appear at Shiloh, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel at Shiloh by the word of the Lord, and the word of Samuel came to Israel. Chapter 4. In those days, the Philistines mustered for war against Israel, and Israel went out to battle against them. They encamped at Ebenezer, and Philistines encamped at Aphek. The Philistines drew up in line against Israel, and when the battle was joined, Israel was defeated by the Philistines, who killed about 4,000 men on the field of battle. When the troops came to the camp, the elders of Israel said, Why has the Lord put us to rout today before the Philistines? Let us bring the ark of the covenant of Lord here from Shiloh, so that he may come among us and save us from the power of our enemies. So the people sent to Shiloh and brought from there the ark of the covenant of Lord of hosts, who is enthroned in the cherubim. The two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of covenant of God. When the ark of covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel gave a mighty shout, so that the earth resounded. When the Philistines heard the noise of the shouting, they said, "What does this great shouting in the camp of Hebrews mean?" When they learned that the ark of the Lord had come to the camp, the Philistines were afraid, for they said, "Gods have come into the camp." They also said, "Woe to us, for nothing like this has happened before. Woe to us, who can deliver us from the power of these mighty gods?" These are the gods who struck the Egyptians with every sort of plague in the wilderness. Take courage and be men of Philistines, in order not to become slaves to the Hebrews, as they have been to you. Be men and fight. So the Philistine fought. Israel was defeated, and they fled. They, and they fled, everyone to his home. There was a very great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 foot soldiers. The ark of God was captured, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, died. A man of Benjamin ran from the battle line and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothes torn and with earth upon his head. When he arrived, Eli was sitting upon his seat by the road, watching, for his heart trembled for the ark of God. When the man came into the city and told the news, all the city cried out. When Eli heard the sound of the outcry, he said, "What is this uproar?" Then the man came quickly and told Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were set so that he could not see. The man said to Eli, "I've just come from the battle. I fled from the battle today." He said, "How did it go, my son?" The messenger replied, "Israel has fled before the Philistines, and there has also been a great slaughter among the troops. Your two sons also, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God has been captured." When he mentioned the ark of God, Eli fell over backward from his seat by the side of the gate, and his neck was broken, and he died, for he was an old man and heavy. He had judged Israel 40 years. Now his daughter in law, the wife of Phinehas, was pregnant, about to give birth. When she heard the news that the ark of God was captured and that her father in law and her husband were dead, she bowed and gave birth, for her labor pains overwhelmed her. As she was about to die, the woman attending her said to her, "Do not be afraid, for you have borne a son." But she did not answer or give heed. She named the child Ichabod, meaning the glory has departed from Israel. Because the ark of God had been captured, and because of her father-in-law and her husband, she said, "The glory has departed from Israel, for the ark of God has been captured." When Philistines captured the ark of the God, they brought it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. Then the Philistines took the ark of the God and brought it into the house of Dagon and placed it beside Dagon. When the people of Ashdod rose early the next day, there was Dagon fallen on his face to the ground before the ark of the Lord. So they took Dagon and put him back in his place. But when they rose early on the next morning, Dagon had fallen on his face to the ground before the ark of the Lord. And the head of Dagon and both his hands were lying cut off upon the threshold. Only the trunk of Dagon was left to him. This is why the priests of Dagon and all who entered the house of Dagon do not step on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod to this day. The hand of the Lord was heavy upon the people of Ashdod, and he terrified and struck them with tumors both in Ashdod and in its territory. And when the inhabitants of Ashdod saw how things were, they said, "The ark of the God of Israel must not remain with us, for his hand is heavy on us and on our God Dagon." So they sent and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines and said, "What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel?" The inhabitants of Gath replied, "Let the ark of the God be moved on to us." So they moved the ark of the God of Israel to Gath. But after they had brought it to Gath, the hand of the Lord was against the city, causing a very great panic. He struck the inhabitants of the city, both young and old, so that tumors broke out on them. So they sent the ark of the God of Israel to Ekron. But when the ark of the God came to Ekron, the people of Ekron cried out, "Why have they brought around to us the ark of the God of Israel to kill us and our people?" They sent therefore they sent therefore and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines and said, "Send away the ark of the God of Israel and let it return to its own place, that it may not kill us and our people." For there was a deathly panic throughout the whole city. The hand of the God was very heavy there. Those who did not die were stricken with tumors, and the cry of the city went up to the heaven. Chapter 6. The ark of the Lord was in the country of Philistines 7 months. Then the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners and said, "What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us what we should send with it to its place." They said, "If you send away the ark of the God of Israel, do not send it empty, but by all means return him a guilt offering. Then you will be healed and will be ransomed. Will not his hand then turn from you?" And they said, "What is the guilt offering that we shall return to him?" They answered, 5 gold tumors and 5 gold mice, according to the number of lords of Philistines, for the same plague was born all of you and upon your lords. So you must make images of your tumors and images of your mice that ravage the land and give glory to the Lord God of Israel. Perhaps he will lighten his hands on you and your gods and your land. Why should you harden your hearts as the Egyptians and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? After he had made fools of them, did they not let the people go and they departed? Now then, get ready a new cart and 2 milk cows that have never borne a yoke, and yoke the cows to the cart. But take their calves home away from them. Take the ark of the Lord and place it on the cart, and put in a box at its side the figures of gold which you are which you are returning to him as a guilt offering. Then send it off and let it go its way, and watch. If it goes up on the way to its own land, to the Beth Shemesh, then it is he who has done us this great harm. But if not, then we shall know that it is not his hand that struck us. It happened to us by chance. The men did so. They took 2 milk cows and yoked them to the cart, and shut up the calves at home. They put the ark of the Lord on the cart and the box with the gold mice and the images of their tumors. The cows went straight in the direction of the Beth Shemesh along one highway, lowing as they went. They turned neither to the right nor to the left, and the lords of the Philistines went after them as far as the border of Beth Shemesh. Now the people of Beth Shemesh were reaping their wheat harvest in the valley. When they looked up and saw the ark, they went with rejoicing to meet it. The cart came into the field of Joshua of Beth Shemesh and stopped there. A large stone was there, so they split up the wood of the cart and offered the cows as burnt offering to the Lord. The Levites took down the ark of the Lord and the box that was beside it, in which there were gold objects, and set them upon the large stone. Then the people of Bethshemesh offered burnt offerings and presented sacrifice on that day to the Lord. When the 5 lords of the Philistines saw it, they returned that day to Ekron. These are the gall tumors which the Philistines returned as a guilt offering to the Lord, one for Ashdod, one for Gaza, and one for Ashkelon, one for Gath, and one for Ekron. Also the gold mice, according to the number of all cities of Philistines belonging to the 5 lords, both fortified cities and unwalled villages. The great stone beside which they set down the ark of the Lord is a witness to this day in the field of Joshua of Bethshemesh. The descendants of Jeconiah did not rejoice with the people of Bethshemesh when they greeted the ark of the Lord, and he killed 70 men of them. The people mourned because the Lord had made a great slaughter among the people. Then the people of Bethshemesh said, "Who is able to stand before the Lord, this holy God? To whom shall he go so that we may be rid of him?" So they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Jearim, saying, "The Philistines have returned the ark of the Lord. Come down and take it up to you." And the people of Jearim came and took up the ark of the Lord and brought it to the house of Abinadab on the hill. They consecrated his son Eleazar to have charge of the ark of the Lord. From the day that the ark was lodged at Jearim, a long time passed, some 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after the Lord. Then Samuel said to all the house of Israel, "If you are returning to the Lord with all your heart, then put away the foreign gods and the Asterites from among you. Direct your heart to the Lord and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of Philistines." So Israel put away the Baals and the Asterites, and they served the Lord only. Then Samuel said, "Gather all Israel at Mizpah, and I will pray to the Lord for you." So they gathered at Mizpah and drew water and poured it out before the Lord. They fasted that day and said, "We have sinned against the Lord." And Samuel judged the people of Israel at Mizpah. When the Philistines heard that the people of Israel had gathered at Mizpah, the lords of Philistines went up against Israel. And when the people of Israel heard of it, they were afraid of Philistines. The people of Israel said to Samuel, "Do not cease to cry out to the Lord our God for us, and pray that he may save us from the hand of Philistines." So Samuel took a sucking lamb and offered it as a whole burnt offering to the Lord. Samuel cried out to the Lord for Israel, and the Lord answered him. As Samuel was offering up the burnt offering, the Philistines drew near to attack Israel. But the Lord thundered with a mighty voice that day against the Philistines and threw them into confusion, and they were routed before Israel. And the men of Israel went out of Mizpah and pursued the Philistines and struck them down as far as beyond Bethkar. Then Samuel took a stone and set it up between Mizpah and Jeshanah and named it Ebenezer, for he said, "Thus far the Lord has helped us." So these Philistines were subdued and did not again enter the territory of Israel. The hand of the Lord was against the Philistines all the days of Samuel. The towns that the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel, from Ekron to Gath, and Israel recovered their territory from the hand of the Philistines. There was peace also between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. He went on a circuit year by year to Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, and he judged Israel in all these places. Then he would come back to Ramah, for his home was there. He administered justice there to Israel and built there an altar to the Lord. Chapter 8. When Samuel became old, he made his sons judges over Israel. The name of his firstborn son was Joel, and the name of his second Abijah. They were judges in Beersheba. Yet his sons did not follow in his ways, but turned aside after gain. They took bribes and perverted justice. Then all the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel at Ramah and said to him, "You are old, and your sons do not follow in your ways. Appoint for us then a king to govern us like other nations." But the thing displeased Samuel when they said, "Give us a king to govern us." Samuel prayed to the Lord, and the Lord said to Samuel, "Listen to the voice of the people in all that say to you, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from being king over them, just as they have done to me from the day I brought them out of Egypt to this day, forsaking me and serving other gods. So also they are doing to you. Now then, listen to their voice. Only you shall solemnly warn them and show them the ways of the king who shall reign over them." So Samuel reported all the words of the Lord to the people who were asking him for a king. He said, "These will be the ways of the king who will reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them to his chariots and to be his horsemen to run before his chariots. And he will appoint for himself commanders of thousands and commanders of fifties, and some to plow his ground and to reap his harvest, and to make his implements of war and the equipment of his chariots. He will take your daughters to the perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive orchards and give them to his courtiers. He will take 1/10 of your grain and of your vineyards and give it to his officers and his courtiers. He will take your male and female slaves and the best of your cattle and donkeys and put them to his work. He will take 1/10 of your flocks. You shall be his slaves. And in that day you will cry out because of your king, whom you have chosen for yourself, but the Lord will not answer you that day. But the people refused to listen to the voice of Samuel. They said, "No, but we are determined to have a king over us, so that we also may be like other nations, and that our king may govern us and go out before us and fight our battles." When Samuel had heard all the words of the people, he repeated them in the ears of the Lord. The Lord said to Samuel, "Listen to them, their voice, and set a king over them." Samuel then said to the people of Israel, "Each of you return home." Chapter 9. There was a man of Benjamin whose name was Kish, son of Abelson and Zerorson, and Bekorath, son of Aphiah and Benjaminite, a man of wealth. He had a son whose name was Shaul, a handsome young man. There was not a man among the people of Israel more handsome than he. He stood head and shoulders above everyone else. Now the donkeys of Kish, Shaul's father, had strayed. So Kish said to his son Shaul, "Take one of the boys with you, go and look for the donkeys." He passed through the hill country of Ephraim and passed through the land of Shalisha, but they did not find them. And they passed through the land of Shalim, but they were not there. Then he passed through the land of Benjamin, but they did not find them. When they came to the land of Zuph, Shaul said to the boy who was with him, "Let us turn back, or my father will stop worrying about the donkeys and worry about us." But he said to him, "There is a man of God in this town. He is a man held in honor. Whatever he says always comes true. Let us go there now. Perhaps he will tell us about the journey on which we have set out." Then Shaul replied to the boy, "But if we go, what can we bring the man? For the bread in our sacks is gone, and there is no present to bring to the man of the God. What have we?" The boy answered Shaul again, "Here, I have with me a quarter shekel of silver. I will give it to the man of the God to tell us our way. Formerly in Israel, anyone who went to inquire of God."
שלמה, מי סמיה?
Verse 9.
Next, I'll go ahead, Solomon.
Kevin.
Barakemor, 1 Samuel, verse 10. Saul said to the boy, "Good, come let us go." So they went to the town where the man of God was. As they went up the hill to the town, they met some girls coming out to draw water, and said to them, "Is the seer here?" They answered, "Yes, there he is, just ahead of you. Hurry, he has come just now to the town, because the people have a sacrifice today at the shrine. As soon as you enter the town, you will find him, before he goes up to the shrine to eat. For the people will not eat until he comes, since he must bless the sacrifice. Afterward, those who eat are invited. Now go up, for you will meet him immediately." So they went up to the town. As they were entering the town, they saw Samuel coming out toward them on his way up to the shrine. Now, the day before Saul came, the Lord had revealed to Samuel, "Tomorrow about this time I will send to you a man from the land of Benjamin, and you shall anoint him to be ruler over my people Israel. He shall save my people from the hand of the Philistines, for I have seen the suffering of my people, because their outcry has come to me." When Samuel saw Saul, the Lord told him, "Here is the man of whom I spoke to you. He it is who shall rule over my people." Then Saul approached Samuel inside the gate and said, "Tell me, please, where is the house of the seer?" Samuel answered Saul, "I am the seer. Go up before me to the shrine, for today you shall eat with me, and in the morning I will let you go, and will tell you all that is on your mind. As for your donkeys that were lost 3 days ago, give no further thought to them, for they have been found. And on whom is all Israel's desire fixed, if not on you and on all your ancestral house?" Saul answered, "I am only a Benjaminite, for the least of the tribes of Israel. And my family is the humblest of all the families of the tribe of Benjamin. Why then have you spoken to me in this way?" Then Samuel took Saul and his servant boy, and brought them into the hall, and gave them a place at the head of those who had been invited, of whom there were about 30. And Samuel said to the cook, "Bring the portion I gave you, the one I asked you to put aside." The cook took up the thigh and what went with it, and set them before Saul. Samuel said, "See, what was kept is set before you. Eat, for it is set before you at the appointed time, so that you might eat with guests." So Saul ate with Samuel that day. When they came down from the shrine into the town, a bed was spread for Saul on the roof, and he lay down to sleep. Then at the break of dawn, Samuel called to Saul up on the roof, "Get up, so that I may send you on your way." Saul got up, and both he and Samuel went out into the streets. As they were going down to the outskirts of the town, Samuel said to Saul, "Tell the boy to go on before us, and when he has passed on, stop here yourself for a while, that I may make known to you the word of God." Chapter 10. Samuel took a vial of oil and poured it on his head and kissed him. He said, "The Lord has anointed you ruler over his people, Israel. You shall reign over the people of the Lord, and you will save them from the hand of their enemies all around. Now this shall be the sign to you that the Lord has anointed you ruler over his heritage. When you depart from me today, you will meet 2 men by Rachel's tomb in the territory of Benjamin at Zelzah. They will say to you, The donkeys that you seek are found, and now your father has stopped worrying about them and is worrying about you, saying, what shall I do about my son? Then you shall go on from there further and come up to the oak of Tabor. 3 men going up to God at Bethel will meet you there, one carrying 3 kids, another carrying 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a skin of wine. They will greet you and give you 2 loaves of bread, which you shall accept from them. After that you shall come to Gibeatolim, at the place where the Philistine garrison is. There, as you come to the town, you will meet a band of prophets coming down from the shrine, with harp, tambourine, flute, and lyre playing in front of them. They will be in a prophetic frenzy. Then the Spirit of the Lord will possess you, and you will be in a prophetic frenzy along with them, and be turned into a different person. Now, when these signs meet you, do whatever you see fit to do, for God is with you. And you shall go down to Gilgal ahead of me. Then I will come down to you to present burnt offerings and others and offer sacrifices of well-being. 7 days you shall wait until I come to you and show you what you shall do. As he turned away to leave Samuel, God gave him another heart, and all these signs were fulfilled that day. When they were going from there to Gibeah, a band of prophets met him, and the Spirit of God possessed him, and he fell into a prophetic frenzy along with them. When all who knew him before saw how he prophesied from the prophets, the people said to one another, what has come over the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets? A man of the place answered, and who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb, is Saul also among the prophets? When his prophetic frenzy had ended, he went home. Saul's uncle said to him and to the boy, where did you go? And he replied, to seek the donkeys. And when we saw they were not to be found, we went to Samuel. Saul's uncle said, tell me what Samuel said to you. Saul said to his uncle, he told us that the donkeys had been found. But about the matter of kingship of which Samuel had spoken, he did not tell him anything. Samuel summoned the people to the Lord at Mizpah and said to them, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and I rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians, and from the hand of all the kingdoms that were oppressing you. But today you have rejected your God, who saves you from all your calamities and your distresses, and you have said, no, but set a king over us. Now therefore present yourselves before the Lord by your tribes and by your clans. Then Samuel brought out all the tribes of Israel near, and the tribe of Benjamin was taken by lot. He brought the tribe of Benjamin near by its families, and the family of Mathrites was taken by lot. Finally, he brought the family of Mathrites near man by man, and Saul, the son of Kish, was taken by lot. But when they sought him, he could not be found. So they inquired again of the Lord, did the man come here? And the Lord said, see, he has hidden himself among the baggage. Then they ran and brought him from there. When he took his stand among the people, he was head and shoulders taller than any of them. Samuel said to all the people, do you see the one whom the Lord has chosen? There is no one like him among all the people. And all the people shouted, long live the king. Samuel told the people the rights and duties of the kingship, and he wrote them in a book and laid it before the Lord. Then Samuel sent all the people back to their homes. Saul also went back to his house at Gibeah, and with him went warriors whose hearts God had touched. But some worthless fellows said, how can this man save us? They despised him and brought him no present. But he held his peace. Now Nahash, king of the Ammonites, had been grievously oppressing the Gadites and the Reubenites. He would gouge out the right eye of each of them and would not grant Israel a deliverer. No one was left of the Israelites across the Jordan whose right eye Nahash, the king of Ammonites, had not gouged out. But there were 7,000 men who had escaped from the Ammonites and had entered Jabesh Gilead. Chapter 11. About a month later, Nahash the Ammonite went up and besieged Jabesh Gilead, and all the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, "Make a treaty with us, and we will serve you." But Nahash the Ammonite said this to them, "On this condition I will make a treaty with you, namely that I gouge out everyone's right eye, and thus put disgrace upon all Israel." The elders of Jabesh said to him, "Give us 7 days respite that we may send messengers through all the territory of Israel. Then, if there is no one to save us, we will give ourselves up to you." When the messengers came to Gibeah of Saul, they reported the matter in the hearing of the people, and all the people wept aloud. Now Saul was coming from the field behind the oxen, and Saul said, "What is the matter with the people, that they are weeping?" So they told him the message from the inhabitants of Jabesh. And the Spirit of God came upon Saul in power when he heard those words, and his anger was greatly kindled. He took a yoke of oxen and cut them in pieces, and sent them throughout all the territory of Israel by messenger, saying, "Whoever does not come out after Saul and Samuel, so shall it be done to his oxen." Then the dread of the Lord fell upon the people, and they came out as one. When he mustered them at Bezek, those from Israel were 300,000, and those from Judah 70,000. They said to the messengers who had come, "Thus shall you say to the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead, tomorrow, by the time the sun is hot, you shall have deliverance." When the messengers came and told the inhabitants of Jabesh, they rejoiced. So the inhabitants of Jabesh said, "Tomorrow we will give ourselves up to you, and you may do to us whatever seems good to you." The next day Saul put the people in 3 companies. At the morning watch they came into the camp and cut down the Ammonites until the heat of the day, and those who survived were scattered, so that no two of them were left together. The people said to Saul, "Who is it that said, 'Shall Saul reign over us? Give them to us so that we may put them to death.'" But Saul said, "No one shall be put to death this day, for today the Lord has brought deliverance to Israel." Samuel said to the people, "Come, let us go to Gilgal, and there renew the kingship." So all the people went to Gilgal. There they made Saul king before the Lord in Gilgal. There they sacrificed offerings of well-being before the Lord, and therefore Saul and all the Israelites rejoiced greatly. Chapter 12. Samuel said to all Israel, "I have listened to you in all that you have said to me, and have set a king over you. See, it is the king who leads you now. I am old and grey, but my sons are with you. I have led you from my youth until this day. Here I am. Testify against me before the Lord and before his anointed. Whose ox have I taken? Or whose donkey have I taken? Or whom have I defrauded? Whom have I oppressed? Or from whose hand have I taken a bribe to blind my eyes with it? Testify against me, and I will restore it to you." They said, "You have not defrauded us, or oppressed us, or taken anything from the hand of anyone." He said to them, "The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand. And they said, He is witness. Samuel said to the people, The Lord is witness, who appointed Moses and Aaron and brought your ancestors up out of the land of Egypt. Now therefore take your stand, so that I may enter into judgment with you before the Lord. And I will declare to you all the saving deeds of the Lord that he performed for you and for your ancestors. When Jacob went into Egypt and the Egyptians oppressed them, then your ancestors cried to the Lord, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, who brought forth your ancestors out of Egypt and settled them in this place. But they forgot the Lord their God, and he sold them into the hands of Sisera, commander of the army of King Jabin of Hazor, and into the hand of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against them. Then they cried to the Lord and said, We have sinned, because we have forsaken the Lord, and have served the Baals and the Astartes. But now rescue us out of the hand of our enemies, and we will serve you. And the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Barak and Jephthah and Samson, and rescued you out of the hand of your enemies on every side, and you lived in safety. But when you saw that King Nahash of the Ammonites came against you, you said to me, No, but a king shall reign over us. Though the Lord your God was your king, see, here is the king whom you have chosen, for whom you have asked. See, the Lord has set a king over you. If you will fear the Lord and serve him, and heed his voice, and not rebel against the commandment of the Lord, and if both you and the king who reigns over you will follow the Lord your God, it will be well. But if you will not heed the voice of the Lord, but rebel against the commandment of the Lord, then the hand of the Lord will be against you and your king. Now, therefore, take your stand and see this great thing that the Lord will do before your eyes. Is it not the wheat harvest today? I will call upon the Lord that he may send thunder and rain, and you shall know and see that the wickedness you have done in the sight of the Lord is great in demanding a king for yourselves. So Samuel called upon the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day. And all the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. All the people said to Samuel, Pray to the Lord your God for your servants, so that we may not die. For we have added to all our sins the evil of demanding a king for ourselves. And Samuel said to the people, Do not be afraid. You have done all this evil. Yet do not turn aside from following the Lord, but serve the Lord with all your heart. And do not turn aside after useless things that cannot profit or save, for they are useless. For the Lord will not cast away his people for his great name's sake, but it has pleased the Lord to make you a people for himself. Moreover, as for me, far be it from me that I should sin against the Lord by ceasing to pray for you. And I will instruct you in the good and the right way. Only fear the Lord and serve him faithfully with all your heart. For consider what great things he has done for you. But if you still do wickedly, you shall be swept away, both you and your king. Chapter 13. Saul was old when he began to reign, and he reigned and 2 years over Israel. Saul chose 3,000 out of Israel. 2,000 were with Saul in Michmash and the hill country of Bethel. 1,000 with Jonathan in Gibeah of Benjamin. The rest of the people he sent home to their tents. Jonathan defeated the garrison of the Philistines that was at Geba, and the Philistines heard of it. And Saul blew the trumpet throughout all the land, saying, Let the Hebrews hear. When all Israel heard that Saul had defeated the garrison of the Philistines, and also that Israel had become odious to the Philistines. The people were called out to join Saul at Gilgal. The Philistines mustered to fight with Israel 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and troops like the sand on the seashore in multitude. They came up and encamped at Michmash to the east of Bethaven. When the Israelites saw that they were in distress, for the troops were hard pressed, the people hid themselves in caves, and in holes, and in rocks, and in tombs, and in cisterns. Some Hebrews crossed the Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead. Saul was still at Gilgal, and all the people followed him trembling. He waited 7 days, the time appointed by Samuel, but Samuel did not come to Gilgal, and the people began to slip away from Saul. So Saul said, "Bring the burnt offering here to me, and the offerings of well being." And he offered the burnt offering. As soon as he had finished offering the burnt offering, Samuel arrived, and Saul went out to meet him and salute him. Samuel said, "What have you done?" Saul replied, "When I saw that the people were slipping away from me, and that you did not come within the days appointed, and that the Philistines were mustering at Michmash, I said, now the Philistines will not come down upon me at Gilgal, and I have not entreated the favor of the Lord. So I forced myself and offered the burnt offerings." Samuel said to Saul, "You have done foolishly. You have not kept the commandment of the Lord your God, which he commanded you. The Lord would have established your kingdom over Israel forever, but now your kingdom will not continue. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart, and the Lord has appointed you to be ruler over his people, because you have not kept what the Lord commanded you." And Samuel left and went on his way from Gilgal. The rest of the people followed Saul to join the army. They went from Gilgal towards Gibeah of Benjamin. Saul counted the people who were present with him, about 6,000 men. Saul, his son Jonathan, and the people who were present with him stayed in Geba of Benjamin. But the Philistines encamped at Michmash, and raiders came out of the camp of the Philistines in 3 companies. One company turned toward Ophrah, to the land of Shual, another company toward Bethoron, and another company toward the mountain that looks down upon the valley of Zeboim, toward the wilderness. Now there was no smith to be found throughout all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, "The Hebrews must not make swords or spears for themselves." So all the Israelites went out to the Philistines to sharpen their plowshare, mattocks, axes, or sickles. The charge was 2/3 of a shekel for the plowshares and for the mattocks, and 1/3 of a shekel for sharpening the axes and for setting the goads. So on the day of the battle, neither sword nor spear was found to be in possession of any of the people with Saul and Jonathan, but Saul and his son Jonathan had them. Now a garrison of the Philistines had gone out to the pass of Michmash. Chapter 14. One day, Jonathan, son of Saul, said to the young man who carried his armor, "Come, let us go over to the Philistine garrison on the other side." But he did not tell his father. Saul was staying in the outskirts of Gibeah, under the pomegranate tree that is at Migron. The troops that were with him were about 600 men, along with Ahijah, son of Ahitub, Ichabod's brother, son of Phinehas, son of Eli, the priest of the Lord in Shiloh, carrying an ephod. Now the people did not know that Jonathan had gone. In the pass by which Jonathan tried to go over to the Philistine garrison, there was a rocky crag on one side and a rocky crag on the other. The name of the one was Bozez, and the name of the other was Sene. One crag rose on the north in front of Michmash, and the other on the south in front of Geba. Jonathan said to the young man who carried his armor, "Come, let us go over to the garrison of these uncircumcised. It may be that the Lord will act for us, for nothing can hinder the Lord from saving by many or by few." His armor bearer said to him, "Do all that your mind inclines to. I am with you. As your mind is, so is mine." Then Jonathan said, "Now we will cross over to those men and will show ourselves to them. If they say to us, 'Wait until we come to you,' then we will stand still in our place, and we will not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' then we will go up, for the Lord has given them into our hand. That will be the sign for us." So both of them showed themselves to the garrison of the Philistines. And the Philistines said, "Look, Hebrews are coming out of the holes where they have hidden themselves." The men of the garrison hailed Jonathan and his armor bearer, saying, "Come up to us, and we will show you something." Jonathan said to his armor bearer, "Come up after me, for the Lord has given them into the hand of Israel." Then Jonathan climbed up on his hands and feet, with his armor bearer following after him. The Philistines fell before Jonathan and his armor bearer, coming after him, killed them. In that first slaughter, Jonathan and his armor bearer killed about 20 men with an area about half a furrow long in an acre of a land. There was a panic in the camp, in the field, and among all the people. All the garrison and even the raiders trembled. The earth quaked, and it became a very great panic. Saul's lookout in Gibeah of Benjamin were watching as the multitude was surging back and forth. Then Saul said to the troops that were with him, "Call the roll and see who has gone from us." When they had called the roll, Jonathan and his armor bearer were not there. Saul said to Ahijah, "Bring the ark of God here." For at that time the ark of God went with the Israelites. While Saul was talking to the priest, the tumult in the camp of the Philistines increased more and more. And Saul said to the priest, "Withdraw your hand." Then Saul and the people who were with him rallied and went into battle, and every sword was against each other, so that there was very great confusion. Now the Hebrews who had previously had been with the Philistines had gone up with them into the camp, turned and joined the Israelites who were with Saul and Jonathan. Likewise, when all the Israelites had gone into hiding in the hill country of Ephraim, heard that the Philistines were fleeing, they too followed closely after them in the battle. So the Lord gave Israel the victory that day. The battle passed beyond Bethaven, and the troops with Saul numbered altogether about 10,000 men. The battle spread out over the hill country of Ephraim. Now Saul committed a very rash act on that day. He had lain an oath on the troops, saying, "Cursed be anyone who eats food before it is evening, and I have been avenged on my enemies." So none of the troops tasted food. All the troops came upon a honeycomb, and there was honey on the ground. When the troops came upon the honeycomb, the honey was dripping out. But they did not put their hands to their mouths, for they feared their oath. But Jonathan had not heard his father charge the troops with the oath. So he extended his staff that was in his hand, and dipped the tip of it in the honeycomb, and put his hand to his mouth, and his eyes brightened. Then one of the soldiers said, "Your father strictly charged the troops with an oath, saying, 'Cursed be anyone who eats food this day.' And so the troops are faint." Then Jonathan said,
Slow-mo.
Barakimor, 1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 25.
29. Next.
Barakmo, chapter 14, verse 20.
29.
29. Then Jonathan said, My father has troubled the land. See how my eyes have brightened because I tasted a little of this honey. How much better if today the troops had eaten freely of the spoil taken from their enemies. For now the slaughter among the Philistines has not been great. After they had struck down the Philistines that the day of Michmash to Aljalon, the troops were very faint, so the troops flew upon the spoil and took sheep and oxen and calves and slaughtered them on the ground, and the troops ate them with the blood. Then it was reported, Saul, look, the troops are sinning against the Lord by eating with the blood. And he said, You have dealt treacherously. Roll a large stone before me here. Saul said, Disperse yourself among the troops, and say to them, Let all bring their oxen or their sheep, and slaughter them here and eat. And do not sin against the Lord by eating with the blood. So all of the troops brought their oxen with them that night, and slaughtered them there. And Saul built an altar to the Lord. It was the first altar that he built to the Lord. Then Saul said, Let's go down after the Philistines by night and despoil them until the morning light. Let us not leave one of them. They said, Do whatever seems good to you. But the priest said, Let us draw near to the God here. So Saul inquired of God, Shall I go down after the Philistines? Will you give them into the hands of Israel? But he did not answer him that day. Saul said, Come here, all you leaders of the people, and let us find out how this sin has arisen today. For as the Lord lives, who saves Israel, even if it is in my son Jonathan, he shall surely die. But there was no one among all the people who answered him. He said to all Israel, You shall be on one side, and I and my son Jonathan will be on the other side. The people said to Saul, Do what seems good to you. Then Saul said, O Lord God of Israel, why have you not answered your servant today? If this guilt is in me or in my son Jonathan, O Lord God of Israel, give Urim. But if this guilt is in your people, Israel, give Tumim. And Jonathan and Saul were indicated by the Lord, but the people were clear. Then Saul said, Cast the lot between me and my son Jonathan. And Jonathan was taken. Then Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what you have done. Jonathan told him, I tasted a little honey with the tip of the staff that was in my hand. Here I am, I will die. Saul said, God, do so to me and more also. You shall surely die, Jonathan. Then the people said to Saul, Shall Jonathan die, who has accomplished this great victory in Israel? Far from it. As the Lord lives, not one hair of his head shall fail to the ground, for he has worked with God today. So the people ransomed Jonathan, and he did not die. Then Saul withdrew from pursuing the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own place. When Saul had taken the kingship over Israel, he fought against all his enemies on every side, against Moab, against the Ammonites, against Edom, against the kings of Zobah, and against the Philistines, where he turned, he routed them. He did valiantly and struck down the Amalekites and rescued Israel out of the hands of those who plundered them. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan, Ishvat, and Malchishua, and the names of his two daughters were these. The name of the firstborn was Merab, and the name of the younger Michelle. The name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, daughter of Ahimaaz, and the name of the commander of his army was Abner, son of Ner, Saul's uncle. Kish was the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, was the son of Abiel. There was hard fighting against the Philistines all the days of Saul, and when Saul saw any strong or valiant warrior, he took him into his service. Chapter 15. Samuel said to Saul, The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. So Saul summoned the people and numbered them in Teliam, 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 soldiers of Judah. Saul came to the city of the Amalekites and lay in wait in the valley. Saul said to the Canaanites, Go, leave, withdraw from among the Amalekites, or I will destroy you with them. For you showed kindness to all the people of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Canaanites withdrew from the Amalekites. Saul defeated the Amalekites from Havilah as far as Shur, which is east of Egypt. He took King Agag of the Amalekites alive, but utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. Saul and the peoples spared Agag and the best of the sheep and of the cattle and of the fatlings and the lambs and all that was valuable, and would not utterly destroy them. All that was despised and worthless they utterly destroyed. The word of the Lord came to Samuel. I regret that I made Saul king, for he has turned back from following me, and has not carried out my commands. Samuel was angry, and he cried out to the Lord all night. Samuel rose early in the morning to meet Saul, and Samuel was told. Saul went to Carmel, where he set up a monument for himself, and on returning he passed on down to Gilgal. When Samuel came to Saul, Saul said to him, May you be blessed by the Lord. I have carried out the command of the Lord. But Samuel said, What then is this bleating of sheep in my ears, and the lowing of cattle that I hear? Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and the cattle to sacrifice to the Lord your God. But the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said to Saul, Stop, I will tell you what the Lord said to me last night. He replied, Speak. Samuel said, Though you are little in your own eyes, are you not the head of the tribes of Israel? The Lord anointed you king over Israel, and the Lord sent you on a mission and said, Go utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they are consumed. Why then did you not obey the voice of the Lord? Why did you swoop down on the spoil and do what was evil in the sight of the Lord? Saul said to Samuel, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord. I have gone on the mission on which the Lord sent me. I have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and I have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But from the spoil the people took sheep and cattle, and best of the things devoted to destruction to sacrifice to the Lord your God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, As the Lord has great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifice, as in obeying the voice of the Lord, surely to obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed than the fat of rams. For rebellion is no less a sin than divination, and stubbornness is like iniquity and idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from being king. Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and your words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now therefore, I pray, pardon my sin, and return with me so that I may worship the Lord. Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with you, for you have rejected the words of the Lord, and the Lord has rejected you from being king over Israel. As Samuel turned to go away, Saul caught hold of the hem of his robe, and it tore. And Samuel said to him, The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel from you this very day, and has given it to the neighbor of yours, who is better than you. Moreover, the glory of Israel will not recant or change his mind, for he is not a mortal that he should change his mind. Then Saul said, I have sinned, yet honor me now before the elders of my people and before Israel, and return with me, so that I may worship the Lord your God. So Samuel turned back after Saul, and Saul worshipped the Lord. Then Samuel said, Bring Agag, king of the Amalekites, here to me. And Agag came to him. Haltingly, Agag said, Surely this is the bitterness of death. But Samuel said, As your sword has made women childless, so your mother shall be childless among women. And Samuel hewed Agag in peace before the Lord in Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house in Gibeah of Saul. Samuel did not see Saul again until the day of his death. But Samuel grieved over Saul, and the Lord was sorry that he had made Saul king over Israel. Chapter 16. The Lord said to Samuel, How long will you grieve over Saul? I have rejected him from being king over Israel. Fill your horn with oil and set out. I will send you to Jesse the Bethlehemite, for I have provided for myself a king among his sons. Samuel said, How can I go? If Saul hears of it, he will kill me. And the Lord said, Take a heifer with you and say, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Invite Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show you what you shall do. And you shall anoint for me the one whom I name to you. Samuel did what the Lord commanded, and came to Bethlehem. The elders of the city came to meet him, trampling, and said, Do you come peaceably? He said, Peaceably, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Sanctify yourselves, and come with me to the sacrifice. And he sacrificed Jesse and his sons and invited them to the sacrifice. When they came, he looked on Eliab and thought, Surely the Lord's anointed is now before the Lord. But the Lord said to Samuel, Do not look on his appearance or on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For the Lord does not see as mortals see. They look on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. Then Jesse called Abinadab and made him pass before Samuel. He said, Neither has the Lord chosen this one. Then Jesse made Shammah pass by, and he said, Neither has the Lord chosen this one. Jesse made 7 of his sons pass before Samuel, and Samuel said to Jesse, The Lord has not chosen any of these. Samuel said to Jesse, Are all your sons here? And he said, There remains yet the youngest, but he is keeping the sheep. And Samuel said to Jesse, Send and bring him, for we will not sit down until he comes here. He sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy and had beautiful eyes and was handsome. The Lord said, Rise and anoint him, for this is the one. Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the presence of his brothers. And the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon David from that day forward. Samuel then set out and went to Ramah. Now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. And Saul's servants said to him, See now, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you. Let our Lord now command the servants who attend you to look for someone who is skillful in playing the lyre, and when the evil spirit from God is upon you, he will play it, and you will feel better. So Saul said to his servants, Provide for me someone who can play well, and bring him to me. One of the young men answered, I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is skillful in playing a man of valor, a warrior, prudent in speech, and a man of good presence. And the Lord is with him. So Saul sent messengers to Jesse and said, "Send me your son David, who is with the sheep." Jesse took a donkey loaded with bread and skin of wine and a kid and sent them by his son David to Saul. And David came to Saul and entered his service. Saul loved him greatly, and he became his armor bearer. Saul sent to Jesse, saying, "Let David remain in my service, for he has found favor in my sight." And whenever the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, David took the lyre and played it with his hand, and Saul would be relieved and feel better, and the evil spirit would departed from him. Chapter 17. Now the Philistines gathered their armies for battle. They were gathered at Soko, which belongs to Judah, and encamped between Soko and Asekiah in Ephesadamim. Saul and the Israelites gathered and encamped in the valley of Elah and formed ranks against the Philistines. The Philistines stood on the mountain on the one side, and Israel stood on the mountain on the other side, with a valley between them. And there came out from the camp of the Philistines a champion named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. He had a helmet of bronze on his head, and he was armed with a coat of mail. The weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of bronze. He had greaves of bronze on his legs, and the javelin of bronze slung between his shoulders. The shaft of this spear was like a weaver's beam, and his spear's head weighed 600 shekels of iron, and his shield bearer went before him. He stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel, "Why have you come out to draw up for battle? Am I not a Philistine, and are you not servants of Saul? Choose a man for yourselves, and let him come down to me. If he is able to fight with me and kill me, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall be our servants and serve." And the Philistines said, "Today I defy the ranks of Israel. Give me a man, that we may fight together." When Saul and all Israel heard these words of the Philistine, they were dismayed and greatly afraid. Now David was the son of an Ephrathite of Bethlehem in Judah, named Jesse, who had 8 sons. In the days of Saul, the man was already old and advanced in years. The 3 eldest sons of Jesse had followed Saul to the battle. The names of his 3 sons who went to the battle were Eliab, the firstborn, and the next to him, Abinadab, and the third, Shammah. David was the youngest. The 3 eldest followed Saul, but David went back and forth from Saul to feed his father's sheep at Bethlehem. For 40 days, the Philistines came forward and took his stand morning and evening. Jesse said to his son David, "Take for your brothers an ephah of this parched grain and these 10 loaves, and carry them quickly to the camp to your brothers. Also take these 10 cheeses to the commander of their 1,000. See how your brothers fare, and bring some token from them." Now Saul and they and all the men of Israel were in the valley of Elah, fighting with the Philistines. David rose early in the morning, left the sheep with the keeper, took the provisions, and went as Jesse has commanded him. He came to the encampment, and the army was going forth to the battle line, shouting the war cry. Israel and the Philistines drew up for battle, army against army. David left the things in charge of the keeper of the baggage, ran to the ranks, and went and greeted his brothers. And he talked with them. The champion, the Philistines of Gath, Goliath by name, came up out of the ranks of the Philistines and spoke the same words as before, and David heard him. All the Israelites, when they saw the man, fled from him and were very much afraid. The Israelites said, "Have you seen this man who has come up? Surely he has come up to defy Israel. The king will greatly enrich the man who kills him, and will give him his daughter and make his family free in Israel." David said to the men who stood by him, "What shall be done for the man who kills this Philistine and takes away the reproach from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God?" The people answered him, "In the same way, so shall it be done for the man who kills him." His eldest brother Eliab heard him talking to the men, and Eliab's anger was kindled against David. He said, "Why have you come down? With whom have you left those few sheep in the wilderness? I know your presumptions and the evil of your heart, for you have come down just to see the battle." David said, "What have I done now? It was only a question." He turned away from him toward another and spoke in the same way. And the people answered him again as before. When the words that David spoke were heard, they repeated them before Saul, and he sent for him. David said to Saul, "Let no one's heart fail because of him. Your servant will go and fight with this Philistine." Saul said to David, "You are not able to go against this Philistine to fight with him, for you are just a boy, and he has been a warrior from his youth." But David said to Saul, "Your servant used to keep sheep for his father, and whenever a lion or a bear came and took a lamb from the flock, I went after it and struck it down, rescuing the lamb from its mouth. And if it turned against me, I would catch it by the jaw, strike it down, and kill it. Your servant has killed both lions and bears, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be like one of them, since he has defied the armies of the living God." David said, "The Lord who saved me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear will save me from the hand of this Philistine." So Saul said to David, "Go, and may the Lord be with you." Saul clothed David with his armor. He put a bronze helmet on his head and clothed him with a coat of mail. David strapped Saul's sword over the armor, and he tried in vain to walk, for he was not used to them. Then David said to Saul, "I cannot walk with these, for I am not used to them." So David removed them. Then he took his staff in his hand and chose 5 smooth stones from the wadi and put them in his shepherd's bag in the pouch. His sling was in his hand, and he drew near to the Philistine. The Philistine came on and drew near to David, with his shield bearer in front of him. When the Philistine looked and saw David, he disdained him, for he was only a youth, ruddy and handsome in appearance. Ruddy. The Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come to me with sticks?" And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. The Philistine said to David, "Come to me, I will give you a flesh to the birds of the air and to the wild animals of the field." But David said to the Philistine, "You come to me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This very day of the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will strike you down and cut off your head, and I will give the dead bodies of the Philistine army this very day to the birds of the air and to the wild animals of the earth, so that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel, and that all this assembly may know that the Lord does not save my sword and spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hand." When the Philistine drew nearer to meet David, David ran quickly toward the battle line to meet the Philistine. David put his hand in his bag, took out a stone, slung it, and struck the Philistine on his forehead. The stone sank into his forehead and he fell face down on the ground. So David prevailed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone, striking down the Philistine and killing him. There was no sword in David's hand. Then David ran and stood over the Philistine. He grasped his sword, drew it out of its sheath, and killed him. Then he cut off his head with it. When the Philistines saw that their champion was dead, they fled. The troops of Israel and the Judah rose up with a shout and pursued the Philistines as far as Gath and the great gates of Ekron, so that the wounded Philistines fell on the way from Sharim as far as Gath and Ekron. The Israelites came back from chasing the Philistines and they planted the camp. David took the head of the Philistine and brought it to Jerusalem, but he put his armor in his tent. So when Saul saw David, he go out against the Philistine. He said to Abner, the commander of the army, Abner, whose son is the young man. Abner said, as your soul lives, O king, I do not know. The king said, inquire whose son the stripling is. On David's return from the killing the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul, with the head of the Philistine in his hand. Saul said to him, whose son are you, young man? And David answered, I am the son of your servant Jesse, the Bethlehemite. Barak Mo Shalom. Chapter 18.
Barakimor, 1 Samuel chapter 18. When David had finished speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan was bound to the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Saul took him that day and would not let him return to his father's house. Then Jonathan made a covenant with David because he loved him as his own soul. Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that he was wearing and gave it to David, and his armor, and even his sword, and his bow, and his belt. David went out and was successful wherever Saul sent him. As a result, Saul set him over the army, and all the people, even the servants of Saul, approved. As they were coming home, when David returned from killing the Philistine, the women came out of all the towns of Israel, singing and dancing to meet King Saul, with tambourines, with songs of joy, and with musical instruments. And the women sang to one another as they made merry. Saul has killed his thousands, and David his 10,000s. Saul was very angry, for this saying displeased him. He said, they have ascribed to David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed thousands. What more can he have but the kingdom? So Saul eyed David from that day on. The next day, an evil spirit from God rushed upon Saul, and he raved within his house, while David was playing the lyre, as he did day by day. Saul had his spear in his hand, and Saul threw the spear, for he thought, I will pin David to the wall. But David eluded him twice. Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with him, but had departed from Saul. So Saul removed him from his presence and made him a commander of 1,000. And David marched out and came in leading the army. David had success in all his undertakings, for the Lord was with him. When Saul saw that he had great success, he stood in awe of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David, for it was he who marched out and came in leading them. Then Saul said to David, here is my elder daughter Merab. I will give her to you as a wife, only be vigilant for me and fight the Lord's battle. For Saul thought, I will not raise a hand against him. Let the Philistines deal with him. David said to Saul, who am I and who are my kinsfolk, my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king? But at the time when Saul's daughter Merab should have been given to David, she was given to Adriel, the Maholathite, as a wife. Now Saul's daughter Michal loved David. Saul was told, and the thing pleased him. Saul thought, let me give her to him, that she may be a snare for him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Therefore Saul said to David a second time, you shall now be my son-in-law. Saul commanded his servants, speak to David in private and say, the king is delighted with you, and all his servants love you. Now then, become the king's son-in-law. So Saul's servants reported these words to David in private, and David said, does it seem to you a little thing to become the king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man and of no repute? The servants of Saul told him, this is what David said. Then Saul said, thus shall you say to David, the king desires no marriage present except 100 foreskins of the Philistines, that he may be avenged on the king's enemies. Now Saul planned to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. When his servants told David these words, David was well pleased to be the king's son-in-law. Before the time had expired, David rose and went along with his men and killed 100 of the Philistines, and David brought their foreskins, which were given in full number to the king, that he might become the king's son-in-law. Saul gave him his daughter Michal as a wife, but when Saul realized that the Lord was with David and that Saul's daughter Michal loved him, Saul was still more afraid of David. So Saul was David's enemy from that time forward. Then the commanders of the Philistines came out to battle, and as often as they came out, David had more success than all the servants of Saul, so that his fame became very great. Chapter 19. Saul spoke with his son Jonathan and with all his servants about killing David. But Saul's son Jonathan took great delight in David. Jonathan told David, my father Saul is trying to kill you. Therefore, be on guard tomorrow morning. Stay in a secret place and hide yourself. I will go out and stand beside my father in the field where you are, and I will speak to my father about you. If I learn anything, I will tell you. Jonathan spoke well of David to his father Saul, saying to him, the king should not sin against his servant David, because he has not sinned against you, and because his deeds have been of good service to you. For he took his life in his hand when he attacked the Philistine, and the Lord brought about a great victory for all Israel. You saw it and rejoiced. Why then will you sin against an innocent person by killing David without cause? Saul heeded the voice of Jonathan. Saul swore, as the Lord lives, he shall not be put to death. So Jonathan called David and related all these things to him. Jonathan then brought David to Saul, and he was in his presence as before. Again, there was war, and David went out to fight the Philistines. He launched a heavy attack on them, so that they fled before him. Then an evil spirit from the Lord came upon Saul as he sat in his house with his spear in his hand while David was playing music. Saul sought to pin David to the wall with the spear, but he eluded Saul, so that he struck the spear into the wall. David fled and escaped that night. Saul sent messengers to David's house to keep watch over him, planning to kill him in the morning. David's wife, Michal, told him, if you do not save your life tonight, tomorrow you will be killed. So Michal let David down through the window. He fled away and escaped. Michal took an idol and laid it on the bed. She put a net of goat's hair on its head and covered it with the clothes. When Saul sent messengers to take David, she said, he is sick. Then Saul sent the messengers to see David for themselves. He said, bring them up to me in the bed that I may kill him. When the messengers came in, the idol was in the bed with the covering of God's hair on its head. Saul said to Michal, why have you deceived me like this and let my enemy go so that he has escaped? Michal answered Saul, He said to me, "Let me go. Why should I kill you?" Now David fled and escaped. He came to Samuel at Ramah and told him all that Saul had done to him. He and Samuel went and settled at Naioth. Saul was told, "David is at Naioth in Ramah." Then Saul sent messengers to take David. When they saw the company of the prophets in the frenzy, with Samuel standing in charge of them, the Spirit of God came upon the messengers of Saul, and they also fell into a prophetic frenzy. When Saul was told, he sent other messengers, and they also fell into a frenzy. Saul sent messengers again, the third time, and they also fell into a frenzy. Then he himself went to Ramah. He came to the great well that is in Seku. He asked, "Where are Samuel and David?" And someone said, "They are at Naioth in Ramah." He went there toward Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of God came upon him. As he was going, he fell into a prophetic frenzy until he came to Naioth in Ramah. He too stripped off his clothes, and he too fell into a frenzy before Samuel. He lay naked all that day and all that night. Therefore it is said, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" 1 Samuel chapter 20. David fled from Naioth in Ramah. He came before Jonathan and said, "What have I done? What is my guilt, and what is my sin against your father, that he is trying to take my life?" He said to him, "Far from it, you shall not die. My father does nothing great or small without disclosing it to me. And why should my father hide this from me? Never." But David also swore, "Your father knows well that you like me, and he thinks, 'Do not let Jonathan know this, and he will be grieved. But truly as the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, there is but a step between me and death." Then Jonathan said to David, "Whatever you say, I will do for you." David said to Jonathan, "Tomorrow is the new moon, and I shall not fail to sit with the king at the meal. But let me go so that I may hide in the field until the third evening. If your father misses me at all, then say, 'David earnestly asked leave of me to run to Bethlehem, his city, for there is a yearly sacrifice there for all the family.' If he says, 'Good,' it will be well with your servant. But if he is angry, then know that evil has been determined by him. Therefore, deal kindly with your servant, for you have brought your servant into a sacred covenant with you. But if there is guilt in me, kill me yourself. Why should you bring me to your father?" Jonathan said, "Far be it from you. If I knew that it was decided by my father that evil should come upon you, would I not tell you?" Then David said to Jonathan, "Who will tell me if your father answers you harshly?" Jonathan replied to David, "Come, let us go out into the field." So they both went out into the field. Jonathan said to David, "By the Lord, the God of Israel, when I have sounded out of my father about this time tomorrow, or on the third day, if he is not well disposed toward David, shall I not then send and disclose it to you? But if my father intends to do you harm, the Lord do so to Jonathan, and more also, if I do not disclose it to you and send you away, so that you may go in safety. May the Lord be with you as he has been with my father. If I am still alive, show me the faithful love of the Lord. But if I die, never cut off your faithful love from my house, even if the Lord were to cut off every one of the enemies of David from the face of the earth." Thus Jonathan made a covenant with the house of David, saying, "May the Lord seek out the enemies of David." Jonathan made David swear again by his love for him, for he loved him as he loved his own life. Jonathan said to him, "Tomorrow is the new moon. You will be missed because your place will be empty. On the day after tomorrow, you shall go a long way down. Go to the place where you hid yourself earlier and remain beside the stone there. I will shoot 3 arrows to the side of it, as though I shot at a mark. Then I will send the boy, saying, Go find the arrows. If I say to the boy, Look, the arrows are on this side of you, collect them, then you are to come, for as the Lord lives, it is safe for you and there is no danger. But if I say to the young man, Look, the arrows are beyond you, then go to the Lord, go, for the Lord has sent you away. As for the matter about which you and I have spoken, the Lord is witness between you and me forever. So David hid himself in the field. When the new moon came, the king sat at the feast to eat. Then king sat upon his seat, as at other times, upon the seat by the wall. Jonathan stood, while Abner sat by Saul's side, but David's place was empty. Saul did not say anything that day, for he thought, something has befallen him. He is not clean. Surely he is not clean. But on the second day, the day after the new moon, David's place was empty. And Saul said to his son Jonathan, Why has the son of Jesse not come to the feast, either yesterday or today? Jonathan answered Saul, David earnestly asked leave of me to go to Bethlehem. He said, Let me go, for our family is holding a sacrifice in the city, and my brother has commanded me to be there. So now, if I have found favor in your sight, let me get away and see my brothers. For this reason, he has not come to the king's table. Then Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan. He said to him, You son of a perverse, rebellious woman, do I not know that you have chosen the son of Jesse to your own shame and to the shame of your mother's nakedness? For as long as the son of Jesse lives upon the earth, neither you nor your kingdom shall be established. Now send and bring him to me, for he shall surely die. Then Jonathan answered his father Saul, Why should he be put to death? What has he done? But Saul threw his spear at him to strike him. So Jonathan knew that it was the decision of his father to put David to death. Jonathan rose from the table in fierce anger and ate no food on the second day of the month, for he was grieved for David and because his father had disgraced him. In the morning, Jonathan went out into the field to the appointment with David, and with him was a little boy. He said to the boy, Run and find the arrows that I shoot. As the boy ran, he shot an arrow beyond him. Then the boy came to the place where Jonathan's arrow had fallen. Jonathan called after the boy and said, Is the arrow not beyond you? Jonathan called after the boy, Hurry, be quick, do not linger. So Jonathan's boy gathered up the arrows and came to his master. But the boy knew nothing. Only Jonathan and David knew the arrangement. Jonathan gave his weapons to the boy and said to him, Go and carry them to the city. As long as the boy had gone, David rose from beside the stone heap and prostrated himself with his face to the ground. He bowed 3 times, and they kissed each other and wept with each other. David wept the more. Then Jonathan said to David, Go in peace, since both of us have sworn in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord shall be between me and you, and between my descendants and your descendants forever. He got up and left, and Jonathan went into the city. 1 Samuel chapter 21. David came to Nob to the priest Ahimelech. Ahimelech came trembling to meet David and said to him, Why are you alone and no one with you? David said to the priest Ahimelech, The king has charged me with a matter and said to me, No one must know anything of the matter about which I sent you and with which I have charged you. I have made an appointment with the young men for such and such a place. Now then, what have you at hand? Give me 5 loaves of bread, or whatever is here. The priest answered David, I have no ordinary bread at hand, only holy bread, provided that the young men have kept themselves from women. David answered the priest, Indeed, women have been kept from us as always when I go on an expedition. The vessels of the young men are holy even when it is a common journey. How more today will the vessels be holy? So the priest gave him the holy bread, for there was no bread there except the bread of the presence, which is removed from before the Lord to be replaced by hot bread on the day it is taken away. Now a certain man of the servants of Saul was there that day, detained before the Lord. His name was Dog the Edomite, the chief of Saul's shepherds. David said to Ahimelech, "Is there no spear or sword here with you? I did not bring my sword or my weapons with me because the king's business required haste." The priest said, "The sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom you killed in the valley of Elah, is here wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If you will take that, take it, for there is none here except that one." David said, "There is none like it. Give it to me." David rose and fled that day from Shaul. He went to King Achish of Gath. The servants of Achish said to him, "Is this not David the king of the land? Did they not sing to one another of him in dances? Saul had killed his thousands and David his 10,000s." David took these words to heart and was very much afraid of King Achish of Gath. So he changed his behavior before him. He pretended to be mad when in their presence. He scratched marks on the doors of the gate and let his spittle run down his beard. Achish said to his servants, "Look, you see the man is mad. Why then have you brought him to me? Do I lack madmen that you have brought this fellow to play the madman in my presence? Shall this fellow come into my house?" 1 Samuel chapter 22. David left there and escaped to the cave of Adullam. When his brothers and all his father's house heard of it, they went down there to him. Everyone who was in distress and everyone who was in debt and everyone who was discontented gathered to him, and he became captain over them. Those who were with him numbered about 400. David went from there to Mizpeh of Moab. He said to the king of Moab, "Please let my father and mother come to you until I know what God will do for me." He left them with the king of Moab, and they stayed with him all the time that David was in the stronghold. Then the prophet Gad said to David, "Do not remain in the stronghold. Leave and go into the land of Judah." So David left and went into the forest of Hereth. Saul heard that David and those who were with him had been located. Saul was sitting at Gibeah under the tamarisk tree on the height with his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing around him. Saul said to his servants who stood around him, "Hear now, you Benjaminites, will the son of Jesse give every one of you fields and vineyards? Will he make you all commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds? Is that why all of you have conspired against me? No one discloses to me when my son makes a league with the son of Jesse. None of you is sorry for me or discloses to me that my son has stirred up my servant against me to lie in wait as he is doing today." Dog, the Edomite, who was in charge of Saul's servants, answered, "I saw the son of Jesse coming to Nob, to Ahimelech, son of Ahitub. He inquired of the Lord for him, gave him provisions, and gave him the sword of Goliath the Philistine." The king sent for the priest Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, and for all his father's house, the priests who were at Nob, and all of them came to the king. Saul said, "Listen now, son of Ahitub." He answered, "Here I am, my lord." Saul said to him, "Why have you conspired against me, you and the son of Jesse, by giving him bread and a sword, and by inquiring of God for him, so that he has risen against me to lie in wait as he is doing today?" Then Ahimelech answered the king, "Who among all your servants is so faithful as David? He is the king's son-in-law and is quick to do your bidding and is honored in your house. Is today the first time that I have inquired of God for him? By no means. Do not let the king impute anything to his servant or to any member of my father's house, for your servant has known nothing of all this, much or little. And king said, You shall surely die, Ahimelech, you and all your father's house. The king said to the guard who stood around him, Turn and kill the priests of the Lord, because their hand also is with David. They knew that he fled and did not disclose it to me. But the servants of the king would not raise their hand to attack the priests of the Lord. Then the king said to Dog, You, Dog, turn and attack the priests. Dog, the Edomite, turned and attacked the priests. On that day, he killed 85 who wore the linen ephod. Nob, the city of the priests, he put to the sword men and women, children and infants, oxen, donkeys, and sheep. He put to the sword. But one of the sons of Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled after David. Abiathar told David that Shaul had killed priests of the Lord. David said to Abiathar, I knew on that day when Dog the Edomite was there that he would surely tell Saul, I am responsible for the lives of all your father's house. Stay with me and do not be afraid, for the one who seeks my life seeks your life. You will be safe with me. 1 Samuel chapter 23. Now they told David, the king, the Philistines are fighting against Keilah and are robbing the threshing floors. David inquired of the Lord, Shall I go and attack these Philistines? The Lord said to David, Go and attack the Philistines and save Keilah. But David's men said to him, Look, we are afraid here in Judah. How much more then if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines? Then David inquired of the Lord again. The Lord answered him, Yes, go down to Keilah, for I will give the Philistines into your hand. So David and his men went to Keilah, fought with the Philistines, brought away their livestock, and dealt with them a heavy defeat. Thus David rescued the inhabitants of Keilah. When Abiathar, son of Ahimelech, fled to David at Keilah, he came down with an ephod in his hand. Now it was Saul that David had come to, it was told Saul that David had come to Keilah, and Saul said, God has given him into my hand, for he has shut himself in by entering a town that has gates and bars. Saul summoned all the people to go down to Keilah to besiege David and his men. When David learned that Saul was plotting evil against him, he said to the priest Abiathar, Bring the ephod here. David said, O Lord, the God of Israel, your servant has heard that Saul seeks to come to Keilah to destroy the city on my account. And now will Saul come down, as your servant has heard? O Lord, the God of Israel, I beseech you, tell your servant. The Lord said, He will come down. Then David said, Will the men of Keilah surrender me and my men into the hand of Saul? Then Lord said, They will surrender you. Then David and his men, who were about 600, set out and left Keilah. They wandered wherever they could go. When Saul was told that David had escaped from Keilah, he gave up the expedition. David remained in the strongholds in the wilderness, in the hill country of the wilderness of Ziph. Saul sought him every day, but the Lord did not give him to his hand. David was in the wilderness of Ziph at Horesh when he learned that Saul had come out to seek his life. Saul's son Jonathan set out and came to David at Horesh. There he strengthened his hand through the Lord. He said to him, Do not be afraid, for the hand of my father Saul shall not find you. You shall be king over Israel, and I shall be second to this is to you. My father Saul also knows that this is so. Then the two of them made a covenant before the Lord. David remained at Horesh, and Jonathan went home. Then some Ziphites went up to Saul in Gibeah and said, David is hiding among us in the strongholds of Horesh on the hill of Hakilah. which is south of Jeshimon. Now, O king, do so, and our part will be to surrender him into the king's hand. Saul said, May you be blessed by the Lord for showing me compassion. Go and make sure once more, find out exactly where he is and who has seen him there, for I am told that he is very cunning. Look around and learn all the hiding places where he lurks, and come back to me with sure information. Then I will go with you, and if he is in the land, I will search him out among all the thousands of Judah. So they set out and went to Ziph ahead of Saul. David and his men were in the wilderness of Moan in the Arabah to the south of Jeshimon. Saul and his men went to search for him. When David was told, he went down to the rock and stayed in the wilderness of Maon. When Saul heard that, he pursued David into the wilderness of Maon. Saul went on one side of the mountain, and David and his men on the other side of the mountain. David was hurrying to get away from Saul, while Saul and his men were closing in on David and his men to capture them. Then a messenger came to Saul saying, Hurry and come, for the Philistines have made a raid on the land. So Saul stopped pursuing David and went against the Philistines. Therefore, that place was called the Rock of Escape. David then went up from there and lived in the strongholds of En-Gedi. 1 Samuel chapter 24. When Saul returned from following the Philistines, he was told, David is in the wilderness of En-Gedi. Then Saul took 3,000 chosen men out of all Israel and went to look for David and his men in the direction of the rocks of the wild goats. He came to the sheepfolds beside the road where there was a cave, and Saul went in to relieve himself. Now David and his men were sitting in the innermost parts of the cave. The men of David said to him, Here is the day of which the Lord said to you, I will give your enemy into your hand, and you shall do to him as it seems good to you. Then David went and stealthily cut off a corner of Saul's cloak. Afterward, David was stricken to the heart because he had cut off a corner of the Saul's cloak. He said to his men, The Lord forbid that I should do this thing to my Lord, the Lord's anointed, to raise my hand against him, for he is the Lord's anointed. So David scolded his men severely and did not permit them to attack Saul. Then Saul got up and left the cave and went on his way. Afterwards, David also rose up and went out of the cave and called after Saul, My lord the king. When Saul looked behind him, David bowed with his face to the ground and did obeisance. David said to Saul, Why do you listen to the words of those who say David seeks to harm you? This very day your eyes have seen how Lord gave you into my hand in the cave, and some urged me to kill you, but I spared you. I said, I will not raise my hand against my Lord, for he is the Lord's anointed. See, my father, see the corner of your cloak in my hand, for by the fact that I cut off the corner of your cloak and I did not kill you, you may know for certain that there is no wrong or treason in my hands. I have not sinned against you, though you are hunting me to take my life. May the Lord judge between me and you. May the Lord avenge me on you, but my hand shall not be against you. As the ancient proverb says, out of the wicked comes forth wickedness, but my hand shall not be against you. Against whom has the king of Israel come out? Whom do you pursue? A dead dog? A single flea?
Slow-mo. Diana, continue ചെയ്യാവോ? അടുത്തയാള് കേറിയിട്ടില്ല.
കേറിയിട്ടുണ്ട് ആന്റി.
വാ
ആ
കാണുന്നില്ലല്ലോ.
അടുത്ത് ഞാനാ വായിക്കണേ.
ഓക്കെ
ആ
ഓക്കെ. ശരി ശരി.
എവിടെ നിർത്തിയെന്ന് പറയാവോ?
1 Samuel chapter 24 verse 14 കഴിഞ്ഞു.
1 Samuel chapter 24 verses 15. May the Lord therefore be judge and give sentence between me and you. May he see to it and plead my case and vindicate me against you. When David had finished speaking these words to Saul, Saul said, "Is this your voice, my son David?" Saul lifted up his voice and wept. He said to David, "You are more righteous than I, for you have repaid me good, whereas I have repaid you evil. Today you explained how you have dealt well with me, in that you did not kill me when the Lord put me into your hands. For who has ever found an enemy and sent the enemy safely away? So may the Lord reward you with good for what you have done to me this day. Now I know that you shall surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel shall be established in your hands. Swear to me, therefore, by the Lord, that you will not cut off my descendants after me, and that you will not wipe out my name from my father's house." So David swore this to Saul. Then Saul went home, but David and his men went up to the stronghold. 1 Samuel chapter 25. Now Samuel died, and all Israel assembled and mourned for him. They buried him at his home in Ramah. Then David got up and went down to the wilderness of Parna. There was a man in Maon whose property was in Carmel. The man was very rich. He had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. He was shearing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail. The woman was clever and beautiful, but the man was surly and mean. He was a Celebite. David heard in the wilderness that Nabal was shearing his sheep. So David sent 10 young men, and David said to the young men, "Go up to Carmel and go to Nabal and greet him in my name. Thus you shall salute him. Peace be to you, and peace be to your house, and peace be to all that you have. I hear that you have shearers. Now your shepherds have been with us, and we did not them no harm, and they missed nothing, all the time they were in Carmel. Ask our young men, and they will tell you. Therefore, let my young men find favor in your sight, for we have come on a feast day. Please give whatever you have at hand to your servants and to your son David." When David's young men came, they said all this to Nabal in the name of David, and then they waited. But Nabal answered David's servants, "Who is David? Who is the son of Jesse? There are many servants today who are breaking away from their masters. Shall I take my bread and water and the meat that I have, budget from my shearers, and give it to men who come from I do not know where?" So David's young men turned away and came back and told him all this. David said to his men, "Every man strap on his sword." And every one of them strapped on his sword. David also strapped on his sword. And about 400 men went up after David, while 200 remained with the baggage. But one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, "David sent messengers out of the wilderness to salute our master, and he shouted insults at them. Yet the men were very good to us, and we suffered no harm. And we never missed anything when we were in the fields, as long as we were with them. They were a wall to us both by night and by day, all the while we were with them keeping the sheep. Now therefore know this and consider what you should do. For the evil has been decided against our master and against all his household. He is so ill natured that no one can speak to him." Then Abigail hurried and took 200 loaves, 2 skins of wine, 5 sheep ready dressed, 5 measures of purchased grain, 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of figs. She loaded them on donkeys and said to her young men, "Go on ahead of me, I am coming after you." But she did not tell her husband Nabal. As she rode on the donkey and came down under the cover of the mountain, David and his men came down towards her, and she met them. Now David had said, "Surely it was in vain that I protected all that this fellow has in the wilderness, so that nothing was missed of all that belonged to him. But he has returned me evil for good. God do so to David, and more also, if by morning I leave so much as one male of all who belong to him. When Abigail saw David, she hurried and alighted from the donkey, fell before David on her face. Bowing said, Upon me alone, my lord, be the guilt. Please let his servant speak in your ears, and hear the words of your servant. My lord, do not take seriously this ill-natured fellow. Nabal, for all, as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name, and folly is with him. But I did not see the young men of the Lord, whom you said. Now then, my lord, as the servant lives, and as you yourself live, since the Lord has restrained you from blood guilt and from taking vengeance with your own hand, now let your enemies and those who seek to do my Lord be like Nabal. And now let this present that your servant has brought to my Lord be given to the young men who follow my Lord. Please forgive the trespasses of your servant, for the Lord will certainly make my Lord a sure house. Because my Lord is fighting the battles of the Lord, and evil shall not be found in you as long as you live. If anyone should rise up to pursue you and to seek your life, the life of my Lord shall be bound in the bundle of living, but the life of your enemies he shall swing out as from the hollow of a swing. When the Lord has done to you, my Lord, according to all the good that he has spoken concerning you, and has appointed you Prince of Israel, my Lord shall have no cause of grief or pangs of conscience for having shed blood without cause, or for having saved himself. And when the Lord has dealt with you, my Lord, dealt with my Lord, then remember your servant. David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent you to meet me today. Blessed be your good sense, and blessed be those who kept me today from blood guilt and from avenging myself be my own hands. For as surely as the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, who has restrained me from hunting you, unless you had hurried and come to meet me, truly by morning there would not have been left to Nabal so much as one meal. Then David received from her hand what she had brought to him. He said to her, Go up to your house in peace. See, I have heeded your voice, and I have granted your petition. Abigail came to Nabal. He was holding a feast in his house, like the feast of a king. Nabal's heart was merry within him, for he was very drunk. So she told him nothing at all until the morning light. In the morning, when the wine had gone out of Nabal, his wife told him these things, and his heart died within him. He became like a stone. And 10 days later, the Lord struck Nabal, and he died. When David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, Blessed be the Lord who has judged the case of Nabal's insult to me, and has kept back his servant from evil. The Lord has returned the evil doings of Nabal upon his own head. Then David sent and wooed Abigail to make her his wife. When David's servant came to Abigail at Carmel, they said to her, David has sent us to take you to make him as wife. She rose and bowed down with her face to the ground and said, Your servant is a slave to wash the feet of the servants of my lord. Abigail got up hurriedly and rode on a donkey. Her 5 maids attended her. She went after the messengers of David and became his wife. David also married Ahinoam of Jezreel. Both of them became his wives. Saul had given his daughter Michal, David's wife, to Palti, son of Laish, who was from Galim. 1 Samuel chapter 26. Then the Ziphites came to Saul at Gibeah, saying, David is in hiding on the hill of Hachilah, which is opposite Jeshimon. So Saul rose and went to the wilderness of Zipha. When 3,000 chosen men of Israel to seek David in the wilderness of Zipha, Saul encamped on the hill of Hachilah, which is opposite Jeshimon, beside the road. But David remained in the wilderness. When he learned that Saul came after him into the wilderness, David sent out spies and learned that Saul had indeed arrived. Then David sent out and came to the place where Saul had encamped. And David saw the place where Saul lay, with Abner son of Ner, the commander of his army. Saul was laying within the encampment, while the army was encamped around him. Then David said to Ahimelech, that Hittite, and Joab's brother Abishai son of Zeruiah, who will go down with me into the camp to Saul. Abishai said, I will go down with you. So David and Abishai went into the army by night. There Saul lay sleeping within the encampment, with a spear stuck in the ground at his head. And Abner and the army lay around him. Abishai said to David, God has given your enemy into your hands today. Now therefore let me pin him to the ground with one stroke of the spear. I will not strike him twice. But David said to Abishai, do not destroy him, for who can raise his hand against the Lord's anointed and be guiltless? David said, as the Lord lives, the Lord will strike him down, or else they will come to die, or he will go down into the battle and perish. The Lord forbid that I should raise my hand against the Lord's anointed. But now take the spear that is at his hand and the water jar, and let us go. So David took the spear that was at Saul's head and the water jar, and they went away. No one saw it or knew it, nor did anyone wake, for they were all asleep, because the deep sleep from the Lord had fallen upon them. Then David went out to the other side and stood on top of a hill, far away with a great distance between them. David called to the army and to Abner son of Ner, saying, Abner, will you not answer? Then Abner replied, Who are you that calls to the king? David said to Abner, are you not a man who is like you in Israel? Why then have you not kept watch over the Lord your king? One of the people came in to destroy Lord the king. This thing that you have done is not good. As the Lord lives, you deserve to die, because you have not kept watch over your Lord, the Lord's anointed. See now, where is the king's spear, or the water jar that was at his head? Saul recognized David's voice and said, is this your voice, my son, David? David said, it is my voice, my Lord, O king. And he added, why does my Lord pursue his servant? For what have I done? What guilt is on my hands? Now therefore let the Lord the king hear the word of his servant. If it is the Lord who has stirred you up against me, may he accept an offering, but it is not. But if it is morals, may they be cursed before the Lord, for they have driven me out from my share in the heritage of the Lord, saying, go serve other gods. Now therefore do not let my blood fall to the ground, away from the presence of the Lord, for the king of Israel has come out to seek a single plea, like one who haunts a partridge in the mountains. Then Saul said, I have done wrong. Come back, my son David, for I will never harm you again, because my life was precious in your sight today. I have been a fool, and you have made a great mistake. And have made a great mistake. David said, here's a spear, O king. Let one of the young men come over and get it. The Lord rewards everyone for his righteousness and his faithfulness, for the Lord gave you into my hands today. But I will not raise my hand against the Lord's anointed. As your life was precious today in my sight, so may be my life be precious in the sight of the Lord, and may he rescue me from all tribulation. Then Saul said to David, blessed be you, my son David. You will do many things and will succeed in them. So Saul went in his way and returned, so David went his way, and Saul returned to his palace. 1 Samuel chapter 27. David said in his heart, I shall now perish one day by the hand of Saul. There is nothing better for me than to escape to the land of Philistines. Then Saul will despair of seeking me any longer within the borders of Israel, and I shall escape out of his hand. So David sent out and went over, he and the 600 men who were with him, to King Achishan of Maok of Gath. David stayed with Achish at Gath, he and his troops, every man with his household, and David with his two wives, Ahioah of Jezreel and Abigail of Carmel, Nabal's widow. When Saul was told that David had fled to Gath, he no longer sought for him. Then David said to Achish, if I have found favor in your sight, let a place be given to me in one of the country towns, so I may live there. For why should his servant live in the royal city with you? So that day Achish gave him Ziklag. Therefore Ziklag had belonged to the kings of Judah to this day. The length of time that David lived in the country of Philistines was 1 year and 4 months. Now David and his men went up and made raids on the Geshurites and Girzites and the Amalekites, for they were the landed settlements from Tela on the way to Shur and onto the land of Egypt. David struck the land, leaving neither man nor woman alive, but took away the sheep, the oxen, the donkeys, the camels, and the clothing, and came back to Achish. When Achish asked, "Against whom have you made a raid today?" David would say, "Against the Negab of Judah, or against the Negab of the Jerahmeelites, or against the Negab of the Kenites." David left neither man nor woman alive to be brought back to God, thinking they might tell about us and say, "David has done so and so." Such was his practice all the time he lived in the country of the Philistines. Achish trusted David, thinking he has made himself utterly abhorrent to his people Israel. Therefore, he shall always be my servant. 1 Samuel chapter 28. In those days, the Philistines gathered their forces for war to fight against Israel. Achish said to David, "You know, of course, that you and your men are to go out with me in the army." David said to Achish, "Very well, then you shall know what his servant can do." Achish said to David, "Very well, I will make you my bodyguard for life." Now Samuel had died, and all Israel had mourned for him and buried him in Ramah, his own city. Saul had expelled the mediums and the wizards from the land. The Philistines assembled and came and encamped at Shunem. Saul gathered all Israelites, and they encamped at Gilboa. When Saul saw the army of Philistines, he was afraid, and his heart trembled. Gently, when Saul inquired of the Lord did not answer him, not by dreams, or by vision, or by prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, "Seek out for me a woman in a medium, or so that I may go to her and inquire of her." The servant said, "There is no medium at Endor." So Saul disguised himself and put on other clothes and went there. He and the 2 men with him. They came to the woman by night, and he said, "Consult the spirit for me and bring up for me the one whom I named to you." The woman said to him, "Surely you know what Saul has done, how he has cut off the mediums and the wizards from the land. Why then are you laying a snare for my life to bring about my death?" But Saul said to her by the Lord, "As the Lord lives, no punishment shall come upon you for this thing." Then the woman said, "Whom shall I bring up for you?" He answered, "Bring up Samuel for me." When the woman saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice. And the woman said to Saul, "Why have you deceived me? You are Saul." The king said to her, "Have no fear. What you see?" The woman said to Saul, "I see a divine being coming up out of the ground." He said to her, "What is his appearance?" She said, "An old man is coming up. He is wrapped in a robe." So Saul knew that it was Samuel, and he bowed with his face to the ground and did observance. Then Samuel said to Saul, "Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?" Saul answered, "I am in great distress, for the Philistines are warring against me, and the God has turned away from me and answered me no more, either by prophets or by dreams. So I have summoned you to tell me what I should do." Samuel said, "Why then do you ask me, since the Lord has turned away from you and become your enemy? The Lord has done to you just as he spoke by me. For the Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor David, because you did not obey the voice of the Lord and did not carry out his fierce wrath against Amalek. Therefore, the Lord has done this thing to you today. Moreover, the Lord will give Israel along with you into the hands of the Philistines, and tomorrow you and your sons shall be with me. The Lord will also give the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines." Immediately Saul fell full length on the ground, filled with fear because of the words of Samuel, and there was no strength in him, for he had eaten nothing all day and all night. The woman came to Saul, and when she saw that he was terrified, she said to him, "Your servant has listened to you. I have taken my life in my hand, and I have listened to what you have said to me. Now therefore you also listen to your servant. Let me set a morsel of bread before you. Eat, that you may have strength when you go on your way." He refused and said, "I will not eat." But his servants, together with the woman, urged him, and he listened to their words. So he got up from the ground and sat on the bed. Now the woman had fattened calf in the house. She quickly slaughtered it, and took flour, kneaded it and baked unleavened cakes. She put them before Saul and his servants, and they ate. Then they rose and went away that night. 1 Samuel chapter 29. Now the Philistines gathered all the forces at Aphek, while the Israelites were encamped by the fountain that is in Jezreel. As the lords of the Philistines were passing on by hundreds and by thousands, and David and his men were passing on in the rear with Achish, the commanders of the Philistines said, "What are the Hebrews doing here?" Achish said to the commanders of the Philistines, "Is this not David, the servant of King Saul of Israel, who has been with me for days and years? Since he deserted to me, I have found a fault in him to this day." But the commanders of the Philistines were angry with him, and the commanders of the Philistines said to him, "Send the men back so that he may return to the place that you have assigned to him. He shall not go down with us to battle, or he may become an adversary to us in the battle. For how could this fellow reconcile himself to his Lord? Would it not be with the hands of the men here? Is it not David of whom they sing to one another in dances? Saul has killed his thousands, and David his 10,000s. Then Achish called David and said to him, "As the Lord lives, you have been honest, and to me it seems right that you should march out and in with me in the campaign, for I have found nothing with you from the day of your coming until today. Nevertheless, the Lords do not approve of you. So go back now and go peaceably. Do nothing to displease the laws of the Philistines." David said to Achish, "But what have I done? What have you found in your servant from the day I entered your service until now, that I should not go and fight against the enemies of my lord the king?" Achish replied to David, "I know that you are as blameless in my sight as an angel of God. Nevertheless, the commanders of the Philistines have said, 'He shall not go up with us to the battle.' Now then, rise early in the morning, you and your servants of your Lord who came with you, and go to the place that I have appointed for you. For as for this evil report, do not take it to heart, for you have done well before me. Start early in the morning and leave as soon as you have light." So David set out with his men in the morning to return to the land of the Philistines. But Philistines went up to Jezreel. 1 Samuel chapter 30. Now when David and his men came to Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had made a raid on the Negab and the Ziklag. They had attacked Ziklag, burned it down, and taken captive the women and all who were in it, both small and great. They killed none of them, but carried them off and went their way. When David and his men came to the city, they found it burned down, and their wives and sons and daughters taken captive. Then David and the people who were with him raised their voices and wept until they had no more strength to weep. David's two wives had also been taken captive, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail, the widow of Nabal of Carmel. David was in great danger, for the people spoke of stoning him, because all the people were bitter and spite for their sons and daughters. But David strengthened himself in the Lord his God. David said to the priest Abigail, son of Abiathar, son of Ahimelech, "Bring me the ephod." So Abiathar brought the ephod to David. David inquired of the Lord, "Shall I pursue this band? Shall I overtake them?" He answered him, "Pursue, for you shall surely overtake and shall surely rescue." So David set out, he and his 600 men who were with him. They came to the wilder Besor, where they stayed who with left behind. But David went on with the pursuit. He had 400 men, 200 stayed behind too, exhausted to cross the Wadi Besor. In the open country, they found an Egyptian and brought him to David. They gave him bread and he ate. They gave him water to drink. They also gave him a piece of fig cake and 2 clusters of raisins. When he had eaten, his spirit revived, for he had not eaten bread or drunken water for 3 days and 3 nights. Then David said to him, "To whom do you belong? Where are you from?" He said, "I am a young man of Egypt, servant to the Amalekite. My master left me behind because I fell sick 3 days ago. We had made a raid on Negeb of Cherethites and on that which belongs to Judah and on Negeb of Salem, and we burned Ziklag down." David said to him, "Will you take me to this raiding party?" He said, "Swear to me by God that you will not kill me or hand me over to my master, and I will take you down to them." When he had taken him down, they were spread out all over the ground, eating and drinking and dancing, because of the great amount of spoil they had taken from the land of the Philistines and from the land of Judah. David attacked them from twilight until the evening of the next day. None of them escaped except 400 men who mounted camels and fled. David recovered all that Amalekites had taken. David rescued his 2 wives. Nothing was missing, whether small or great, son or daughters, spoil or anything that had been taken. David brought back everything. David also captured all the flocks and herds, which were driven ahead of the other cattle, people said. This is David's spoil. Then David came to the 200 men who had been too exhausted to follow David and had been left at the Wadi Besor. They went out to meet David and to meet the people who were with him. When David drew near to the people, he saluted them. Then all the corrupt and worthless fellows among the men who had gone with David said, because they did not go with us, we will not give them any of the spoil that we have recovered, except that each man may take his wife and child and leave. But David said, you shall not do so, my brothers. With what the Lord has given us, he has preserved us and handed over to us the raiding party that attacked us. Who will listen to you in this matter? For the share of the ones who goes down in the battle shall be same as the share of those who stayed by the baggage. They share alike. From the day forward, he made it a statute and an ordinance for Israel. It continues to the present day. When David came to Ziklag, he sent part of the spoil to his friends, the elders of Judah, saying, here is a present for you from the spoil of the enemies of the Lord. It was for those in Bethel, in Ramoth of the Negab, in Jatir, in Aroer, in Sifmoth, in Eshtomo, in Rakol, in the town of Jeremielites, in the town of Kenites, in Hormah, in Borashan, in Atak, in Hebron, all the places where David and his men had roamed. 1 Samuel chapter 31. Then the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled before the Philistines, and many fell on Mount Gilboa. Then Philistines overtook Saul and his sons, and the Philistines killed Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. The battle pressed hard upon Saul. The archers found him, and he was badly wounded by them. Then Saul said to his armor bearer, draw a sword and thrust into me with it, so that these uncircumcised may not come and thrust me through and make sport of me. But his armor bearer was unwilling, for he was terrified. So Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. When his armor bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also fell upon his sword and died with him. So Saul and his 3 men and his armor bearer and all his men died together on the same day. When the men of Israel who were on the other side of the valley and those beyond the Jordan saw that the men of Israel had fled and that Saul and his sons were dead, they forsook their town and fled. And the Philistines came and occupied them. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his 3 sons fallen on the Mount Gilboa. They cut off his head, stripped off his armor, and sent messengers throughout the land of Philistines to carry the good news to the house of their idols and to the people. They put his armor in the temple of Astarte, and they fastened his body to the wall of Bethshan. But when the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard about the Philistines had done to Saul, all the valiant men set out, traveled online, and took the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the mall of Bethshan. They came to Jabesh and burned them there. Then they took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in Jabesh and fasted 7 days. 2 Samuel chapter 1. After the death of Saul,
Slow-mo.
1 Samuel chapter 31 വരെ വായിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു.
Barikimor, 2 Samuel chapter 1. After the death of Saul, when David had returned from defeating the Amalekites, David remained 2 days in Ziklag. On the 3rd day, a man came from Saul's camp with his clothes torn and dirt on his head. When he came to David, he fell to the ground and did obeisance. David said to him, "Where have you come from?" He said to him, "I have escaped from the camp of Israel." David said to him, "How did things go? Tell me." He answered, "The army fled from the battle, but also many of the army fell and died. and Saul and his son Jonathan also died. Then David asked the young man who was reporting to him, "How do you know that Saul and his son Jonathan died?" The young man reporting to him said, "I happened to be on Mount Gilboa, and there was Saul leaning on a spear, while the chariots and the horsemen drew close to him. When he looked behind him, he saw me and called to me. I answered, 'Here, sir.' And he said to me, 'Who are you?' I answered him, 'I am an Amalekite.' He said to me, 'Come, stand over me and kill me, for convulsions have seized me, and yet my life still lingers.' So I stood over him and killed him, for I knew that he could not live after he had fallen. I took the crown that was on his head and the armlet that was on his arm, and I have brought them here to my Lord." Then David took hold of his clothes and tore them, and all the men who were with him did the same. They mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and his son Jonathan, and for the army of the Lord, and for the house of Israel, because they had fallen by the sword. David said to the young man who had reported him, "Where do you come from?" He answered, "I am the son of a resident alien, an Amalekite." David said to him, "Were you not afraid to lift your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed?" Then David called one of the young men and said, "Come here and strike him down." So he struck him down and he died. David said to him, "Your blood be on your head, for your own mouth has testified against you, saying, 'I have killed the Lord's anointed.'" David intoned this lamentation over Saul and his son Jonathan. He ordered that the song of the bow be taught to the people of Judah. It is written in the book of Jashar. He said, "Your glory, O Israel, lies slain upon your high places. How the mighty have fallen. Tell it not in Gath, proclaim it not in the streets of Ashkelon, or the daughters of the Philistines will rejoice. The daughters of the uncircumcised will exult. You mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew or rain upon you, nor bounteous fields. For the shield of the mighty was defiled, the shield of Saul anointed with oil no more. From the blood of the slain, from the fat of the mighty, the bow of Jonathan did not turn back, nor the sword of Saul return empty. Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely, in life and in death, they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles, they were stronger than lions. O daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you with crimson in luxury, who put ornaments of gold on your apparel. How the mighty have fallen in the midst of the battle. Jonathan lies slain upon your high places. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. Greatly beloved were you to me. Your love to me was wonderful, passing the love of women. How the mighty have fallen, and the weapons of war perished. 2 Samuel chapter 2. After this, David inquired of the Lord, "Shall I go up into any of the cities of Judah?" The Lord said to him, "Go up." David said, "To which shall I go up?" He said, "To Hebron." So David went up there along with his two wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail, the widow of Nabal of Carmel. David brought up the men who were with him, every one with his household, and they settled in the towns of Hebron. Then the people of Judah came, and there they anointed David king over the house of Judah. When they took David, it was the people of Jabesh Gilead who buried Saul. David sent messengers to the people of Jabesh Gilead and said to them, "May you be blessed by the Lord, because you showed this loyalty to Saul your Lord and buried him. Now, may the Lord show steadfast love and faithfulness to you, and I too will reward you because you have done this thing. Therefore, let your hands be strong and be valiant. For Saul, your Lord, is dead, and the house of Judah has anointed me king over them." But Abner, son of Ner, commander of Saul's army, had taken Ishbaal, son of Saul, and brought him over to Mahanaim. He made him king of over Gilead, the Asherites, Jezreel, Ephraim, Benjamin, and over all Israel. Ishbaal, Saul's son, was 40 years old when he began to reign over Israel, and he reigned 2 years. But the house of Judah followed David. The time that David was king in Hebron over the house of Judah was 7 years and 6 months. Abner, son of Ner, and the servants of Isbal, son of Saul, went out from Mahanaim to Gibeon. Joab, son of Zeruiah, and the servants of David went out and met them at the pool of Gibeon. One group sat on one side of the pool, while the other sat on the other side of the pool. Abner said to Joab, "Let the young men come forward and have a contest before us." Joab said, "Let them come forward." So they came forward and were counted as they passed by. 12 for Benjamin and Ishbal, son of Saul, and 12 of the servants of David. Each grasped his opponent by the head and thrust his sword in his opponent's side. So they fell down together. Therefore, that place was called Helkath Hazruim, which is at Gibeon. The battle was very fierce that day, and Abner and the men of the Israel were beaten by the servants of David. The 3 sons of Zeruiah were there, Joab, Abishai, and Ashel. Now Ashel was as swift of foot as a wild gazelle. Ashel pursued Abner, turning neither to the right nor to the left, or he followed him, as he followed him. Then Abner looked back and said, "Is it you, Ashel?" He answered, "Yes, it is." Abner said to him, "Turn to your right or to your left and seize one of the young men and take his spoil." But Ashel would not turn away from following him. Abner said again to Ashel, "Turn away from following me. Why should I strike you to the ground? How then could I show my face to your brother Joab?" But he refused to turn away. So Abner struck him in the stomach with the butt of his spear, so that the spear came out at his back. He fell there and died where he lay. And all those who came to the place where Ashel had fallen and died stood still. But Joab and Abishai pursued Abner. As the sun was going down, they came to the hill of Ammah, which lies before Gihon, the way to the wilderness of Gibeon. The Benjaminites railed around Abner and formed a single band. They took their stand on the top of a hill. Then Abner called to Joab, "Is the sword to keep devouring forever? Do you not know that the end will be bitter? How long will it be before you order your people to turn from the pursuit of their kinsmen?" Joab said, "As God lives, if you had not spoken, the people would have continued to pursue their kinsmen, not stopping until morning." Joab sounded the trumpet, and all the people stopped. They no longer pursued Israel or engaged in battle any further. Abner and his men traveled all that night through the Arabah. They crossed the Jordan, and marching the whole forenoon, they came to Mahanaim. Joab returned from the pursuit of Abner, and when he had gathered all the people together, there were missing of David's servants 19 men besides Ashel. But the servants of David had killed of Benjamin 360 of Abner's men. They took up Ashel and buried him in the tomb of his father, which was at Bethlehem. Joab and his men marched all night, and the day broke upon them at Hebron. 2 Samuel chapter 3. There was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David. David grew stronger and stronger, while the house of Saul became weaker and weaker. Sons were born to David at Hebron. His firstborn was Abnon of Ahinoam of Jezreel. His second, Shileb of Abigail, the widow of Nabal of Carmel. The third, Absalom, son of Maachah, daughter of King Talmai of Jeshur. The fourth, Adonijah, son of Haggith. The fifth, Shephatiah son of Abital, and the sixth, Ithream of David's wife, Iglah. These were born to David in Hebron. While there was war between the house of Saul and the house of David, Abner was making himself strong in the house of Saul. Now Saul had a concubine whose name was Ziphah, daughter of Aiah. And Isbaal said to Abner, "Why have you gone into my father's concubine?" The words of Isbaal made Abner very angry. He said, "Am I a dog's head for Judah? Today I keep showing loyalty to the house of your father Saul, to his brothers and to his friends, and have not given you into the hand of David, and yet you charge me now with a crime concerning this woman. So may God do to Abner, and so may he add to it. For just what the Lord has sworn to David, that will I accomplish for him, to transfer the kingdom from the house of Saul and set up the throne of David over Israel and over Judah, from Dan to Beersheba." And Isbaal could not answer Abner another word because he feared him. Abner sent messengers to David at Hebron, saying, "To whom does the land belong? Make your covenant with me, and I will give you my support to bring all Israel over to you." He said, "Good, I will make a covenant with you, but one thing I require of you. You shall never appear in my presence unless you bring Saul's daughter Michal, whom you came to see me. When you came to see me." Then David sent messengers to Saul's son Ishbaal, saying, "Give me my wife, Michal, to whom I became engaged at the price of 100 foreskins of the Philistines." Ishbaal sent and took her from her husband, Paltiel, the son of Laish. But her husband went with her, weeping as he walked behind her all the way to Bahurim. Then Abner said to him, "Go back home." So he went back. Abner sent word to the elders of Israel, saying, "For some time past you have been seeking David as king over you. Now then bring it about, for the Lord has promised David, 'Through my servant David I will save my people Israel from the hand of the Philistines and from all their enemies.'" Abner also spoke directly to Benjaminites. Then Abner went to tell David at Hebron all that Israel and the whole house of Benjamin were ready to do. When Abner came with 20 men to David at Hebron, David made a feast for Abner and the men who were with him. Abner said to David, "Let me go and rally all Israel to my lord the king, in order that they may make a covenant with you, and that you may reign over all that your heart desires." So David dismissed Abner, and he went away in peace. Just then the servants of David arrived with Joab from a raid, bringing much spoil with them. But Abner was not with David at Hebron, for David had dismissed him, and he had gone away in peace. When Joab and all the army that was with him came, it was told Joab, "Abner son of Ner came to the king, and he dismissed him, and he had gone away in peace." Then Joab went to the king and said, "What have you done?" Then Joab went to the king and said, "What have you done? Abner came to you. Why did you dismiss him so that he got away? You know that Abner, son of Ner, came to deceive you and to learn your comings and goings, and to learn all that you are doing." When Joab came out from David's presence, he sent messengers after Abner, and they brought him back from the cistern of Sirah. But David did not know about it. When Abner returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside in the gateway to speak with him privately, and there he stabbed him in the stomach. So he died for shedding the blood of Asahel, Joab's brother. Afterward, when King David heard of it, he said, "I and my kingdom are forever guiltless before the Lord for the blood of Abner, son of Ner. May the guilt fall on the head of Joab and on all his father's house." and may the house of Joab never be without one who has a discharge, or who is leprous, or who holds a spindle, or who falls by the sword, or who lacks food. So Joab and his brother Abishai murdered Abner because he had killed their brother Ashel in the battle at Gibeon. Then David said to Joab and to all the people who were with him, tear your clothes and put on sackcloth and mourn over Abner. And King David followed the bier. They buried Abner at Hebron. The king lifted up his voice and wept at the grave of Abner, and all the people wept. The king lamented for Abner, saying, should Abner die as a fool dies? Your hands were not bound, your feet were not fettered. As one falls before the wicked, you have fallen. And all the people wept over him again. Then all the people came to persuade David to eat something while it was still day. But David swore, saying, so may God do to me, and more, if I taste bread or anything else before the sun goes down. All the people took notice of it, and it pleased them, just as everything the king did pleased all the people. So all the people and all Israel understood that day that the king had no part in the killing of Abner, son of Ner. And the king said to his servants, do you not know that a prince and a great man has fallen this day in Israel? Today I am powerless, even though anointed king. These men, the sons of Zeruiah, are too violent for me. The Lord pay back the one who does wickedly in accordance with his wickedness. 2 Samuel chapter 4. When Saul's son Ishbaal heard that Abner had died at Hebron, his courage failed and all Israel was dismayed. Saul's son had two captains of raiding bands. The name of the one was Bana and the name of the other Rechab. They were sons of Rimno, a Benjaminite from Beeroth, for Beeroth is considered to belong to Benjamin. Now the people of Beeroth had fled to Gittayam and are there as resident aliens to this day. Saul's son Jonathan had a son who was crippled in his feet. He was 5 years old when the news about Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel. His nurse picked him up and fled, and in her haste to flee, it happened that he fell and became lame. His name was Mephibosheth. Now the sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite, Rechab, and Baanah set out, and about the heat of the day, they came to the house of Ishbaal while he was taking his noonday rest. They came inside the house as though to take wheat, and they struck him in the stomach. Then Rechab and his brother Baanah escaped. Now they had come into the house while he was lying on his couch in his bedchamber. They attacked him, killed him, and beheaded him. Then they took his head and traveled by way of the Arabah all night long. They brought the head of Isbaal to David at Hebron and said to the king, here is the head of Ishbaal, son of Saul, your enemy, who sought your life. The Lord has avenged my lord the king this day on Saul and on his offspring. David answered Rechab and his brother Baanah, the sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite. As the Lord lives, who has redeemed my life out of every adversity, when the one who told me, see, Saul is dead, though thought he was bringing good news, I seized him and killed him at Ziklag. This was the reward I gave him for his news. How much more then, when wicked men have killed a righteous man on his bed in his own house? And now shall I not require his blood at your hand and destroy you from the earth? So David commanded the young men, and they killed them. They cut off their hands and feet and hung their bodies beside the pool at Hebron. But the head of Ishbaal they took and buried in the tomb of Abner at Hebron. 2 Samuel chapter 5. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David at Hebron and said, look, we are your bone and flesh. For some time, while Saul was king over us, it was you who led out Israel and brought it in. The Lord said to you, it is you who shall be shepherd of my people Israel, you who shall be ruler over Israel. So all the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and King David made a covenant with them at Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years. At Hebron, he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and at Jerusalem, he reigned over all Israel and Judah 33 years. The king and his men marched to Jerusalem against the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land, who said to David, "You will not come in here. Even the blind and the lame will turn you back." Thinking David cannot come in here, nevertheless, David took his stronghold of Zion, which is now the city of David. David has said on that day, "Whoever would strike down the Jebusites, let him get up the water shaft to attack the lame and the blind, those whom David hates." Therefore it is said, "The blind and the lame shall not come into the house." David occupied the stronghold and named it the city of David. David built the city all around from the Milo inward, and David became greater and greater, for the Lord, the God of hosts, was with him. King Hiram of Tyre sent messengers to David along with cedar trees and carpenters and masons who built David a house. David then perceived that the Lord had established him king over Israel and that he had exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel. In Jerusalem, after he came from Hebron, David took more concubines and wives, and more sons and daughters were born to David. These are the names of those who were born to him in Jerusalem: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibar, Elishua, Nephah, Jephia, Elishama, Eliada, and Eliphelet. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over Israel, all the Philistines went up in search of David. But David heard about it and went down to the stronghold. Now the Philistines had come and spread out in the valley of Rephaim. David inquired of the Lord, "Shall I go up against the Philistines? Will you give them into my hand?" The Lord said to David, "Go up, for I will certainly give the Philistines into your hand." So David came to Baal Perazim, and David defeated them there. He said, "The Lord has burst forth against my enemies before me, like a bursting flood." Therefore, that place is called Baal Perazim. The Philistines abandoned their idols there, and David and his men carried them away. Once again, the Philistines came up and were spread out in the valley of Rephaim. When David inquired of the Lord, he said, "You shall not go up. Go around to their rear and come upon them up opposite the balsam trees. When you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the balsam trees, then be on the alert, for then the Lord has gone out before you to strike down the army of the Philistines." David did just as the Lord had commanded him, and he struck down the Philistines from Geba all the way to Jesher. 2 Samuel chapter 6. David again gathered all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000. David and all the people with him set out and went from Bali, Judah, to bring up from there the ark of God, which is called by the name of the Lord of hosts, who is enthroned on the cherubim. They carried the ark of God on a new cart and brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was on the hill. Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, were driving the new cart while the ark of God, with the ark of God, and Ahio went in front of the ark. David and all the house of Israel were dancing before the Lord with all their might, with songs and lyres and harps and tambourines and castanets and cymbals. When they came to the threshing floor of Nakon, Uzzah reached out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it. for the oxen shook it. The anger of the Lord was kindled against the Uzzah, and God struck him there because he reached out his hand to the ark, and he died there beside the ark of God. David was angry because the Lord had burst forth with an outburst upon Uzzah. So that place is called Peruzuaza to this day. David was afraid of the Lord that day. He said, "How can the ark of the Lord come into my care?" So David was unwilling to take the ark of the Lord into his care in the city of David. Instead, David took it to the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. The ark of the Lord remained in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite 3 months, and the Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. It was told King David, "The Lord has blessed the household of Obed-Edom and all that belongs to him because of the ark of God." So David went and brought up the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom to the city of David with rejoicing. And when those who bore the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed an ox and a fatling. David danced before the Lord with all his might. David was girdled with a linen ephod. So David and all the house of Israel brought up the ark of the Lord with shouting and with the sound of the trumpet. As the ark of the Lord came into the city of David, Michal, daughter of Saul, looked out of the window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. They brought in the ark of the Lord and set it in its place inside the tent that David had pitched for it. And David offered burnt offerings and offerings of well-being before the Lord. When David had finished offering the burnt offerings and the offerings of well-being, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts and distributed food among all the people, the whole multitude of Israel, both men and women, to each a cake of bread, a portion of meat, and a cake of raisins. Then all the people went back to their homes. David returned to bless his household. But Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet David and said, "How the king of Israel honored himself today, uncovering himself today before the eyes of the maids, as any vulgar fellow might shamelessly uncover himself." David said to Michal, "It was before the Lord who chose me in place of your father and all his household to appoint me as prince over Israel, the people of the Lord, that I have danced before the Lord. I will make myself yet more contemptible than this, and I will be abased in my own eyes. But by the maids of whom you have spoken, by them I shall be held in honor." And Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child to the day of her death. 2 Samuel chapter 7. Now when the king was settled in his house, and the Lord had given him rest from all his enemies around him, the king said to the prophet Nathan, "See now, I am living in a house of cedar, but the ark of God stays in a tent." Nathan said to the king, "Go, do all that you have in mind, for the Lord is with you." But that same night the word of the Lord came to Nathan, "Go and tell my servant David, thus says the Lord, are you the one to build me a house to live in? I have not lived in a house since the day I brought up the people of Israel from Egypt to this day, but I have been moving about in a tent and a tabernacle. Wherever I have moved about among all the people of Israel, did I ever speak a word with any of the tribal leaders of Israel, whom I commanded to shepherd my people Israel, saying, Why have you not built me a house of cedar? Now therefore, thus you shall say to my servant David, Thus says the Lord of hosts, I took you from the pasture, from following the sheep to be prince over my people Israel. And I have been with you wherever you went, and have cut off all your enemies from before you. And I will make for you a great name, like the name of the great ones of the earth. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and I will plant them so that they may live in their own place and be distributed no more, and evildoers shall afflict them no more as formerly. From the time that Barakimor, 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 10.
Chimna, can you read?
Yes, I'm reading.
Not.
Okay.
It is good.
Barkmore, 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 10. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel and will plant them so that they may live in their own place and be disturbed no more, and evildoers shall afflict them no more, as formerly from the time that I appointed judges over my people Israel, and I will give you rest from all your enemies. Moreover, the Lord declares to you that the Lord will make you a house when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors. I will raise up your offspring after you. You shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, I will punish him with a rod such as mortals use with blows inflicted by human beings. But I will not take my steadfast love from him, and as I took it from Shaul, whom I put away from before you. Your house and your kingdom shall be made sure forever before me. Your throne shall be established forever. In accordance with all these words and with all this vision, Nathan spoke to David. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is in my house that you have brought me thus far? And yet this was a small thing in your eyes. O Lord God, you have spoken also of your servant's house for a great while to come. May this be instruction for the people. O Lord God, and what more can David say to you? For you know your servant, O Lord God, because of your promise and according to your own heart, you have wronged all this greatness so that your servant may know it. Therefore, you are great, O Lord God, for there is no one like you, and there is no God besides you, according to all that we have heard with our ears. Who is like your people, like Israel? Is there another nation on earth whose God went to redeem it as a people and to make a name for himself, doing great and awesome things for them by driving out before his people nations and their gods? And you established your people Israel for yourself to be your people forever. And you, O Lord, became their God. And now, O Lord God, as for the word that you have spoken concerning your servant and concerning his house, confirm it forever. Do as you have promised. Thus your name will be magnified forever in the sea. The Lord of hosts is God over Israel, and the house of your servant David will be established before you. For you, O Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, have made this revelation to your servant, saying, I will build you a house. Therefore, your servant has found courage to pray this prayer to you. And now, O Lord God, you are God, and your words are true, and you have promised this good thing to your servant. Now, therefore, may it please you to bless the house of your servant, so that it may continue forever before you. For you, O Lord God, have spoken, and with your blessing shall this house of your servant be blessed forever. 2 Samuel chapter 8. Sometime afterward, David attacked the Philistines and subdued them. David took Igama out of the hand of the Philistines. He also defeated the Moabites and, making them lie down on the ground, measured them off with a cord. He measured 2 lengths of cord for those who were to be put to death, seen length for those who were to be spared. And the Moabites became servants to David and brought tribute. David also struck down King Hadadezer, son of Rehob of Sobah, and he went to restore his monument at the river Euphrates. David took from him 1,700 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers. David hamstrung all the chariot horses but left enough for 100 chariots. When the Arameans of Damascus came to help King Hadadezer of Sobath, David killed 22,000 men of the Arameans. Then David put garrisons among the Arameans of Damascus, and the Arameans became servants to David and brought tribute. The Lord gave victory to David where he went. David took the gold shields that were carried by the servant of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem from Betha and from Berotham, towns of Hadadezer. King David took a great amount of bronze. When King Toi of Hamath heard that David had defeated the whole army of Hadadezer, Toi sent him son Joram to King David to greet him and to congratulate him because he had fought against Hadadezer and defeated him. Now Hadadezer had often been at war with Toi. Joram brought with him articles of silver, gold, bronze, and these also King David dedicated to the Lord, together with the silver and the gold that he dedicated from all the nations he subdued from Edom, Moab, the Ammonites, the Philistines, the Amalek, and from the spoil of King Hadadezer, son of Rehob of Soba. David won a name for himself. When he returned, he killed 18,000 Edomites in the valley of Salt. He put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom, he put garrisons, and all the Edomites became David's servant. And the Lord gave victory to David wherever he went. So David reigned over all Israel, and David administered justice and equity to all his people. Joab, son of Zuriah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was a recorder. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Zerah was secretary, Benai, a son of Jehoiada, and over the Cherethites and the Pelethites and David's son were priests. David asked, "Is there still anyone left of the house of Saul to whom I may show kindness of Jonathan's sake?" Now there was a servant of the house of Saul whose name was Ziba, and he summoned to David. The king said to him, "Are you Ziba?" And he said, "At your service." The king said, "Is there anyone remaining of the house of Saul to whom I may show the kindness of God?" Ziba said to the king, "There remains a son of Jonathan, he is crippled in his feet." The king said to him, "Where is he?" Ziba said to the king, "He is in the house of Machir, son of Amiel, at Lodebar." The king David sent and brought him from the house of Machir, son of Amiel, at Lodebar. Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, son of Saul, came to David and fell on his face and did obeisance. David said, Mephibosheth, he answered, "I am your servant." David said to him, "Do not be afraid, for I will show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan. I will restore to you all the land of your grandfather Saul, and you yourself shall eat my table always." He did obeisance and said, "What is your servant? What you should took upon a dead dog such as I?" Then the king summoned Saul's servant Ziba and said to him, all that belonged to Saul and to all his house I have given to your master's grandson. You and your sons and your servants shall till the land for him and shall bring in the produce, so that your master's grandson may have food to eat. But your master's grandson, Mephibosheth, shall always eat at my table. Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Then Ziba said to the king, according to all my lord, the king commands his servant, so your servant will do. Mephibosheth ate at David's table like one of the king's sons. Mephibosheth had a young son whose name was Micah, and all who lived in Sheba's house became Mephibosheth's servants. Mephibosheth lived in Jerusalem, for he always ate at the king's table. Now he was lame in both his feet. 2 Samuel chapter 10. Sometime afterward, the king of the Ammonites died, and his son Hanun succeeded him. David said, I will deal loyally with Hanun, son of Nahash, just as his father dealt loyally with me. So David sent envoys to console him concerning his father. When David's envoys came into the land of the Ammonites, the princes of Ammonites said to their lord Hanun, do you really think that David is honoring your father just because he has sent messengers with condolences to you? Has not David sent his envoys to you to search the city, to spy it out, and to overthrow it? So Hanun seized David's envoys, shaved off half the beard of each, cut off their garments in the middle at their hips, and sent them away. When David was told, he sent to meet them, for the men were greatly ashamed. The king said, remain at Jericho until your birds have grown, and then return. When the Ammonites saw that they had become odious to David, the Ammonites sent and hired the Arameans of Bethrehob and the Arameans of Soba 20,000 foot soldiers, as well as the king of Maacah 1,000 men, and the men of Tob 12,000 men. When David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the army with the warriors. The Ammonites came out and drew up in battle array at the entrance of the gate, but the Arameans of Soba and the Rehob and the men of Tob and Maacah were by themselves in the open country. When Job saw that the battle was set against him both in front and in the rear, he chose some of the picked men of Israel and arrayed them against the Arameans. The rest of his men he put in the charge of his brother Abishai, and he arrayed them against the Ammonites. He said, if the Arameans are too strong for me, then you shall help me. But if the Ammonites are too strong for you, then I will come and help you. Be strong, and let us be courageous for the sake of our people and for the cities of our God, and may the Lord do what seems good to him. So Joab and the people who were with him moved forward in the battle against the Arameans, and they fled before him. When the Ammonites saw that the Arameans fled, they likewise fled before Abishai and entered the city. Then Joab returned from fighting against the Ammonites and came to Jerusalem. But when the Arameans saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they gathered themselves together. Hadadezer sent and brought out the Arameans who were beyond Euphrates, and they came to Helam with Sobat and the commander of the army of Hadadezer at their head. When it was told David, he gathered all Israel together and crossed the Jordan and came to Helam. The Arameans arrayed themselves against David and fought with him. The Arameans fled before Israel, and David killed of the Arameans 700 chariot teams and 40,000 horsemen, and wounded Shobak, the commander of their army, so that he died there. When all the kings who were servants of Hadadezer saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they made peace with Israel and became subject to them. So the Arameans were afraid to help the Ammonites anymore. 2 Samuel chapter 11. In the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to battle, David sent Joab with his officers, all Israel with him, then ravaged and the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah. But David remained at Jerusalem. It happened late one afternoon when David rose from his couch and walking about on the roof of the king's house that he saw from the roof a woman bathing. The woman was very beautiful. David sent someone to inquire about the woman. It was reported, "This is Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite." So David sent messengers to get her, and she came to him, and he lay with her. Now she was purifying herself after her period. Then she returned to her house. The woman conceived, and she sent and told David, "I am pregnant." So David sent word to Job, "Send me Uriah the Hittite." And Joab sent Uriah to David. When Uriah came to him, David asked how Joab and the people fared and how the war was going. Then David said to Uriah, "Go down to your house and wash your feet." Uriah went out of the king's house, and there followed him a present from the king. But Uriah slept at the entrance of the king's house with all the servants of his lord and did not go down to his house. When they told David, Uriah did not go down to his house. David said to Uriah, you have just come from a journey. Why did you not go down to your house?" Uriah said to David, "The ark and the Israel and the Judah remain in booths, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord are camping in the open field. Shall I then go to my house to eat and to drink, and to lie with my wife? As you live and as your soul lives, I will not do such a thing." Then David said to Uriah, "Remain here today also, and tomorrow I will send you back." So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day. Oh, the next day, David invited him to eat and drink in his presence and made him drunk. And in the evening, he went out to lie on his couch with the servant of his Lord, but he did not go down to his house. In the morning, David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah. In the letter, he wrote, "Set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fighting, and then draw back from him, so that he may be struck down and die." As Joab was besieging the city, he assigned Uriah to the place where he knew there were valiant warriors. Then men of the city came out and fought with Joab, and some of the servants of David among the people of fell. Uriah and the Hittite was killed as well. Then Joab sent and told David all the news about the fighting, and he instructed the messenger, "When you have finished telling the king all the news about the fighting, then if the king's anger rises and he says to you, 'Why did you go so near the city to fight? Did you not know that they would shoot from the wall? Who killed Abimelech, son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman throw an upper millstone on him from the wall so that he died at the base? Why did you go near the wall? Then you shall say, Your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead too." So the messenger went and came and told David all that Joab had sent him to tell. The messenger said to David, "The men gained an advantage over us and came out against us in the field, but we drove them back to the entrance of the gate. Then the archers shot at your servants from the wall. Some of the king's servants are dead, and your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also." David said to the messenger, "Thus you shall say to Joab, 'Do not let this matter trouble you, for the sword devours now one And now another press your attack on the city and overthrow it and encourage him. When the wife of Uriah heard that her husband was dead, she made lamentation for him. When the mourning was over, David sent and brought her to his house, and she became his wife and bore him a son. 2 Samuel chapter 12. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord, and the Lord sent Nathan to David. He came to him and said to him, there were two men in a certain city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had very many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing but one little ewe lamb which he had bought. He brought it up, and it grew up with him and with his children. It used to eat of his meager fare and drink from his cup and lie in his bosom, and it was like a daughter to him. Now there came a traveler to the rich man, and he was loath to take one of his own folk or her to prepare for the wayfare who had come to him. But he took the poor man's lamb and prepared that for the guest who had come to him. Then David's anger was greatly kindled against the man. He said to Nathan, as the Lord lives, the man who had done this deserves to die. He shall restore the lamb fourfold because he did this thing and because he had no pity. Nathan said to David, you are the man, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. I anointed you king over Israel, and I rescued you from the hand of Saul. I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your bosom, and gave you the house of Israel and of Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have added as much more. Why have you despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah and the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, for you have despised me, and have taken the wife of Uriah and the Hittite to be your wife. Thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of this very sun. For you did it secretly, but I will do this before all Israel and before the sun. David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. Nathan said to David, now the Lord has put away your sin. You shall not die. Nevertheless, because by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child that is born to you shall die. Then Nathan went to his house. The Lord struck the child that Uriah's wife bore to David, and it became very ill. David therefore pleaded with God for the child. David fasted and went in and lay all night on the ground. The elders of his house stood beside him, urging him to rise from the ground, but he would not, nor he did eat food with them. On the seventh day the child died, and the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead. For they said, while the child was still alive, we spoke to him, and he did not listen to us. How then can we tell him the child is dead? He may do himself some harm. But when David saw that his servants were whispering together, he perceived that the child was dead. And David says to his servants, is the child dead? They said, he is dead. Then David rose from the ground, washed, anointed himself, and changed his clothes. He went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. Then he went to his own house, and when he asked, they set food before him, and he ate. Then his servant said to him, what is this thing that you have done? You fasted and wept for the child while it was alive. But when the child died, you rose and ate food. He said, While the child was still alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, who knows, the Lord may be gracious to me, and the child may live. But now he is dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he will not return to me. Then David consoled his wife Bathsheba and went to her and lay with her, and she bore a son. And he named him Solomon. The Lord loved him and sent a message by the prophet Nathan. So he named him Jedidiah because of the Lord. Now Joab fought against Rabbah of the Ammonites and took the royal city. Joab sent messengers to David and said, I have fought against Rabbah. Moreover, I have taken the water city. Now then, gather the rest of the people together and encamp against the city and take it. Or I myself will take the city, and it will be called by my name. So David gathered all the people together and went to Rabbah and fought against it and took it. He took the crown of Milcom from his head, the weight of it. It was a talent of gold, and in it was a precious stone, and it was placed on David's head. He also brought forth the spoil of the city, a very great amount. He brought out the people who were in it and set them to work with saws and iron picks and iron axes, or send them to the brick works. Thus he did all the cities of the Ammonites. Then David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. 2 Samuel chapter 13. Some time passed, David's son Absalom had a beautiful sister whose name was Tamar, and David's son Amnon fell in love with her. Amnon was so tormented that he made himself ill because of his sister Tamar, for she was a virgin, and it seemed impossible to Amnon to do anything to her. But Amnon had a friend whose name was Jonadab, the son of David's brother Shimeah, and Jonadab was very crafty man. He said to him, O son of king, why are you so haggard morning after morning? Will you not tell me? Amnon said to him, I love Tamar, my brother, Absalom's sister. Jonadab said to him, lie down on your bed and pretend to be ill. And when your father comes to see you, say to him, let my sister Tamar come and give me something to eat and prepare the food in my sight, so that I may see it and eat it from her hand. So Amnon lay down and pretended to be ill. And when the king came to see him, Amnon said to the king, please let my sister Tamar come and make a couple of cakes in my sight, so that I may eat from her hand. Then David sent home to Tamar, go to your brother Amnon's house and prepare food for him. So Tamar went to her brother Amnon's house, and where he was lying down, she took dough, kneaded it, and made cakes in his sight and baked the cakes. Then she took the pan and set them out before him, but he refused to eat. Amnon said, send out everyone from me. So everyone went out from him. Then Amnon said to Tama, bring the food into the chamber so that I may eat from your hand. So Tama took the cake she had made and brought them into the chamber to Amnon her brother. But when she brought them near him to eat, he took hold of her and said to her, come, lie with me, my sister. She answered him, no, my brother, do not force me. For such a thing is not done in Israel. Do not do anything so well. As for me, where could I carry my shame? And as for you, you would be as one of the scoundrels in Israel. Now, therefore, I beg you, speak to the king, for he will not withhold me from you. But he would not listen to her, and being stronger than she, he forced her and lay with her. Then Amnon was seized with a very great loathing for her. In
Slow-mo.
Bargmore, 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 15.
Barikimor, 2 Samuel chapter 13 verses 15. Then Amnon was seized with a very great loathing for her. Indeed, his loathing was even greater than the lust he had felt for her. Amnon said to her, "Get out." But she said to him, "No, my brother, for this wrong in sending me away is greater than the other that you did to me." But he would not listen to her. He called the young man who served him and said, "Put this woman out of my presence," and bolt the door after her. Now she was wearing a long robe with sleeves, for this is how the virgin daughters of the king were clothed in earlier times. So his servant pulled her out, put her out, and bolted the door after her. But Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the long robe that she was wearing. She put her hand on her head and went away crying aloud as she went. Her brother Absalom said to her, "Has Amnon your brother been with you?" "Be quiet for now, my sister. He is your brother. Do not take this to heart." So Tamar remained a desolate woman in her brother Absalom's house. When King David heard of all these things, he became very angry, but he would not punish his son Amnon because he loved him, for he was his firstborn. But Absalom spoke to Amnon neither good nor bad, for Absalom hated Amnon because he had raped his sister Tamar. After 2 full years, Absalom had sheep shearers at Balhasor, which is near Ephraim, and Absalom invited all the king's sons. Absalom came to the king and said, "Your servant has sheep shearers. Will the king and his servants please go with your servant?" But the king said to Absalom, "No, my son, let us not all go, or else we will be burdensome to you." He pressed him, but he would not go, but gave him his blessing. Then Absalom said, "If not, let my brother Amnon go with us." The king said to him, "Why should he go with you?" But Absalom pressed him until he let Amnon and all the king's sons go with him. Absalom made a feast like a king's feast. Then Absalom commanded his servants, "Watch when Amnon's heart is merry with wine. And when I say to you, 'Strike Amnon,' then kill him. Do not be afraid. Have I not myself commanded you? Be courageous and valiant." So the servants of Absalom did to Amnon as Absalom had commanded. Then all the king's sons rose, and each mounted his mule and fled. While they were on the way, the report came to David that Absalom had killed all the king's sons, and not one of them was left. The king rose, tore his garments, and lay on the ground. All his servants who were standing by tore their garments. But Jonadab, the son of David's brother, Shimeah, said, "Let not my lord suppose that they have killed all the young men, the king's sons. Amnon alone is dead. This has been determined by Absalom from the day Amnon raped his sister Tamar. Now therefore do not let my lord the king take it to heart, as if all the king's sons were dead, for Amnon alone is dead." But Absalom fled. When the young man who kept watch looked up, he saw many people coming from Horonaim road by the side of mountain. Jonadab said to the king, "See, the king's sons have come, as your servant said." So it has come about. As soon as he had finished speaking, the king's sons arrived and raised their voices and wept, and the king and all his servants also wept very bitterly. But Absalom fled and went to Talmai, son of Ammihud, king of Geshur. David mourned for his son day after day. Absalom, having fled to Geshur, stayed there 3 years, and the heart of the king went out, yearning for Absalom, for he was now consoled over the death of Amnon. 2 Samuel chapter 14. Now Joab, son of Zeruiah, perceived that the king's mind was on Absalom. Joab sent to Tekoa and brought from there a wise woman. He said to her, "Pretend to be a mourner. Put on mourning garments. Do not anoint yourself with oil, but behave like a woman who has been mourning many days for the dead. Go to the king and speak to him as follows." And Joab put the words into her mouth. When the woman of Tekoa came to the king, she fell on her face to the ground and did obeisance and said, Help, O king. The king asked her, What is your trouble? She answered, Alas, I am a widow. My husband is dead. Your servant had 2 sons, and they fought with one another in the field. There was no one to part them, and one struck the other and killed him. Now the whole family has risen against your servant. They say, Give up the man who struck his brother, so that we may kill him for the life of his brother whom he murdered, even if we destroy the hair as well. Thus they would quench my one remaining ember and leave to my husband neither name nor remnant on the face of the earth. Then the king said to the woman, Go to your house, and I will give orders concerning you. The woman of Tekoa said to the king, On me be the guilt, my lord the king, and on my father's house. Let the king and his throne be guiltless. The king said, If anyone says anything to you, bring him to me, and he shall never touch you again. Then she said, Please may the king keep the Lord your God in mind, so that the avenger of blood may kill no more, and my son not be destroyed. He said, As the Lord lives, not one hair of your son shall fall to the ground. Then the woman said, Please let your servant speak a word to my lord, the king. He said, Speak. The woman said, Why then have you planned such a thing against the people of God? For in giving this decision, the king convicts himself, inasmuch as the king does not bring his banished one home again. We must all die. We are like water spilled on the ground, which cannot be gathered up. But God will not take away a life. He will devise plans so as not to keep an outcast banished forever from his presence. Now I have come to say this to my lord the king, because the people have made me afraid. Your servant thought, I'll speak to the king. Maybe that the king will perform the request of his servant. So the king will hear and deliver his servant from the hand of the man who would cut both me and my son off from the heritage of God. Your servant thought, the word of my lord, the king will set me at rest. For my lord the king is like the angel of God, discerning good and evil. The Lord your God be with you. Then the king answered the woman, Do not withhold from me anything I ask you. The woman said, Let my lord the king speak. The king said, Is the hand of Joab with you in all this? The woman answered and said, As surely as you live, my lord the king, one cannot turn right or left from anything that my lord the king has said. For it was your servant Joab who commanded me. It was he who put all these words into the mouth of your servant. In order to change the course of affairs, your servant Joab did this. But my Lord has wisdom, like the wisdom of the angel of God, to know all things that are on the earth. Then the king said to Joab, Very well, I grant this. Go, bring back the young man Absalom. Joab prostrated himself with his face to the ground and did obeisance, and blessed the king. And Joab said, Today your servant knows that I have found favor in your sight, my lord the king. In that the king has granted the request of his servant. So Joab set off, went to Geshur, and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. The king said, Let him go to his own house. He is not to come into my presence. So Absalom went to his own house and did not come into the king's presence. Now in all Israel there was no one to be praised so much for his beauty as Absalom. From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him. When he cut the hair of his head, for at the end of every year he used to cut it. When it was heavy on him, he cut it. He weighed the hair of his head 200 shekels by the king's weight. There were born to Absalom 3 sons and 1 daughter, whose name was Tamar. She was a beautiful woman. So Absalom lived 2 full years in Jerusalem without coming into the king's presence. Then Absalom sent for Joab to send him to the king. But Joab would not come to him. He sent a second time, but Joab would not come. Then he said to his servant, Look, Joab's field is next to mine, and he has barley there. Go and set it on fire. So Absalom's servant set the field on fire. Then Joab rose and went to Absalom at his house and said to him, Why have your servant set my field on fire? Absalom answered to Joab, Look, I sent word to you, Come here, that I may send you to the king with the question, Why have I come from Geshur? It would be better for me to be there still. Now let me go into the king's presence. If there is guilt in me, let him kill me. Then Joab went to the king and told him, and he summoned Absalom. So he came to the king and prostrated himself with his face to the ground before the king, and the king kissed Absalom. 2 Samuel chapter 15. After this, Absalom got himself a chariot and horses, and 50 men to run ahead of him. Absalom used to rise early and stand beside the road into the gate. And when anyone brought a suit before the king for judgment, Absalom would call out and say, From what city are you? When the person said, Your servant is of such and such a tribe in Israel, Absalom would say, See, your claims are good and right, but there is no one deputed by the king to hear you. Absalom said, moreover, If only I were judge in the land, then all who had a suit or cause might come to me, and I would give them justice. Whenever people came near to do obeisance to him, he would put out his hand and take hold of them and kiss them. Thus Absalom did to every Israelite who came to the king for judgment. So Absalom stole the hearts of the people of Israel. At the end of 4 years, Absalom said to the king, Please let me go to Hebron and pay the vow that I have made to the Lord. For your servant made a vow while I lived at Geshur in Aram. If the Lord will indeed bring me back to Jerusalem, then I will worship the Lord in Hebron. The king said to him, Go in peace. So he got up and went to Hebron. But Absalom sent secret messengers throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, As soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet, then shout, Absalom has become the king of Hebron. 200 men from Jerusalem went with Absalom. They were invited guests, and they went in their innocence, knowing nothing of the matter. While Absalom was offering the sacrifices, he sent forth Ahithophel the Gilonite, David's counselor, from the city Gilo. The conspiracy grew in strength, and the people with Absalom kept increasing. A messenger came to David, saying, The hearts of the Israelites have gone after Absalom. Then David said to all his officials who were with him at Jerusalem, Get up, let us flee, or there will be no escape for us from Absalom. Hurry, or he will soon overtake us and bring disaster down upon us, and attack the city with the edge of the sword. The king's officials said to the king, Your servants are ready to do whatever our lord the king decides. So the king left, followed by all his household, except 10 concubines whom he left behind to look after the house. All his officials passed by him, all the Cherethites and all the Pelethites and all the 600 Hittites who had followed him from Gath passed on before the king. Then the king said to Tai the Gittite, Why are you also coming with us? Go back and stay with the king, for you are a foreigner and also an exile from your home. You came only yesterday, and shall I today make you wander about with us, while I go wherever I can? Go back and take your kinsfolk with you, and may the Lord show steadfast love and faithfulness to you. But Ittai answered the king, As the Lord lives, and as my lord the king lives, wherever my lord the king may be, whether for death or for the life, there also your servant will be. David said to Ittai, Go then, march on. So Ittai the Gittite marched on with all his men and all the little ones who were with him. The whole country wept aloud as all the people passed by. The king crossed the Wadi Kidron, and all the people moved on towards the wilderness. Abiathar came up, and Zadok also, with all the Levites, carrying the ark of the covenant of God. They set down the ark of God until the people had all passed out of the city. Then the king said to Zadok, "Carry the ark of God back into the city. If I find favor in the eyes of the Lord, he will bring me back and let me see both it and the place where it stays. But if he says, I take no pleasure in you, here I am, let him do to me what seems good to him." King also said to the priest Zadok, "Look, go back to the city in peace, you and Abiathar, with your 2 sons, Ahimaaz your son, and Jonathan, son of Abiathar. See, I will wait at the fords of the wilderness until word comes from you to inform me." So Zadok and Abiathar carried the ark of God back to Jerusalem, and they remained there. But David went up the ascent of the Mount of Olives, weeping as he went, with his head covered, and walking barefoot. And all the people who were with him covered their heads and went up, weeping as they went. David was told that Ahithophel was among the conspirations with Absalom. And David said, "O Lord, I pray you, turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness." When David came to the summit where God was worshipped, Hushai the Archite came to meet him with his coat down and earth on his head. David said to him, "If you go on with me, you will be a burden to me. But if you return to the city and say to Absalom, I'll be your servant, O king, as I have been your father's servant in time past, so now I'll be your servant, then you will defeat for me the counsel of Ahithophel. The priests Zadok and Abiathar will be with you there. So whatever you hear from the king's house, tell it to the priests Zadok and Abiathar. Their 2 sons are with them there, Zadok's son Ahimaaz and Abiathar's son Jonathan. By them you shall report to me everything you hear." So Hushai, David's friend, came into the city just as Absalom was entering Jerusalem. 2 Samuel chapter 16. When David had passed a little beyond the summit, Ziba, the servant of Mephibosheth, met him with a couple of donkeys saddled, carrying 200 loaves of bread, 100 bunches of raisins, 100 of summer fruits, and 100 of one skin of wine. The king said to Ziba, "Why have you brought these?" Ziba answered, "Donkeys are for the king's household to ride, the bread and summer fruit for the young men to eat, and the wine is for those to drink who faint in the wilderness." The king said, "And where is your master's son?" Ziba said to the king, "He remains in Jerusalem, for he said, Today the house of Israel will give me back my grandfather's kingdom." Then the king said to Ziba, "All that belonged to Mephibosheth is now yours." Ziba said, "I do obeisance. Let me find favor in your sight, my lord the king." When King David came to Bahuri, a man of the family of the house of Saul came out, whose name was Shimei, son of Gera. He came out cursing. He threw stones at David and at all the servants of the King David. Now all the people and all the warriors were on his right and on his left. Shimei shouted while he cursed out, "Murderous scoundrel! The Lord has avenged on all of you the blood of the house of Saul, in whose place you have reigned, and the Lord has taken the kingdom into the hand of your son Absalom. See, disaster has overtaken you. For you are a man of bread." Then Abishai, son of Zeruiah, said to the king, "Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? Let me go over and take off his head." But the king said, "What have I to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah? If he is cursing because the Lord has said to him, Curse David, who then shall say, Why have you done so?" David said to Abishai, to all his servants, My own son seeks my life. How much more now May this Benjaminite let him alone and let him curse, for the Lord has bidden him. It may be that the Lord will look on my distress, and the Lord will repay me with good for this cursing of me today. So David and his men went on the road, while Shimei went along on the hillside opposite him and cursed as he went, throwing stones and flinging dust at him. The king and all the people who were with him arrived weary at the Jordan, and there he refreshed himself. Now Absalom and all the Israelites came to Jerusalem. Ahithophel was with him. When Hushai the Archite, David's friend, came to Absalom, Hushai said to Absalom, "Long live the king, long live the king." Absalom said to Hushai, "Is this your loyalty to your friend? Why did you not go with your friend?" Hushai said to Absalom, "No, but the one whom the Lord and his people, all the Israelites, have chosen, his I will be, and with him I will remain. Moreover, whom should I serve? Should it not be his son? Just as I have served your father, so I will serve you." Then Absalom said to Ahithophel, "Give us your counsel. What shall we do?" Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after this house. And all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened." So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. Now in those days the counsel that Ahithophel gave was as if one consulted the oracle of God. So all the counsel of Ahithophel was esteemed both by David and by Absalom. Moreover, Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Let me choose 12,000 men, and I will set out and pursue David tonight. I will come upon him while he is weary and discouraged, and throw him into a panic, and all the people who are with him will flee. I will strike down only the king, and I will bring all the people back to you as the bride comes home to her husband. You seek the life of only one man, and all the people will be at peace." And the advice pleased Absalom and all the elders of Israel. Then Absalom said, "Call Hushai the Archite also. Let us hear too what he has to say." When Hushai came to Absalom, Absalom said to him, "This is what Ahithophel has said. Shall we do as he advises? If not, you tell us." Then Hushai said to Absalom, "This time the counsel that Ahithophel has given is not good." Hushai continued, "You know that your father and his men are warriors, that they are enraged like a bare rock of a cubs in the field. Besides, your father is expert in war. He will not spend the night with the troops. Even now, he has hidden himself in one of the pits or in some other place. And when some of our troops fall at the first attack, whoever hears it will say, 'There has been a slaughter among the troops who follow Absalom.' Then even the valiant warrior, whose heart is like the heart of a lion, will utterly melt with fear. For all Israel knows that your father is a warrior, and those who are with him are valiant warriors. And my counsel is that all Israel be gathered to you, from Dan to Beersheba, like the sand by the sea for multitude, and that you go to the battle with person. So we shall come upon him in whatever place he may be found, and we shall light on him as the dew falls from the ground, and he will not survive, nor will any of those with him. If he withdraws into a city, then all Israel will bring bobs to that city, and we shall drag it into the valley until not even a pebble is to be found there." Absalom and all the men of Israel said, "The counsel of Hushai the Archite is better than the counsel of Ahithophel." The Lord had ordained to defeat the good counsel of Ahithophel, so that the Lord might bring ruin on Absalom. Then Hushai said to the priests Zadok and Abiathar, "Thus and so did Ahithophel counsel Absalom and the elders of Israel, and thus and so I have counseled. Therefore send quickly and tell David, do not lodge tonight at the fords of the wilderness, but by all means cross over. Otherwise the king and all his people who are with him will be swallowed up. Jonathan and Ahimaaz were waiting at Enrogel. A servant girl used to go and tell them, and they would go and tell King David, for they could not risk being seen entering the city. But a boy saw them and told Absalom. So both of them went away quickly and came to the house of a man at Bahurim, who had a well in his courtyard. They went down into it. The man's wife took a covering, stretched it over the well's mouth, and spread out grain on it, and nothing was known of it. When Absalom's servants came to the woman at the house, they said, where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan? The woman said to them, they have crossed over the brook of water. When they had searched and could not find them, they returned to Jerusalem. After they had gone, and men came up out of the well and went and told King David. They said to King David, go and cross the water quickly, for this so has Ahithophel counseled against you. So David and all the people who were with him set out and crossed the Jordan. By daybreak, no one was left who had not crossed the Jordan. When Ahithophel saw that his counsel was not followed, he saddled his donkey and went off home to his own city. He set his house in order and hanged himself. He died and was buried in the tomb of his father. Then David came to Mahanaim, while Absalom crossed the Jordan with all the men of Israel. Now Absalom had set Amasa over the army in the place of Joab. Amasa was the son of man named Ithrathe Ishmaelite, who had married Abigail, daughter of Nahash, sister of Zeruiah, Joab's mother. The Israelites and Absalom encamped in the land of Gilead. When David came to Mahanaim, Shobi, son of Nahash from Rabbah of the Ammonites, and Machir, son of Amiel from Lodebar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite from Rogelim, brought beds, basins, and earthen vessels, wheat, barley, meal, parched grain, beans, and lentils, honey and curds, sheep and cheese from the herd, for David and the people with him to eat. For they said, the troops are hungry and weary and thirsty in the wilderness. 2 Samuel chapter 18. Then David mustered the men who were with him and set over them commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds. And David divided the army into 3 groups, 1/3 under the command of Joab, 1/3 under the command of Abishai, son of Zeruiah, Joab's brother, and 1/3 under the command of Ittai the Gittite. King said to the men, I myself will also go out with you. But the men said, you shall not go out, for if we flee, they will not care about us. If half of us die, they will not care about us. You are worth 10,000 of us. Therefore it is better that you send us help from the city. The king said to them, whatever seems best to you, I will do. So the king stood at the side of the gate while all the army marched out by hundreds and by thousands. King ordered Joab and Abishai and Ittai, saying, deal gently for my sake with the young man Absalom. And all the people heard when the king gave orders to all the commanders concerning Absalom. So the army went out into the field against Israel, and the battle was fought in the forest of Ephraim. The men of Israel were defeated there by the servants of David, and the slaughter there was great on that day, 20,000 men. The battle spread over the face of all the country, and the forest claimed more victims that day than the sword. Absalom happened to meet the servants of David. Absalom was riding on his mule, and the mule went under the thick branches of a great oak. His head caught fast in the oak, and he was left hanging between heaven and earth, while the mule that was under him went on. A man saw it and told Joab, I saw Absalom hanging on an oak. Joab said to the man who told him, What you saw him? What you saw him? Why then did you not strike him there to the ground? I would have been glad to give you 10 pieces of silver and a belt. But the man said to Joab, even if I felt in my hand the weight of 1,000 pieces of silver, I would not raise my hand against the king's son. For now, hearing the king commanded you, and Abishai, Ittai saying, for my sake, protect the young man Absalom. On the other hand, if I had dealt treacherously against his life, there is nothing hidden from the king, then you yourself would have stood aloof. Joab said, I will not waste time like this with you. He took 3 spears in his hand and thrust them into the heart of Absalom, while he was still alive in the oak. And 10 young men, Joab's armor bearers, surrounded Absalom and struck him and killed him.
Tomo, സമയായേ.
Barkimos, 2 Samuel chapter 18, verses 15.
Barkimor, 2 Samuel chapter 18, verse 16. Then Joab sounded the trumpet, and the troops came back from pursuing Israel, for Joab restrained the troops. They took Absalom, threw him into a great pit in the forest, and raised over him a very great heap of stones. Meanwhile, all the Israelites fled to their homes. Now Absalom in his lifetime had taken and set up for himself a pillar that is in the king's valley. For he said, I have no son to keep my name in remembrance. He called the pillar by his own name. It is called Absalom's monument to this day. Then Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, said, let me run and carry tidings to the king that the Lord has delivered him from the power of his enemies. Joab said to him, you are not to carry tidings today. You may carry tidings another day. But today you shall not do so, because the king's son is dead. Then Joab said to a Cushite, go tell the king what you have seen. Then Cushite bowed before Joab and ran. Then Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, said again to Joab, come what may, let me also run after the Cushite. And Joab said, why will you run, my son, seeing that you have no reward for the tidings? Come what may, he said, I will run. So he said to him, run. Then Ahimaaz ran by the way of the plain and outran the Cushite. Now David was sitting between the two gates. The sentinel went up to the roof of the gate by the wall, and when he looked up, he saw a man running alone. The sentinel shouted and told the king. The king said, if he is alone, there are tidings in his mouth. He kept coming and drew near. Then the sentinel saw another man running, and the sentinel called to the gatekeeper and said, see, another man running alone. The king said, he also is bringing tidings. The sentinel said, I think the running of the first one is like the running of Ahimaaz, son of Zadok. The king said, he is a good man and comes with good tidings. Then Ahimaaz cried out to the king, all is well. He prostrated himself before the king with his face to the ground and said, blessed be the Lord your God, who has delivered up the men who raised their hand against my lord the king. The king said, is it well with the young man Absalom? Ahimaaz answered, when Joab sent your servant, I saw a great tumult, but I do not know what it was. The king said, turn aside and stand here. So he turned aside and stood still. Then the Cushite came, and the Cushite said, good tidings for my lord the king, for the Lord has vindicated you this day, delivering you from the power of all those who rose up against you. The king said to the Cushite, is it well with the young man Absalom? The Cushite answered, May the enemies of my lord the king and all who rise up to do you harm be like that young man. The king was deeply moved and went up to the chamber over the gate and wept. And as he went, he said, O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son. 2 Samuel chapter 19. It was told Joab, the king is weeping and mourning for Absalom. So the victory that day was turned into mourning for all the troops, for the troops heard that day. The king is grieving for his son. The troops stole into the city that day as soldiers steal in who are ashamed when they flee in battle. The king covered his face, and the king cried with a loud voice, O my son Absalom, O Absalom, my son, my son. Then Joab came into the house to the king and said, Today you have covered with shame the faces of all your officers who have saved your life today, and the lives of your sons and your daughters, and the lives of your wives and your concubines, for love of those who hate you, and for hatred of those who love you. You have made it clear today that commanders and officers are nothing to you. For I perceive that if Absalom was alive and all of us were dead today, then you would be pleased. So go out at once and speak kindly to your servants. For I swear by the Lord, if you do not go, not a man will stay with you this night, and this will be worse for you than any disaster that has come upon you from your youth until now. Then the king got up and took his seat in the gate. The troops were all told, See, the king is sitting in the gate, and all the troops come before the king. Meanwhile, all the Israelites had fled to their homes. All the people were disputing throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, The king delivered us from the hand of our enemies and saved us from the hand of the Philistines. And now he has fled out of the land because of Absalom. But Absalom, whom we anointed over us, is dead in battle. Now, therefore, why do you say nothing about bringing the king back? King David sent this message to the priest Zadok and Abiathar. Say to the elders of Judah, Why should you be the last to bring the king back to his house? The talk of all Israel has come to the king. You are my kin, you are my bone and my flesh. Why then should you be the last to bring back the king and say to Amasa, Are you not my bone and my flesh? So may God do to me, and more if you are not the commander of my army from now on in place of Joab. Amasa swayed the hearts of all the people of Judah as one, and they sent word to the king. Return both of you and all your servants. So the king came back to the Jordan, and Judah came back to Gilgal to meet the king and to bring him over the Jordan. Shimei son of Gera and the Benjaminite from Bahurim, hurried to come down with the people of Judah to meet King David. With him were 1,000 people from Benjamin. And Ziba, the servant of the house of Saul, with his 15 sons and his 20 servants, rushed down to the Jordan ahead of the king while the crossing was taking place, and to bring over the king's household and to do his pleasure. Shimei son of Gera fell down before the king, and was as he was about to cross the Jordan, and said to the king, May my Lord not hold me guilty, or remember how your servant did wrong on the day my Lord the king left Jerusalem. May the king not bear it in mind. For your servant knows that I have sinned. Therefore, see, I have come this day, the first of all the house of Joseph, to come to meet my Lord the king. Abishai, son of Zeruiah, answered, Shall not Shimei be put to death for this, because he cursed the Lord's anointed? But David said, What have I to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah, that you should today become an adversary to me? Shall anyone be put to death in Israel this day? For do I not know that I am this day king over Israel? The king said to Shimei, You shall not die. And the king gave him his oath. Mephibosheth, grandson of Saul, came down to meet the king. He had not taken care of his feet or trimmed his beard or washed his clothes from the day the king left until the day he came back in safety. Then he came from Jerusalem to meet the king. The king said to him, Why did you not go with me, Mephibosheth? He answered, My lord, O king, my servant deceived me, for your servant said to him, Saddle a donkey for me, so that I may ride on it and go with the king. For your servant is lame. He has slandered your servant to my lord the king. But my lord the king is like the angel of God. Do therefore what seems good to you. For all my father's house were doomed to death before my lord the king. But you set your servant among those who eat at your table. What further right have I than to appeal to the king? The king said to him, Why speak any more of your affairs? I have decided you and Ziba shall divide the land. Mephibosheth said to the king, Let him take it all, since my lord the king has arrived home safely. Now Barzillai the Gileadite had come down from Rogelim and went on with the king to the Jordan to escort him over the Jordan. Barzillai was a very aged man, 80 years old. He had provided the king with food while he stayed at Mahanaim, for he was a very wealthy man. The king said to Barzillai, Come over with me, and I will provide for you in Jerusalem at my side. But Barzillai said to the king, How many years have I to live that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? Today I am 80 years old. Can I discern what is pleasant and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats or what he drinks? Can I still listen to the voice of singing men and singing women? Why then should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king? Your servant will go a little way over the Jordan with the king. Why should the king recompense me with such a reward? Please let your servant return, so that I may die in my own town, near the graves of my father and my mother. But there is your servant Chimham. Let him go over with my lord the king, and do for him whatever seems good to you. The king answered, Chimham shall go over with me, and I will do for him whatever seems good to you, and all that you desire of me I will do for you. Then all the people crossed over the Jordan, and the king crossed over. The king kissed Barzillai and blessed him, and he returned to his own home. The king went on to Gilgal, and Chimham went on with him. All the people of Judah and also half the people of Israel brought the king on his way. Then all the people of Israel came to the king and said to him, Why have you kindred the people of Judah? Why have our kindred, the people of Judah, stolen you away and brought the king and his household over the Jordan, and all David's men with him? All the people of Judah answered the people of Israel, Because the king is near of kin to us. Why then are you angry over this matter? Have we eaten at all at the king's expense, or has he given us any gift? But the people of Israel answered the people of Judah, We have 10 shares in the king, and in David also we have more than you. Why then did you despise us? Were we not the first to speak of bringing back our king? But the words of the people of Judah were fiercer than the words of the people of Israel. 2 Samuel chapter 20. Now a scoundrel named Sheba, son of Bichri, a Benjaminite, happened to be there. He sounded the trumpet and cried out, "We have no portion in David, no share in the son of Jesse. Everyone to your tents, O Israel." So all the people of Israel withdrew from David and followed Sheba, son of Bichri. But the people of Judah followed their king steadfastly from the Jordan to Jerusalem. David came to his house at Jerusalem, and the king took the 10 concubines whom he had left to look after the house, and put them in a house under guard, and provided for them, but did not go into them. So they were shut up until the day of their death, living as if in widowhood. Then the king said to Amasa, "Call the men of Judah together to me within 3 days, and be here yourself." So Amasa went to summon Judah, but he delayed beyond the set time that he had been appointed that had been appointed him. David said to Abishai, "Now Sheba, son of Bichri, will do us more harm than Absalom. Take your Lord's servants and pursue him, or he will find fortified cities for himself and escape from us." Joab's men went out after him, along with the Cherethites, the Pelethites, and all the warriors. They went out from Jerusalem to pursue Sheba, son of Bichri. When they were at the large stone that is in Gibeon, Amasa came to meet them. Now Joab was wearing a soldier's garment, and over it was a belt with a sword in its sheath, fastened at his waist. As he went forward, it fell out. Joab said to Amasa, "Is it well with you, my brother?" And Joab took Amasa by the beard and with his right hand to kiss him. But Amasa did not notice the sword in Joab's hand. Joab struck him in the belly so that his entrails poured out on the ground and he died. He did not strike a second blow. Then Joab and his brother Abishai pursued Sheba, son of Bichri. And one of Joab's men took his stand by Amasa and said, "Whoever favors Joab and whoever is for David, let him follow Joab." Amasa lay wallowing in his blood on the highway, and the man saw that all the people were stopping. Since he saw that all who came by were stopping, he carried Amasa from the highway into a field and threw a garment over him. Once he was removed from the highway, all the people went on after Joab to pursue Sheba, son of Bichri. Sheba passed through all the tribes of Israel to Abel of Bathmaka, and all the Bichrites assembled and followed him inside. Joab's forces came and besieged him in Abel of Bethmaachah. They threw up a siege ramp against the city, and it stood against the rampart. Joab's forces were battering the wall to break it down. Then a wise woman called from the city, "Listen, listen, tell Joab, come here, I want to speak to you." He came near her, and the woman said, "Are you Joab?" He answered, "I am." Then she said to him, "Listen to the words of your servant." He answered, "I am listening." Then she said, "They used to say in the old days, 'Let them inquire at Abel,' and so they would settle a matter. I am one of those who are peaceable and faithful in Israel. You seek to destroy a city that is a mother in Israel? Why would you swallow up the heritage of the Lord?" Joab answered, "Far be it from me, far be it that I should swallow up or destroy. That is not the case, but a man of the hill country of Ephraim, called Sheba, son of Bichri, had lifted up his hand against King David. Give him up alone, and I will withdraw from the city." The woman said to Joab, "His head shall be thrown over the wall to you." Then the woman went to all the people with her wise plan, and they cut off the head of Sheba, son of Bichri, and threw it out to Joab. So he blew the trumpet, and they dispersed from the city, and all went to their homes, while Joab returned to Jerusalem to the king. Now, Joab was in command of all the army of Israel. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was in command of the Sherethites and the Pelethites. Adoram was in charge of the forced labor. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was the recorder. Sheva was the secretary. Zadok and Abiathar were priests, and Ira the Jairite was also David's priest. 2 Samuel chapter 21. Now there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years, year after year. And David inquired of the Lord. The Lord said, "There is blood guilt on Saul and on his house, because he put the Gibeonites to death." So the king called the Gibeonites and spoke to them. Now the Gibeonites were not of the people of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites, although the people of Israel had sworn to spare them. Saul had tried to wipe them out in his zeal for the people of Israel and Judah. David said to the Gibeonites, "What shall I do for you? How shall I make expiation that you may bless the heritage of the Lord?" The Gibeonites said to him, "It is not a matter of silver or gold between us and Saul or his house, neither is it for us to put anyone to death in Israel." He said, "What do you say that I should do for you?" They said to the king, "The man who consumed us and planned to destroy us, so that we should have no place in all the territory of Israel. Let 7 of his sons be handed over to us, and we will impale them before the Lord at Gibeon, on the mountain of the Lord." The king said, "I will hand them over." But the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Saul's son Jonathan, because of the oath of the Lord that was between them, between David and Jonathan, son of Saul. The king took the 2 sons of Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, whom she bore to Saul, Armoni and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Merab, daughter of Saul, whom she bore to Adriel, son of Barzillai, the Meholathite. He gave them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they impaled them on the mountain before the Lord. The 7 of them perished together. They were put to death in the first days of the harvest, at the beginning of barley harvest. Then Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, took sackcloth and spread it on a rock for herself from the beginning of harvest until rain fell on them from the heavens. She did not allow the birds of the air to come on the bodies by day, or the wild animals by night. When David was told what Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done, David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of his son Jonathan from the people of Jabesh Gilead, who had stolen them from the public square of Bethshan, where the Philistines had hung them up on the day the Philistines killed Saul on Gilboa. He brought up from there the bones of Saul, and the bones of his son Jonathan, and they gathered the bones of those who had been impaled. They buried the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan in the land of Benjamin in Zelah, in the tomb of his father Kish. They did all that the king commanded. After that, God heeded supplications for the land. The Philistines went to war again with Israel, and David went down together with his servants. They fought against the Philistines, and David grew weary. Ishbenob, one of the descendants of the giants, whose spear weighed 300 shekels of bronze and who was fitted out with new weapons, said he would kill David. But Abishai, son of Zeruiah, came to his aid and attacked the Philistine and killed him. Then David's men swore to him, "You shall not go out with us to battle any longer, so that you do not quench the lamp of Israel." After this, a battle took place with the Philistines at Gob. Then Sibbecai, the Hushathite, killed Saph, who was one of the descendants of giants. Then there was another battle with the Philistines at Gob. the Elhanan, son of Jerirogim, the Bethlehemite, killed Goliath, the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. There was war at Gath. There were, where there was a man of great size who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number. He too was descended from the giants. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of David's brother Shimei, killed him. These four were descended from the giants in Gath. They fell by the hands of David and his servants. 2 Samuel chapter 22. David spoke to the Lord the words of the song on the day when the Lord delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul. He said, "The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer, my God, my rock in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold and my refuge, my Savior. You save me from violence. I call upon the Lord who is worthy to be praised, and am saved from my enemies. For the waves of death encompassed me, the torrents of perdition assailed me. The cords of Sheol entangled me. The snares of death confronted me. In my distress, I called upon the Lord. To my God, I called. From his temple, he heard my voice, and my cry came to his ears. Then the earth reeled and rocked. The foundations of the heavens trembled and quaked because he was angry. Smoke went up from his nostrils and devouring fire from his mouth. Glowing coals flamed forth from him. He bowed the heavens and came down. Thick darkness was under his feet. He rode on a cherub and flew. He was seen upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness around him a canopy, thick clouds a gathering of water. Out of the brightness before him, coals of fire flamed forth. The Lord thundered from heaven. The Most High uttered his voice. He sent out arrows and scattered them, lightning and routed them. Then the channels of the sea were seen, the foundations of the world were laid bare at the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of the breath of his nostrils. He reached from on high, he took me. He took me out of mighty waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, from those who hated me, for they were too mighty for me. They came upon me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He recompensed me, for I have kept the ways of the Lord. They have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his ordinances were before me, and from his statutes I did not turn aside. I was blameless before him, and I kept myself from guilt. Therefore, the Lord has recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his sight. With the loyal, you show yourself loyal. With the blameless, you show yourself blameless. With the pure, you show yourself pure. And with the crooked, you show yourself perverse. You deliver a humble people, but your eyes are upon the haughty to bring them down. Indeed, you are my lamp, O Lord. The Lord lightens my darkness. But I can crush a troop, and by my God, I can leap over a wall. This God, his way is perfect. The promise of the Lord proves true. He is a shield for all who take refuge in him. For who is God but the Lord? And who is a rock except our God? The God who has strengthened me with his strength has opened wide my path. He made my feet like the feet of deer. He set me secure on the heights. He trains my hands for war, or so that my arms can bend a bow of bronze. You have given me the shield of your salvation, and your help has made me great. You have made me stride freely, and my feet do not slip. I pursued my enemies and destroyed them, and did not turn back until they were consumed. I consumed them, I struck them down, so that they did not rise. They fell under my feet. For you girded me with strength for the battle, and you made my assailants sink under me. You made my enemies turn their backs to me, those who hated me, and I destroyed them. They looked, but there was no one to save them. They cried to the Lord, but he did not answer them. I bet them fine like the dust of the earth. I crushed them and stamped them down like the mire of the streets. Barakimur, 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 43.
മോചനമതിനായി പാപികളെ വരുവീർ യാചിപ്പീർ മുട്ടുന്നോർക്കു തുറന്നിടുമേ നാഥൻ തൻവാതിൽ യാചിക്കുന്നോൻ പ്രാപിക്കും അന്വേഷിപ്പോൻ കൈ കൊള്ളും.
പിതാവിനും പുത്രനും പരിശുദ്ധ റുഹായിക്കും സ്തുതി.
തന്നെ
ആകാശം ഭൂമിയും തന്റെ സ്തുതികൾ കൊണ്ട് നിറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന ബലവാനായ
പരിശുദ്ധൻ 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 വരങ്ങളിൽ സ്തുതി.
ദൈവമായ കർത്താവിന്റെ തിരുനാമത്തിൽ വന്നവനും
പരിപാലിക്കുന്നതിന് വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടവനാഥങ്ങളിൽ സ്തുതി.
ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാവും.
ബലവാനെ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നുണ്ട്. എല്ലാത്തിനും നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ക്രൂശിക്കപ്പെടണമേ, കരുണയണമേ.
നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാവും.
ബലവാനെ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നുണ്ട്. എല്ലാത്തിനും നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ക്രൂശിക്കപ്പെടണമേ, കരുണയണമേ. ബലവാനെ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. എല്ലാത്തിനും നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ക്രൂശിക്കപ്പെടണമേ, കരുണയണമേ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ കൃപയുണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ കരുണയണമേ. കർത്താവേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ശുശ്രൂഷ പ്രാർത്ഥന കരുണയോട് കരുണയണമേ. ഭാവികളായോട് കരുതുന്ന പാറയ്ക്കുമോ പരിശുദ്ധമാക്കപ്പെടണമേ. രാജ്യം വരണമേ. ദൃഷ്ടത്തിലെ ഭൂമിയിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള അപ്പം നൽകരണമേ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കാരുണ്യം ക്ഷമിച്ചതുപോലെ ഞങ്ങളോട് ഞങ്ങളോട് ക്ഷമിക്കണമേ. പരീക്ഷയിലേക്ക് പ്രവേശിപ്പിക്കുന്നവനെയോ ദുഷ്ടം ഞങ്ങൾ രക്ഷിക്കണമേ. തുടർന്ന് നേരം കൊള്ളാവുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവിനോട് സ്ത്രീകൾ നീ വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടുകൊള്ളാവുന്നതിന്റെ ഉദരഫലമായ കർത്താവേ വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെടുന്ന മാതാവായ അമ്മേ ഭാവികളാ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഇപ്പോഴെപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ മരണമേ. ആമേൻ. പ്രിയലായുസോ കർത്താവിനെ വിളിച്ചോളെ എന്നോട് വിളിച്ചണമേ. എന്റെ വചനങ്ങളെ സൂക്ഷിച്ചിട്ട് കൈക്കൊള്ളുകയും ചെയ്യണമേ.
എന്റെ ഹൃദയം ഞാൻ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാതിരിക്കത്തക്കവണ്ണം എന്റെ വാഹികാവൽക്കാരനെയും എന്റെ ഹൃദയങ്ങൾക്ക് സൂക്ഷിപ്പ് തന്നെ നിയമിക്കണം.
ദുഷ്ടമനുഷ്യരോട് ചേരുമാറാകരുത്. നീതിമാനെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയും ശാസിക്കുകയും എന്റെ ദുഷ്ടന്മാരുടെ എന്റെ തലയ്ക്ക് ഒഴിവാകാതിരിക്കട്ടെ. എന്തെന്നാൽ എന്റെ പ്രാർത്ഥനയുടെ ദോഷനിമിത്തമാവുന്നവരുടെ കർത്താക്കൾ പാറന്മേൽ തടയപ്പെട്ടു. ഇമ്പമുള്ള എന്റെ വചനങ്ങളെ അവർ കേട്ടു.
ഭൂമിയെ പിളർക്കുന്ന പോലെ ചിതറപ്പെട്ടു. കർത്താവേ ഞാൻ എന്റെ കണ്ണുകളിലേക്ക് ഉയർത്തി നിന്നിൽ ശരണപ്പെട്ടു. എന്റെ ആത്മാവിനെ തലകളയരുതേ.
എനിക്കായി കണിയിലെ സംസ്ഥക്കാരുടെ തന്നെ കാത്തുൾമേ കടന്നവരന്യായക്കാർ തങ്ങളുടെ വലകളിൽ ഒരുമിച്ച് വിട്ടെ.
എന്റെ ആത്മാക്കപ്പെട്ടപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ശബ്ദാൽ കർത്താവിനോട് വിളിച്ചു. എന്റെ ശബ്ദാൽ ഞാൻ കർത്താവിനോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചു. അവന്റെ സങ്കടം ബോധിപ്പിച്ചു. അവന്റെ മാതിരിക്കത്തെ അറിയിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു. നീ എന്റെ വഴികൾ
അറിയുന്നു. അവർ എനിക്കായി കണിയിൽ മറിച്ചു മേൽത്തോട്ടൊക്കെ അറിയുന്നില്ലെന്ന് ഞാൻ കണ്ടു. സങ്കേതസ്ഥല എനിക്ക് രണ്ടു പാരഞ്ചോർത്താവേ ഞാൻ നിന്റെ അടുക്കൽ നിലവിളിച്ചു. കർത്താവേ ജീവിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന ദേശത്തിന്റെ ആശ്രയം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു.
താഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന അപേക്ഷയെ സൂക്ഷിച്ച് കേൾക്കണമേ. എന്നെ പീഡിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ ബലവാന്മാരായതുകൊണ്ട് അവരിൽ തന്നെ എവിടെ വെക്കണമേ. ഞാൻ നിന്റെ നാമത്തെ സ്തോത്രം ചെയ്യുവാൻ എന്റെ ആത്മാവിനേക്കാൾ ഉയർന്ന് പുറപ്പെടുവിക്കണമേ. നീ എന്നോട് വെള്ള ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നിന്റെ നീതിമാന്മാരുടെ
കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് വിളക്കുവിനോടുള്ള പ്രകാശവും ആകുന്നു. നിന്റെ നീതിയിലെ വിധിയിലാതിരിപ്പാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ആണായിട്ട് നിശ്ചയിച്ചു. ഞാൻ ഏറ്റവും ക്ഷീണിച്ചു. കർത്താവിനെ പ്രാർത്ഥന ജീവിപ്പിക്കണമേ. കർത്താവ് എന്റെ വായിൽ വചനങ്ങൾ നീ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടണമേ. നിന്റെ ന്യായങ്ങൾ തന്നെ പഠിപ്പിക്കണമേ.
നിന്റെ കയ്യിലിരിക്കുന്നു. നിന്റെ വേദമാർത്തി ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ല. പാപിയിലും കേടുകണിയിൽ വെച്ചു. എന്നാൽ ഞാൻ നിന്റെ കൽപ്പന മാറിപ്പോയില്ല. ഞാൻ സാക്ഷി നീക്ക് അവകാശമായി സ്വീകരിച്ചു. എന്നാൽ എന്റെ ഹൃദയത്തിന്റെ ആനന്ദമാകുന്നു. നിന്റെ കൽപ്പന നീങ്ങും സത്യത നിർവർത്തിപ്പാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ എന്റെ ഹൃദയത്തെ തിരിച്ചു.
സ്ഥലജാതികളുമേ കർത്താവിനെ സ്തുതിപ്പിൻ. സ്ഥലജനങ്ങളുമേ അവനെ സ്തുതിപ്പിൻ. എന്നാൽ അവന്റെ കൃപ നമ്മുടെ മേൽ ബലപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അവൻ സത്യമായിട്ട് കർത്താവാദ്യമേ സ്നേഹയോഗ്യമാകുന്നു. കർത്താവേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രാർത്ഥന നിന്റെ സന്നിധിയിൽ സുഗന്ധവർഗം പോലെ ഇമ്പമായി ഭവിക്കണമേ. സ്വന്തവും പോലെ നിന്റെ സന്നിധിയിലേക്ക് വരുമാറാണമേ. സുഗന്ധവർഗങ്ങളുടെ വാസന നിനക്ക് ഇമ്പമായിരിക്കുന്ന പോലെ യോഗലങ്ങളും നമസ്കാരങ്ങളും പ്രാർത്ഥന അപേക്ഷകളും സ്വാത്രങ്ങളും പ്രീതിയോടെ നീ കൈക്കൊള്ളുകയും ഞങ്ങളുടെ യാതനകൾക്ക് മറുപടി നൽകുകയും ചെയ്യണമേ. ബാറക്കുമോ
ദൈവമാതാവേ, എല്ലാ പാവം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വന്നു കൊടുത്ത ഉപദ്രവങ്ങളെയും ഈ ലോകസമത്തിന്റെ ഓളങ്ങളെയും ശുചികളെയും നീ തരണമേ. മാതാവേ, ദൈവസനത്തിനുള്ള ധൈര്യമായ പ്രവേശനം മൂലം ദൈവം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കരുണയും പാപമോചനം രോഗികൾക്ക് സൗഖ്യവും ഞെരുക്കത്തിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് ആശ്വാസവും അകലെ പോയിരുന്നവർക്ക് തിരിച്ചു നൽകുവാനായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി അപേക്ഷിക്കണം.
നീതിമാനായ നോഹ ചില പ്രളയകാലത്തിൽ തന്നോടുകൂടെ പെട്ടാത്തിനകത്ത് പ്രവേശിച്ച് ജീവജന്തുക്കളെ അതിന്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ മറച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകാരം സതയന്മാരെ ലോകത്ത് ചുറ്റിയിരിക്കുന്ന തിരമാലകളും ചുഴലിയെന്നു അതിനെ നിങ്ങൾ മറച്ചുവിടണമേ.
അതിന്റെ ശോഭ വേണ്ടവരെ വിസ്മയിപ്പിച്ചു. നിന്റെ ശ്രേഷ്ഠമായ നാമം താഴെ പുകഴ്ത്തപ്പെടുന്നു. നിന്റെ യജമാനെ മഷിഹ നിന്റെ നല്ല നടപടിയെ കണ്ട് നിന്റെ ഓർമ്മയെ ബഹുമാനിച്ച് ശ്രേഷ്ഠപ്പെടുത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നു. നിന്റെ പ്രാർത്ഥനകളോട് കൂടി ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണമേ.
പരമാർത്ഥികളെ സ്നേഹിക്കുന്ന നിർമ്മലായ ദൈവമായ കർത്താവേ, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലായ്പ്പോഴും നിർമ്മല ഹൃദയത്തെ തരണമേ. നിനക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമില്ലാത്ത അർത്ഥവിചാരങ്ങൾ ദുഷ്ടങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ നീക്കണമേ. കർത്താവേ, കള്ളൻ തുറന്നോടത്ത് പ്രകാരം നിന്റെ കരുടോ അതിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തുറന്നു തരണമേ. ചുങ്കക്കാരനെയും പാവനിയായ സ്ത്രീയുടെ അനുതാത്തെ കൈക്കൊണ്ടു ഞങ്ങളുടെ അനുതാത്തെയും കൈക്കൊള്ളണമേ. മാനസാന്തരപ്പെടുന്നിടക്കിലേക്ക് വരുന്ന അനുതാപക്കാരിൽ പ്രീതിപ്പെടുന്നവരണ സമ്പൂർണ്ണ കർത്താവേ, നിന്നെ ഉപേക്ഷ പറഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം ശിമോനിന് വെണ്ണപ്പെടുത്തിയ പ്രകാരം ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടങ്ങളെയും പാപങ്ങളെയും പരിഹരിക്കണമേ.
ഞങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റവും ദുഃഖിക്കുന്നു. ഭയങ്കര പേരെ കണ്ട ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുറ്റങ്ങൾ വായിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന സമയത്ത് നിന്റെ കൃപ പരബലപ്പെട്ട് അതിന്റെ നീതിയാ ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കണമേ. കുറ്റക്കാരായ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് മോചനം ലഭിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുമാറാണമേ. കർത്താവ്, ഞങ്ങൾ പാപം ചെയ്തു എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ സമ്മതിക്കുന്നു. ദയവോടെ ഞങ്ങളോട് കരുണ ചെയ്യണമേ.
പുണ്യപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതിന്റെ വിശുദ്ധ ശരീരത്തെ രക്തത്തിന്റെ വിശ്വാസികളെ മരിച്ചവരെ കുറിച്ച് സ്മരണ ഉണ്ടാകുമാറാണമേ. മഷികർത്താവേ, നിന്റെ മാലാഖമാരുടെ മഹത്വത്തിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ മരിച്ചുപോയവർ മുഖപ്രസാദത്തിന്റെ വലത്തുഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് എന്റെ ദൈവത്തെ സ്തുതിക്കുമാറാണമേ.
നിന്റെ കണ്ണിയുടെ വാതിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നേരെ നീ അടയ്ക്കരുതേ.
കർത്താവേ, ഞങ്ങൾ ഭാവികൾ എന്നിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു ഞങ്ങൾ എന്നെ ഉണ്ടാകണമേ. കർത്താവേ, നിന്റെ വർത്തമാനം വേണ്ട മാഞ്ഞു പോകാനായിട്ട് നിന്റെ സ്നേഹം നിന്റെ സ്ഥാനത്ത് നിന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ലേഖനം ഇറക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ കരുണ ചെയ്യണമേ.
ദൈവമേ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകും.
പരിശുദ്ധനാകും.
ദൈവമേ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകും. ദൈവമേ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്നെ ചെയ്യണം. ദൈവമേ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ പിതാവേ, നിറഞ്ഞ മറിയമേ, നിനക്ക് സമാധാനം.
ദൈവമാതാവായ
ദൈവമേ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകും. നിറഞ്ഞ മറിയമേ, നിനക്ക് സമാധാനം.
കർത്താവേ, നിന്റെ സർവ്വകൽപ്പനകളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കണമേ. ഞങ്ങൾ അവയെ ആചരിച്ച് ജീവിക്കുമാറാണമേ. എന്റെ നൽവരത്തിന് വണ്ണാരും കവർച്ചപ്പെടാതിരിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ തുറക്കപ്പെട്ട വാതിലുകൾക്ക് നീ കാവൽക്കാരെ നിയമിക്കണമേ.
ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരുടെയും വിചാരങ്ങളെ നീ തിരിച്ചു പിടിപ്പാക്കണമേ.
ശുശ്രൂഷ കൈക്കൊള്ളണമേ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവൃത്തികൾ നിന്നെ കോപിപ്പിപ്പാൻ നഖവയാകുന്നെങ്കിൽ നീ കോപത്തിന് ആഗ്രഹമില്ലാത്തനാന്നു. നീ കരുണാസമ്പൂർണനായിരിക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് നിന്റെ ശാന്തതകലം കാത്തുമാകുന്നു.
ഞങ്ങളുടെ പാപങ്ങൾ സംഖ്യമെങ്കിലും അത് ചെളിയിടുന്നുള്ളൂ മഹാസമുദ്രത്തോട് ചില ചിലക്കുകൾ കഴിയുന്ന
പ്രാർത്ഥനകളെ കേൾക്കുന്നവനെ യാചനകൾക്ക് മറുപടി കേൾക്കുന്നവനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രാർത്ഥനയുടെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ മേൽ പ്രീതി വന്നതിന്റെ കരുണയാൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ യാചനകൾക്ക് ഉത്തരമല്ലണമേ.
ണമേ പ്രാർത്ഥന കൈക്കൊള്ളണമേ നിന്ദയവും നിന്മോചനവും നന്നറിയണമേ.
എന്നോട് യോനെ സന്നദ്ധിയിൽ നിദ്രളിഞ്ഞ നീ അടിയാർ ഒന്നോട്
ഞാൻ അന്തരമേ എന്റെ ഉറക്കം സന്നദ്ധിയിൽ ദോഷം കൂടാതാകണമേ. നിന്റെ ഉറക്കം നൽകണമേ. മൈകൾ സ്വപ്നാദികൾ കാക്കണമേ. ഉറക്കം ധൂപം പോലെയും ആകണം.
അമ്പഴന്നെ പ്രസവിച്ചോരമ്മയുടെ
പരിഹാരം നൽകിയ നിന്റെ നീ കാണിച്ചതിനാൽ നീ എന്നതുപോലെ ആരോഗ്യത്തിലും കേൾക്കുന്നവരെ നൽകുന്നവരെ പ്രാർത്ഥന കേട്ടി
ദൈവത്തിന് നേരിൽ മാത്രം
ഞാൻ ആശ്രയിക്കുന്ന ദൈവം നീ
അസ്ത്രത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഇരുട്ടിൽ സഞ്ചരിക്കാനത്തിൽ ഉച്ചയിലൂന്ന കാറ്റിൽ നിന്നും ഭയപ്പെടുകയില്ല. അവനിലേക്കെടുക്കയിൽ നാല് നിന്റെ കണ്ണുകൾ കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കാണും ദുഷ്ടന്മാർക്കുള്ള പ്രതികാരത്തെ നീ കാണും. അടുക്കയിലെ ശിക്ഷയുടെ കൂടാരത്തിന് സമീപിക്കുകയില്ല. ചൂണ്ടാരിപ്പാണ്ട് അവർ തങ്ങളുടെ ജനം നിന്നെ വഹിക്കും.
അവനെ ഞാൻ ബലപ്പെടുത്തി ബഹുമാനിക്കുകയും
തൃപ്തിപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന രക്ഷനെ കാണിക്കുകയും
ചെയ്യും. എന്റെ കണ്ണുകൾ സമ്മതിക്കില്ല. അതിന്റെ കാൽക്കാൻ ഉറക്കം കർത്താവിന്റെ ആത്മാവിനെ
നിന്റെ കണ്ണിനോട് കണ്ണി ചെയ്യണം.
പുണ്യമുള്ളവരാവും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തരണമേ. കൃപ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നിൽക്കണമെന്നൊരു സ്ലീപ ദുഷ്ടൻ തന്നെ ചില സാഹചര്യങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങളെ കാത്തുമാറുന്ന ആത്മാക്കൾക്ക് നല്ല ശരണവും രക്ഷയും നീ ഉണ്ടാക്കണമേ.
ഞങ്ങളോട് തന്നെ ചെയ്യണമേ.
ഭാവികളായ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി
സർവശക്തിയുടെ പിതാവായി ആകാശത്തിന്റെയും ഭൂമിയുടെയും
കാണപ്പെടാത്തവയുമായ സൃഷ്ടാവാസത്യേക ദൈവത്തിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. ദൈവത്തിന്റെ പുത്രം സർവ്വലോകം മുമ്പേ പിതാവ് ജനിച്ചവനും പ്രകാശത്തുള്ള പ്രകാശവും സത്യദൈവത്തിനുള്ള സത്യദൈവവും ജനിച്ചവനും സൃഷ്ടിയല്ലാത്തവനും സാരാംശത്തിൽ പിതാവിനോടൊന്നായിരിക്കുന്നവനും തന്നെ ആസലോ നിർമ്മിക്കപ്പെട്ടവനും മനുഷ്യരായ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഞാൻ രക്ഷിക്കും വേണ്ടി തിരുമനസ്സായപ്രകാരം സർവ്വം ഇറങ്ങി പരിശുദ്ധ റൂഹായിൽ നിന്ന് ദൈവമാതാവായ വിശുദ്ധനെയും അറിയാവുന്ന ശരീരയെ തരുന്ന മനുഷ്യനായി പൊന്നിയോസ് പിലാത്തോസ് ദിവസങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുറിക്കപ്പെട്ട് കഷ്ടമനുഭവിച്ച മരിച്ചു കിടക്കപ്പെട്ട 3-ാം ദിവസമായിട്ട് എഴുന്നേറ്റ് സ്രോതത്തിലേക്ക് കയറി തന്റെ പിതാവിനെ വെളുത്തവാതിരിക്കുന്നവരും ജീവനുള്ളവരെയും മരിച്ചവരെയും എത്തിപ്പാൻ തന്റെ വലിയ മൊത്തത്തോടെ ഇനി ആചരിക്കുന്നവരും തന്റെ രാജ്യത്തിന് അവസാനമല്ലാത്തതുമായ യേശുമിശിഹായ കർത്താവ് ഞങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. സ്ഥലത്തെയും ജീവിക്കുന്ന കർത്താവും പിതാവിൽ നിന്ന് പുറപ്പെട്ട പിതാവിനോടും പുത്രനോടും കൂടെ വന്ദിക്കപ്പെട്ട സ്തുതിക്കപ്പെടുന്നവരും നിബിയന്മാരും സ്ലിഹന്മാരും മുഖാതെ സംസാരിച്ചതുമായ ജീവനിഷ്ടമുള്ള ഏകൃഹായാലും കാതോലിക്കവും സ്ലൈഹികവുമായ ഏകവിശുദ്ധയിലും ഞങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. പാപമോചനത്തിന്റെ മാമോദീസ എന്ന് മാത്രം ഞങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റു പറഞ്ഞു മരിച്ചവരുടെ ഉയർപ്പിനെ വരാനിരിക്കുന്ന ലോകത്തിലെ പതി ജീവനുമായി ഞങ്ങൾ നോക്കി പാർക്കുന്നു. ആമീൻ.
ഞങ്ങൾക്കായുള്ള ഞങ്ങളിൽ ഏകാത്മനോട് Bola bola bro al roca di show.
El bola madam el bola mol minami.
Onde melam din norma daramedan pratana din norme bumari chorka. Somen galas kuriela iso. Bhagyam sliharkum bhagyam sahaderkum padarotana dine barkumo. Kamshi choru sahader vadan siragugal pon nada madamiri. പ്രാർത്ഥിപ്പിൻ കർത്താവോടാടികളെയും തൻ കോപത്തിൽ മുടികളെയുമായി
സ്വർഗസ്വനായ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പിതാവേ,
ഞങ്ങളുടെ കാര്യം ക്ഷമിച്ചതുപോലെ
പിതാവാം ദൈവത്തിന്റെ സ്നേഹവും ഏകജാതന്റെ കൃപയും പൂർണ്ണവും പരിപൂർണമാകുന്ന പരിശുദ്ധരുമായിട്ട് സംബന്ധവും സഹവാസവും അടിയങ്ങളെല്ലാവരുടെ കൂടെയും ഈ പ്രാർത്ഥന സംബന്ധിച്ച എല്ലാ മക്കളുടെ കൂടെയും ഇന്ന് നാളുണ്ടായിരിക്കുമാറാകട്ടെ.
Barikimot, 2 Samuel chapter 22 verse 44. You delivered me from the strife with the peoples. You kept me as the head of the nations. People whom I had not known served me. Foreigners came clinging to me. As soon as they heard of me, they obeyed me. Foreigners lost heart and came trembling out of their strongholds. The Lord lives. Blessed be my rock, and exalted be my God, the rock of my salvation. The God who gave me vengeance and brought down peoples under me, who brought me out from my enemies. You exalted me above my adversaries. You delivered me from the violent. For this I will extol you, O Lord, among the nations, and sing praises to your name. He is a tower of salvation for his king, and shows steadfast love to his anointed, to David and his descendants forever. 2 Samuel chapter 23. Now, these are the last words of David, the oracle of David, son of Jesse, the oracle of the man whom God exalted, the anointed of the God of Jacob, the favorite of the strong one of Israel. The Spirit of the Lord speaks through me. His word is upon my tongue. The God of Israel has spoken. The rock of Israel has said to me, One who rules over people justly, ruling in the fear of God, is like the light of morning, like the sun rising on a cloudless morning, gleaming from the rain on the grassy land. Is not my house like this with God? For he has made with me an everlasting covenant, ordered in all things and secure. Will he not cause to prosper all my help and my desire? But the godless are all like thorns that are thrown away, for they cannot be picked up with the hand. To touch them, one uses an iron bar or the shaft of a spear, and they are entirely consumed in fire on the spot. These are the names of the warriors whom David had: Joshibashebeth and Tachmonite. He was the chief of the three. He wielded his spear against 800 whom he killed at one time. Next to him, among the three warriors, was Eleazar, son of Dodo, son of Ahoy. He was with David when they defied the Philistines who were gathered there for battle. The Israelites withdrew, but he stood his ground. He struck down the Philistines until his arm grew weary, though his hand clung to the sword. The Lord brought about a great victory that day. Only then the people came back to him, but only to strip the dead. Next to him was Shammah, son of Agi, the Hararite. The Philistines gathered together at Lehi, where there was a plot of ground full of lentils, and the army fled from the Philistines. But he took his stand in the middle of the plot, defended it, and killed the Philistines, and the Lord brought about a great victory. Towards the beginning of harvest, 3 of the 30 chiefs went down to join David at the cave of Adullam, while a band of Philistines was encamped in the valley of Rephaim. David was then in the stronghold, and the garrison of the Philistines was then at Bethlehem. David said lovingly, "Oh, that someone would give me water to drink from the well of Bethlehem that is by the gate." Then the three warriors broke through the camp of Philistines, drew water from the well of Bethlehem that was by the gate, and brought it to David. But he would not drink of it. He poured it out for the Lord, for he said, "The Lord forbid that I should do this. Can I drink the blood of the men who went at the risk of their lives?" Therefore, he would not drink it. The three warriors did these things. Now Abishai, son of Zeruiah, the brother of Joab, the chief of the 30, with his spear he fought against 300 men and killed them, and won a name beside the three. He was the most renowned of the 30 and became their commander, but he did not attain to the three. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was a valiant warrior from Kabzeel, a doer of great deeds. He struck down 2 sons of Ariel and Moab. He also went down and killed a lion in a pit on a day when snow had fallen, and he killed an Egyptian, a handsome man. The Egyptian had a spear in his hand, but Benaiah went against him with a staff, snatched the spear out of the Egyptian's hand, and killed him with his own spear. Such were the things Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, did, and won a name beside the three warriors. He was renowned among the 30, but he did not attain to the three, and David put him in charge of his bodyguard. Among the 30 were Asahel, brother of Joab, Elhanan, son of Dodo of Bethlehem, Shammah of Haroth, Elika of Haroth, Heles the Paltite, Era, son of Ikesh of Tekoa, Abiezer of Anatoth, Mebunai the Huashite, Zalmon the Ahoite, Maharai of Netopha, Halib, son of Bana of Netopha, Ittai, son of Ribai of Gibeah of the Benjaminites, Benina of Pirathon, Hidai of the torrents of Gash, Abial Abialbon the Arbathite, Asmaveth of Bahurim, Elizabah of Shalbon, the son of Jashin, Jonathan, son of Shammah, the Harite, Ahiam, son of Sharar, the Harite, Elipheth, son of Ahasbai of Makkah, Eliam, son of Ahithophel of Gilonite, Hezro of Carmel, Parai the Arbite, Igal, son of Nathan of Zobah, Bani the Gedite, Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai of Beeroth, the armor bearer of Joab, son of Zeruiah, Era the Hittite, Garib the Hittite, Uriah and Hittite, 37 in all. 2 Samuel chapter 24. Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, Go, count the people of Israel and Judah. So the king said to Joab and the commanders of the army who were with him, Go through all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and take a census of the people, so that I may know how many there are. But Joab said to the king, May the Lord your God increase the number of the people 100-fold, while the eyes of my Lord the king can still see it. But why does my lord the king want to do this? But the king's word prevailed against Joab and the commanders of the army. So Joab and the commanders of the army went out from the presence of the king to take a census of the people of Israel. They crossed the Jordan and began from Aroer and from the city that is in the middle of the valley towards Gad and on to Jazer. Then they came to Gilead and Kadesh in the land of the Hittites. And they came to Dan, and from Dan they went around to Sidon, and came to the fortress of Tyre, and to all the cities of the Hivites and the Canaanites. And they went out to Negeb of Judah and Beersheba. And when they had gone through all the land, they came back to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days. Joab reported to the king the number of those who had been recorded in Israel. There were 800,000 soldiers able to draw the sword, and of Judah there were 500,000. But afterward, David was stricken to the heart because he had numbered the people. David said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I have done. But now, O Lord, I pray you take away the guilt of your servant, for I have done very foolishly. When David rose in the morning, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and say to David, Thus says the Lord, 3 things I offer you. Choose one of them, and I will do it to you. So God came to David and told him, He asked him, Shall 3 years of famine come to you on your land? Or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you? Or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? Now consider and decide what answer I shall return to the one who sent me. Then David said to God, I am in great distress. Let us fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is great, and let me not fall into human hands. So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died from Dan to Beersheba. But when the angel stretched out his hand toward Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented concerning the evil and said to the angel who was bringing destruction among the people, It is enough. Now stay your hand. The angel of the Lord was then by the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. When David saw the angel who was destroying the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned, and I alone have done wickedly. But these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand, I pray, be against me and against my father's house. That day, God came to David and said to him, Go up and erect an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. Following God's instructions, David went up as the Lord had commanded. When Araunah looked down, he saw the king and his servants coming towards him. And Araunah went out and prostrated himself before the king with his face to the ground. Araunah said, "Why has my lord the king come to his servant?" David said, "To buy the threshing floor from you in order to build an altar to the Lord, so that the plague may be averted from the people." Then Araunah said to David, "Let my lord the king take and offer up what seems good to him. Here are the oxen for the burnt offering and the threshing sledges and the yokes of the oxen for the wood. All this, O king, Araunah gives to the king." And Araunah said to the king, "May the Lord your God respond favorably to you." But the king said to Araunah, "No, I will buy them from you for a price. I will not offer burnt offerings to the Lord my God that cost me nothing." So David bought the threshing floor and the oxen for 50 shekels of silver. David built there an altar to the Lord and offered burnt offerings and offerings of well being. So the Lord answered his supplication for the land, and the plague was averted from Israel. The book of First Kings. First Kings, chapter 1. King David was old and advanced in years, and although they covered him with clothes, he could not get warm. So his servants said to him, "Let a young virgin be sought for my lord the king, and her wait on the king and be his attendant. Let her lie in your bosom, so that my lord the king may be warm." So they searched for a beautiful girl throughout all the territory of Israel and found Abishag the Shunammite and brought her to the king. The girl was very beautiful. She became the king's attendant and served him, but the king did not know her sexually. Now Adonijah, son of Haggith, exalted himself, saying, "I will be king." He prepared for himself chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. His father had never at any time displeased him by asking, "Why have you done thus and so?" He was also a very handsome man and was born next after Absalom. He conferred with Joab, son of Zeruiah, and with the priest Abiathar, and they supported Adonijah. But the priest Zadok and Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and the prophet Nathan and Shimei and Ray and David's own warriors did not side with Adonijah. Adonijah sacrificed sheep, oxen, and fatted cattle by the stone, Zoheleth, which is behind Enrogel. And he invited all his brothers, the king's sons, and all the royal officials of Judah. But he did not invite the warrior Nathan or Benaiah or the warriors and his brother Solomon. Then Nathan said to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother, "Have you not heard that Adonijah, son of Haggith, has become king, and our Lord David does not know it? Now, therefore, come, let me give you advice, so that you may save your own life and the life of your son Solomon. Go in at once to King David and say to him, Did you not, my lord the king, swear to your servant, saying, Your son Solomon shall succeed me as king, and he shall sit on my throne? Why then is Adonijah king? Then while you are still here speaking with the king, I will come in after you and confirm your words." So Bathsheba went to the king in his room. The king was very old. Abishag the Shunammite was attending the king. Bathsheba bowed and did obeisance to the king, and the king said, "What do you wish?" She said to him, "My lord, you swore to your servant by the Lord your God, saying, Your son Solomon shall succeed me as king, and he shall sit on my throne. But now suddenly Adonijah has become king, though you, my lord the king, do not know it. He has sacrificed oxen, fatted cattle, and sheep in abundance, and has invited all the children of the king, the priest Abiathar, and Joab, the commander of the army. But your servant Solomon he has not invited. But you, my lord, the king, the eyes of all Israel are on you to tell them who shall sit on the throne of my lord, the king after him. Otherwise, it will come to pass when my lord the king sleeps with his ancestors that my son Solomon and I will be counted offenders. While she was still speaking with the king, the prophet Nathan came in. The king was told, here is the prophet Nathan. When he came in before the king, he did obeisance to the king and his face to the ground. Nathan said, my lord the king, have you said Adonijah will succeed me as king and he shall sit on my throne? For today he has gone down and has sacrificed oxen, fatted cattle, and sheep in abundance, and has invited all the king's children. Joab, the commander of the army, and the priest Abiathar, who are now eating and drinking before him and saying, long live King Adonijah. But he did not invite me, your servant, and the priest Zadok, and Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and your servant Solomon. Has this thing been brought about by my lord the king, and you have not let your servants know who should sit on the throne of my lord the king after him? King David answered, summon Bathsheba to me. So she came into the king's presence and stood before the king. The king swore, saying, as the Lord lives, who has saved my life from every adversity, as I swore to you by the Lord, the God of Israel, your son Solomon shall succeed me as king, and he shall sit on my throne in my place, and so will I do this day. Then Bathsheba bowed with her face to the ground and did obeisance to the king and said, may my lord King David live forever. King David said, summon to me the priest Zadok, the prophet Nathan, and Benaiah, son of Jehoiada. When they came before the king said to them, take with you the servants of your Lord and have my son Solomon ride on my own mule and bring him down to Gihon. There, let the priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan anoint him king over Israel. Then blow trumpet and say, long live King Solomon. You shall go up following him. Let him enter and sit on my throne. He shall be king in my place, for I have appointed him to be ruler over Israel and over Judah. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, answered the king, amen. May the Lord, the God of my lord the king, so ordain. As the Lord has been with my lord the king, so may he be with Solomon and make his throne greater than the throne of my lord King David. So the priest Zadok, the prophet Nathan, and Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and the Sherethites and the Pelethites went down and had Solomon ride on King David's mule and led him to Gihon. There the priest Zadok took the horn of oil from the tent and anointed Solomon. Then they blew the trumpet, and all the people said, long live King Solomon. And all the people went up following him, playing on pipes and rejoicing with great joy, so that the earth quaked at their noise. Adonijah and all the guests who were with him heard it as they finished feasting. When Joab heard the sound of the trumpet, he said, why is the city in an uproar? While he was still speaking, Jonathan, son of the priest Abiathar, arrived. Adonijah said, come in, for you are a worthy man, and surely you bring good news. Jonathan answered Adonijah, no, for our Lord King David has made Solomon king, and the king has sent with him the priest Zadok, the prophet Nathan, and Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and the Sherethites and the Pelethites, and they had him ride on the king's mule. The priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan have anointed him king at Gihon, and they have gone up from there rejoicing, so that the city is in an uproar. This is the noise that you heard. Solomon now sits on the royal throne. Moreover, the king's servants came to congratulate our Lord King David, saying, May God make the name of Solomon more famous than yours, and make his throne greater than your throne. The king bowed in worship on the bed and went on to pray thus. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who today has granted one of my offspring to sit on my throne and permitted me to witness it. Then all the guests of Adonijah got up trembling and went their own ways. Adonijah, fearing Solomon, got up and went to grasp the horns of the altar. um, Solomon was informed, Adonijah is afraid of King Solomon. See, he has laid hold of the horns of the altar, saying, Let King Solomon swear to me first that he will not kill his servant with the sword. So Solomon responded, If he proves to be a worthy man, not one of his hairs shall fall on to the ground, but the wickedness is found in him, he shall die. Then King Solomon sent to have him brought down from the altar. He came to do obeisance to King Solomon, and Solomon said to him, Go home. First Kings chapter 2. When David's time to die drew near, he charged his son Solomon, saying, I am about to go the way of the earth. Be strong, be courageous, and keep the charge of the Lord your God, walking in his ways and keeping his statutes, his commandments, his ordinances, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, so that you may prosper in all that you do and whatever you and wherever you turn. Then the Lord will establish his word that he spoke concerning me. If your heirs take heed to their way, to walk before me in faithfulness with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not fail you a successor on the throne of Israel. Moreover, you know also what Joab, son of Zeruiah, did to me, how he dealt with the two commanders of the armies of Israel, Abner, son of Ner, and Amasa, son of Jether, whom he murdered, retaliating in time of peace for blood that had been shed in war, and putting the blood of war on the belt around his waist and on the sandals on his feet. Act therefore according to your wisdom, but do not let his gray head go down to Sheol in peace. Deal loyally, Deal loyally, however, with the sons of Barzillai and Gileadite, and let them among those who eat at your table with such loyalty they met me when I fled from your brother Absalom. There is also with you Shimei, son of Gera, the Benjaminite from Bahurim, who cursed me with a terrible curse in the day when I went to Mahanaim and when he came down to meet me at the Jordan. I swore to him by the Lord, I will not put you to death with the sword. Therefore, do not hold him guiltless, for you are a wise man. You will know what you ought to do with him, and you must bring his gray head down with the blood to Sheol. Then David slept with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David. The time that David reigned over Israel was 40 years. He reigned 7 years in Hebron and 33 years in Jerusalem. So Solomon sat on the throne of his father David, and his kingdom was firmly established. Then Adonijah, son of Haggith, came to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother. She asked, Do you come peaceably? He said, Peaceably. Then he said, May I have a word with you? She said, Go on. He said, You know that the kingdom was mine, and that all Israel expected me to reign. However, the kingdom has turned about and become my brother's, for it was from the Lord. And now I have one request to make of you. Do not refuse me. She said to him, Go on. He said, Please ask King Solomon. He will not refuse you to give me Abishag, the Shunammite, as my wife. Bathsheba said, Very well, I will speak to the king on your behalf. So Bathsheba went to King Solomon to speak to him on behalf of Adonijah. The king rose to meet her and bowed down to her. Then he sat on his throne and had a throne bought for the king's mother, and she sat on his right. Then she said, I have one small request to make of you. Do not refuse me. And the king said to her, make your request, my mother, for I will not refuse you. She said, let Abishag, the Shunammite, be given to your brother Adonijah as his wife. King Solomon answered his mother, and why do you ask Abishag the Shunammite for Adonijah? Ask for him the kingdom as well, for he is my elder brother. Ask not only for him, but also for the priest Abiathar and for Joab, son of Zeruiah. Then King Solomon swore by the Lord, so may God do to me and more also, for Adonijah has devised his scheme at the risk of his life. Now, therefore, as the Lord lives, who has established me and placed me on the throne of my father David, and who has made me a house as he promised today, Adonijah shall be put to death. So King Solomon said, Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, he struck him down and he died. The king said to the priest Abiathar, go to Anathoth, to your estate, for you deserve death. But I will not at this time put you to death because you carried the ark of the Lord God before my father David, and because you shared in all the hardships my father endured. So Solomon banished Abiathar from being priest to the Lord, thus fulfilling the word of the Lord that he had spoken concerning the house of Eli in Shiloh. When the news came to Joab, for Joab had supported Adonijah, though he had not supported Absalom, Joab fled to the tent of the Lord and grasped the horns of the altar. When it was told King Solomon, Joab had fled to the tent of this Lord and now is beside the altar. Solomon sent Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, saying, go, strike him down. So Benaiah came to the tent of the Lord and came to him and said to him, the king commands, come out. But he said, no, I will die here. Then Benaiah brought the king word again, saying, thus said Joab, and thus he answered me. The king replied to him, do as he has said, strike him down and bury him, and thus take away from me and from my father's house the guilt for the blood that Joab shed without cause. The Lord will bring back his bloody deeds on his own head, because without the knowledge of my father David, he attacked and killed with the sword 2 men more righteous and better than himself. Abner, son of Ner, commander of the army of Israel, and Amasa, son of Jether, commander of the army of Judah. So shall their blood come back on the head of Joab, up and on the head of the descendants forever. But to David and to his descendants, and to his house and to his throne, and there shall be peace from the Lord evermore. Then Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, went up and struck him down and killed him. And he was buried at his own house near the wilderness. The Lord put Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, over the army in his place, and the king put the priest Zadok in place of Abiathar. Then the king sent and summoned Shimei and said to him, build yourself a house in Jerusalem and live there, and do not go out from there to any place whatever. For on the day you go out and cross the Wadi Kidron, know for certain that you shall die. Your blood shall be on your own head. And Shimei said to the king, the sentence is fair, as my lord the king has said. So will your servant do. So Shimei lived in Jerusalem many days. But it happened at the end of 3 years that 2 of Shimei's slaves ran away to King Achish, son of Maacah at Gath. When it was told Shimei, your slaves are in Gath, Shimei arose and saddled a donkey and went to Achish in Gath to search for his slaves. Shimei went and brought his slaves from Gath. When Solomon was told that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and returned, the king sent and summoned Shimei and said to him, "Did I not make you swear by the Lord and solemnly adjure you, saying, 'Know for certain that on the day you go out and go to any place whatever, you shall die?' And you said to me, 'The sentence is fair, I accept.' Why then have you not kept your oath to the Lord and the commandment with which I charged you?" The king also said to Shimei, "You know with your own heart all the evil that you did to my father David. So the Lord will bring back your evil on your own head. But King Solomon shall be pleased, and the throne of David shall be established before the Lord forever." Then the king commanded Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and he went out and struck him down, and he died. So the kingdom was established in the hand of Solomon. First Kings chapter 3. The Lord made a marriage alliance with the Pharaoh king of Egypt. He took Pharaoh's daughter and brought her into the city of David until he had finished building his own house and the house of the Lord and the wall around Jerusalem. The people were sacrificing at the high places, however, because no house had yet been built for the name of the Lord. Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the statutes of his father David only. He sacrificed and offered incense at the highest place, at the high places. The king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the principal high place. Solomon used to offer 1,000 burnt offerings on that altar. At Gibeon, the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, and God said, "Ask what I should give you." And Solomon said, "You have shown great and steadfast love to your servant, my father David, because he walked before you in faithfulness, in righteousness, and in uprightness of heart towards you. And you have kept for him this great and steadfast love. And you have given him a son who sits on his throne today. And now, O Lord my God, you have made your servant king in place of my father David, although I am only a little child. I do not know how to go out or come in, and your servant is in the midst of the people whom you have chosen, a great people, so numerous they cannot be numbered or counted. Give your servant, therefore, an understanding mind to govern your people, able to discern between good and evil, for those who can govern this, for who can govern this, your great people. It pleased the Lord that Solomon had asked this. God said to him, "Because you have asked this and have not asked for yourself long life or riches and for the life of your enemies, but have asked for yourself understanding to discern what is right, I now do according to your word. Indeed, I give you a wise and discerning mind. No one like you has been before you, and no one like you shall arise after you. I give you also what you have not asked, both riches and honor all your life. No other king shall compare with you. If you will walk in my ways, keeping my statutes and my commandments, as your father David walked, then I will lengthen your life." Then Solomon awoke. It had been a dream. He came to Jerusalem, where he stood before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. He offered up burnt offerings and offerings of well being, and provided a feast for all his servants. Later, two women who were prostitutes came to the king and stood before him. The one woman said, "Please, my lord, this woman and I live in the same house, and I gave birth while she was in the house. Then, on the third day after I gave birth, this woman also gave birth. We were together. There was no one else with us in the house. Only the two of us were in the house. Then this woman's son died in the night because she lay on him. She got up in the middle of the night and took my son from beside me while your servant slept. She laid him at her breast and laid her dead son at my breast. When I rose in the morning to nurse my son, I saw that he was dead. But when I looked at him closely in the morning, clearly it was not the son I had born." But the other woman said, No, the living son is mine, and the dead son is yours. The first said, No, the dead son is yours, and the living son is mine. So they argued before the king. Then the king said, The one says, This is my son that is alive, and your son is dead. While the other says, Not so, your son is dead, and my son is the living one. So the king said, Bring me a sword. And when they brought a sword before the king said, Divide the living boy in two, then give half to the one and half to the other. But the woman whose son was alive said to the king, because compassion for her son burned within her, Please, my lord, give her the living boy. Certainly do not kill him. The other said, It shall be neither mine nor yours. Divide it. Then the king responded, Give the first woman the living boy. Do not kill him. She is his mother. All Israel heard of the judgment that the king had rendered, and they stood in awe of the king, because they perceived that the wisdom of God was in him to execute justice. 1 Kings chapter 4. King Solomon was king over all Israel, and these were his high officials. Azariah, son of Zadok, was a priest. Elihoreph and Ahijah, sons of Shisha, were secretaries. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was recorder. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was in commander of the army. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. Azariah, son of Nathan, was over the officials. Zabud, son of Nathan, was priest and king's friend. Ahishar was in charge of the palace, and Adoniram, son of Abda, was in charge of the forced labor. Solomon had 12 officials over all Israel who provided food for the king and his household. Each one had to make provision for 1 month in the year. These were their names: Ben-Hur in the hill country of Ephraim, Ben-Deker in Makkah, Shalbim, Bet-Shemesh, and Elon Bethanan, Ben-Hesed in Arub. Both to him belong Soko and all the land of Hefer. Benabinabad in all Naphdol, he had Tapath, Solomon's daughter, as his wife, Bana son of Ahilud in Tanakh, Megiddo, and all Bethshean, which is beside Zarethan, below Jezreel, and from Bethshean to Abel Melola, as far as the other side of Jokmeam. Ben-Geber in Ramoth Gilead, he had sent the villagers of Jerson of Manasseh, which are in Gilead, and he had the region of Argob, which is in Bashan, 60 great cities with walls and bronze bars. Ahinadab, son of Iddo, in Mahanaim. Ahimaaz in Naphtali, he had taken Basimath, Solomon's daughter, as his wife. Bana, son of Hushai, in Asher and Bealoth. Jehoshaphat, son of Parua in Issachar. Shimei, son of Elah in Benjamin. Geber, son of Uri, in the land of Gilead, the country of King Sihon of the Amorites, and of King Og of Bashan, and there was one official in the land of Judah. Judah and Israel were numerous as the sand by the sea. They ate and drank and were happy. Solomon was sovereign over all the kingdoms from the Euphrates to the land of the Philistines, even to the border of Egypt. They brought tribute and served Solomon all the days of his life. Solomon's provision for one day was 30 cors of choice flour and 60 cors of meal, 10 fat oxen and 20 pasture-fed cattle, 100 sheep, besides deer, gazelles, roebucks, and fatted fowl. For he had dominion over all the west region of the Euphrates from Tipsah to Gaza, over all the kings west of the Euphrates, and he had peace on all sides. During Solomon's lifetime, Judah and Israel lived in safety from the Dan even to Beersheba, all of them under their vines and fig trees. Solomon also had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots and 12,000 horsemen. These officials supplied provisions for King Solomon and for all who came to King Solomon's table, each one in his month. They let nothing be lacking. They also brought to the required place barley and straw for the horses and swift steeds according to his charge. God gave Solomon a very great wisdom, discernment, and breadth of understanding as vast as the sand on the seashore, so that Solomon's wisdom surpassed the wisdom of all the people of the East and all the wisdom of Egypt. He was wiser than anyone else, wiser than Ethan the Ezrahite and Heman, Kalkol, and Darda, children of Mahol. His fame spread throughout all the surrounding nations. He composed 3,000 proverbs, and his songs numbered 1,005. He would speak of trees from the cedar that is Lebanon to the hyssop that grows in Israel. He would speak of animals and birds and reptiles and fish. People came from all the nations to hear the wisdom of Solomon. They came from all the kings of the earth who had heard of his wisdom.
Shlomo,
Barkimo, 1st King, chapter 4 now.
Barakmore, 1 Kings chapter 5. Now King Hiram of Tyre sent his servants to Solomon when he heard that they had anointed him king in place of his father. For Hiram had always been a friend to David. Solomon sent word to Hiram, saying, You know that my father David could not build a house for the name of the Lord his God because of the warfare with which his enemies surrounded him, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Lord my God has given me rest on every side. There is neither adversary nor misfortune. So I intend to build a house for the name of the Lord my God, as the Lord said to my father David. Your son, whom I will set on your throne in your place, shall build the house for my name. Therefore, command that cedars from the Lebanon be cut for me. My servants will join your servants, and I will give you whatever wages you set for your servants. For you know that there is no one among us who knows how to cut timber like the Sidonians. When Hiram heard the words of Solomon, he rejoiced greatly and said, Blessed be the Lord today, who has given to David a wise son to be over this great people. Hiram sent word to Solomon, I have heard the message that you have sent to me. I will fulfill all your needs in the matter of cedar and cypress timber. My servants shall bring it down to the sea from the Lebanon. I will make it into rafts to go by sea to the place you indicate. I will have them broken up there for you to take away, and you shall meet my needs by providing food for my household. So Hiram supplied Solomon's every need for timber of cedar and cypress. Solomon in turn gave Hiram 20,000 cores of wheat as food for his household and 20 cores of fine oil. Solomon gave this to Hiram year by year. So the Lord gave Solomon wisdom as he promised him. There was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and the two of them made a treaty. King Solomon conscripted forced labor out of all Israel. The levy numbered 30,000 men. He sent them to Lebanon, 10,000 a month in shifts. They would be a month in the Lebanon and 2 months at home. Adoniram was in charge of the forced labor. Solomon also had 70,000 laborers and 80,000 stone cutters in the hill country, besides Solomon's 3,300 supervisors who were over the work, having charge of the people who did the work. At the king's command, they quarried out great costly stones in order to lay the foundation of the house with dressed stones. So Solomon's builders and Hiram's builders and the Jebelites did the stone cutting and prepared the timber and the stone to build the house. 1 Kings chapter 6. In the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, In the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. The house that King Solomon built for the Lord was 60 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. The vestibule in front of the nave of the house was 20 cubits wide across the width of the house. Its depth was 10 cubits in front of the house. For the house he made windows with recessed frames. He also built a structure against the wall of the house, running around the walls of the house, both the nave and the inner sanctuary. And he made side chambers all around. The lower story was 5 cubits wide, the middle one was 6 cubits wide, and the third was 7 cubits wide. For around the outside of the house he made offsets on the wall in order that the supporting beams should not be inserted into the walls of the house. The house was built with stone finished at the quarry, so that neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron was heard in the temple while it was being built. The entrance for the middle story was on the south side of the house. One went up by winding stairs to the middle story, and from the middle story to the third. So he built the house and finished it. He roofed the house with beams and planks of cedar. He built the structure against the whole house, each story 5 cubits high, and it was joined to the house with timbers of cedar. Now the word of the Lord came to Solomon concerning this house that you are building. If you will walk in my statutes, obey my ordinances, and keep all my commandments by walking in them, then I will establish my promise with you, which I made to your father David. I will dwell among the children of Israel and will not forsake my people Israel. So Solomon built the house and finished it. He lined the walls of the house on the inside with boards of cedar. From the floor of the house to the rafters of the ceiling, he covered them on the inside with wood, and he covered the floor of the house with boards of cypress. He built 20 cubits of the rear of the house with boards of cedar from the floor to the rafters, and he built this within as an inner sanctuary, as the most holy place. The house that is the nave in front of the inner sanctuary was 40 cubits long. The cedar within the house had carryings of gourds and open flowers. All was cedar, no stone was seen. The inner sanctuary he prepared in the innermost part of the house to set there the ark of the covenant of the Lord. The interior of the inner sanctuary was 20 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 20 cubits high. He overlaid it with pure gold. He also overlaid the altar with cedar. Solomon overlaid the inside of the house with pure gold. Then he drew chains of gold across in front of the inner sanctuary and overlaid it with gold. Next, he overlaid the whole house with gold in order that the whole house might be perfect. Even the whole altar that belonged to the inner sanctuary he overlaid with gold. In the inner sanctuary, he made 2 cherubim of olive wood, each 10 cubits high. 5 cubits was the length of one wing of the cherub, and 5 cubits the length of the other wing of the cherub. It was 10 cubits from the tip of one wing to the tip of the other. The other cherub also measured 10 cubits. Both cherubim had the same measure and the same form. The height of one cherub was 10 cubits, and so was that of the other cherub. He put the cherubim in the innermost part of the house. The wings of the cherubim were spread out so that a wing of one was touching the one wall and a wing of the other cherub was touching the other wall. Their other wings toward the center of the house were touching wing to wing. He also overlaid the cherubim with gold. He carved the walls of the house all around about with carved engravings of cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers in the inner and outer rooms. The floor of the house he overlaid with gold in the inner and outer rooms. For the entrance to the inner sanctuary, he made doors of olive wood. The lintel and the doorpost were 5-sided. He covered the 2 doors of the olive wood with carvings of cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers. He overlaid them with gold and spread gold on the cherubim and on the palm trees. So also he made for the entrance to the nave doorposts of olive wood. 4-sided each, and 2 doors of cypress wood. The 2 leaves of the one door were folding, and the 2 leaves of the other door were folding. He carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers, overlaying them with gold evenly applied upon the carved work. He built the inner court with 3 courses of dressed stone to 1 course of cedar beams. In the 4th year, the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid, in the month of Zib. In the 12th year, in the month of Bul, which is the 8th month, the house was finished in all its parts and according to all its specifications. He was 7 years in building it. 1 Kings chapter 7. Solomon was building his own house 13 years, and he finished his entire house. He built the house of the forest of the Lebanon 100 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, built on 4 rows of cedar pillars with cedar beams of the pillars. It was roofed with cedar on the 45 rafters, 15 in each row, which were on the pillars. There were window frames in the 3 rows, facing each other in the 3 rows. All the doorways and doorposts had 4-sided frames opposite, facing each other in the 3 rows. He made the hall of pillars 50 cubits long and 30 cubits wide. There was a porch in front with pillars and a canopy in front of them. He made the hall of the throne where he was to pronounce judgment, the hall of justice covered with cedar from floor to floor. His own house, where he would reside in the other court back of the hall, was of the same construction. Solomon also made a house like this hall for the Pharaoh's daughter, whom he had taken in marriage. All these were made of costly stones, cut according to measure, sawed with saws, back and front, from the foundation to the coping, and from outside to the great court. The foundation was of costly stones, huge stones, stones of 8 and 10 cubits. There were costly stones above, cut to measure, and cedar wood. The great court had 3 courses of dressed stone to 1 layer of cedar beams all around. So had the inner court of the house of the Lord and the vestibule of the house. Now King Solomon invited and received Hiram from Tyre. He was the son of a widow of the tribe of Naphtali, whose father, a man of Tyre, had been an artisan in bronze. He was full of skill, intelligence, and knowledge in working bronze. He came to King Solomon and did all his work. He cast 2 pillars of bronze. 18 cubits was the height of the one, and a cord of 12 cubits would encircle it. The second pillar was the same. He also made 2 capitals of molten bronze to set on the tops of the pillars. The height of the one capital was 5 cubits, and the height of the other capital was 5 cubits. There were nets of checker work with breadths of chain work for the capitals on the tops of the pillars, 7 for the one capital and 7 for the other capital. He made the columns with 2 rows around each lattice, work to cover the capitals that were above the pomegranates. He did the same with the other capital. Now the capitals that were on the tops of the pillars in the vestibule were of lily work, 4 cubits high. The capitals were on the 2 pillars and also above the rounded projection that was beside the lattice work. There were 200 pomegranates in rows all around, and so with the other capital. He set up the pillars at the vestibule of the temple. He set up the pillar on the south and called it Jachin, and he set up the pillar on the north and called it Boaz. On the tops of the pillars was lily work. Thus the work of the pillars was finished. Then he made the molten sea. It was round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, and 5 cubits high. A line of 30 cubits would encircle it completely. Under its brim were panels all around it, each of 10 cubits, surrounding the sea. There were 2 rows of panels, cast when it was cast. It stood on 12 oxen, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east. The sea was set on them. The hindquarters of each were toward the inside. Its thickness was a handbreadth. Its brim was made like the brim of a cup, like the flower of a lily. It held 2,000 baths. He also made the 10 stands of bronze. Each stand was 4 cubits long, 4 cubits wide, and 3 cubits high. This was the construction of the stands. They had borders. The borders were within the frames. On the borders that were set on the frames were lions, oxen, and cherubim. On the frames, both above and below the lions and oxen, there were wreaths of beveled work. Each stand had 4 bronze wheels and axles of bronze. At the 4 corners were supports for a basin. The supports were cast with the breadth at the side of each. Its opening was within the crown, whose height was 1 cubit. Its opening was round, as the pedestal is made. It was a cubit and a half wide, and its opening there were carvings. Its borders were 4-sided, not round. The 4 wheels were underneath the borders. The axles of the wheels were in the stands, and the height of a wheel was a cubit and a half. The wheels were made like a chariot wheel. Their axles, their rims, their spokes, and their hubs were all cast. There were 4 supports at the 4 corners of each stand. The supports were of one piece with the stands. On the top of the stand there was a round band half a cubit high. On the top of the stand its stays and its borders were of one piece with it. On the surface of its stays and on its borders he carved cherubim, lions, and palm trees, where each had space with breadths all around. In this way he made the 10 stands. All of them were cast alike with the same size and the same form. He made 10 basins of bronze. Each basin held 40 baths. Each basin measured 4 cubits. There was a basin for each of the 10 stands. He set 5 of the stands on the south side of the house and 5 on the north side of the house. He set the sea on the southeast corner of the house. Hiram also made the pots, the shovels, and the basins. So Hiram finished all the work that he did for King Solomon on the house of the Lord. The 2 pillars, the 2 bowls of the capitals that were on the tops of the pillars, the 2 lattice works to cover the 2 bowls of the capitals that were on the tops of the pillars, the 400 pomegranates for the 2 lattice works, 2 rows of pomegranates for each lattice work, to cover the 2 bowls of the capitals that were on the pillars, the 10 stands, the 10 basins on the stands, the 1 sea, and the 12 oxen underneath the sea. The pots, the shovels, and the basins, all these vessels that Hiram made for King Solomon for the house of the Lord, were of burnished bronze. In the plain of the Jordan, the king cast them in the clay ground between Succoth and Zerethan. Solomon left all the vessels unweighed because there were so many of them. The weight of the bronze was not determined. So Solomon made all the vessels that were in the house of the Lord, the golden altar, the golden table for the bread of the presence, the lampstands of pure gold, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north, in front of the inner sanctuary, the flowers, the lamps, and the tongs of gold. The cups, snuffers, basins, dishes for incense, are fire pans of pure gold, the sockets for the doors of the innermost part of the house, the most holy place, and for the doors of the nave of the temple of gold. Thus all the work that King Solomon did on the house of the Lord was finished. Solomon brought in the things that his father David had dedicated, the silver, the gold, and the vessels, and stored them in the treasuries of the house of the Lord. 1 Kings chapter 8. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes, the leaders of the ancestral houses of the Israelites, before King Solomon in Jerusalem, to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the city of David, which is Zion. All the people of Israel assembled to the king Solomon at the festival in the month of Ethanim, which is the 7th month. And all the elders of Israel came, and the priests carried the ark. So they brought up the ark of the Lord, the tent of meeting, and all the holy vessels that were in the tent. The priests and the Levites brought them up. King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel who had assembled before him were with him before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and oxen that they could not be counted or numbered. Then the priest brought the ark of the covenant of the Lord to its place in the inner sanctuary of the house, in the most holy place, underneath the wings of the cherubim. For the cherubim spread out their wings over the place of the ark, so that the cherubim made a covering above the ark and its poles. The poles were so long that the ends of the poles were seen from the holy place in front of the inner sanctuary, but they could not be seen from outside. They are there to this day. There was nothing in the ark except the two tablets of the stone that Moses had placed there at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites when they came out of the land of Egypt. And when the priests came out of the holy place, a cloud filled the house of the Lord, so that the priest could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled the house of the Lord. Then Solomon said, "The Lord has said that he would dwell in thick darkness. I have built you an exalted house, a place for you to dwell in forever." Then the king turned around and blessed all the assembly of Israel, while all the assembly of Israel stood. He said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who with his hand has fulfilled what he promised with his mouth to my father David, saying, Since the day that I brought my people Israel out of Egypt, I have not chosen a city from any of the tribes of Israel in which to build a house, that my name might be there, but I chose David to be over my people Israel. My father David had it in mind to build a house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to my father David, You did well to consider building a house for my name. Nevertheless, you shall not build a house, but your son who shall be born to you shall build a house for my name. Now the Lord has upheld the promise that he made, for I have risen in the place of my father David. I sit on the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and have built the house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. There I have provided a place for the ark, in which is the covenant of the Lord that he made with our ancestors when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in the presence of all the assembly of Israel and spread out his hands to heaven. He said, O Lord God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven, above or on earth beneath, keeping covenant and steadfast love for your servants who walk before you with all their heart. The covenant that you kept for your servant, my father David, as you declared to him. You promised with your mouth and have this day fulfilled with your hand. Therefore, O Lord, God of Israel, keep for your servant my father David that which you promised him, saying, There shall never fail you a successor before me to sit on the throne of Israel. If only your children look to their way to walk before me as you have walked before me. Therefore, O God of Israel, let your word be confirmed, which you promised to your servant, my father David. But will God indeed dwell on the earth? Even heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you, much less this house that I have built. Regard your servant's prayer and his plea, O Lord my God, heeding the cry and the prayer that your servant prays to you today, that your eyes may be upon night and day toward this house, the place of which you said, My name shall be there, that you may heed the prayer that your servant prays toward this place. Hear the plea of your servant and of your people Israel when they pray toward this place. O hear in heaven your dwelling place, heed and forgive. If someone sins against a neighbor and is given an oath to swear and comes and swears before your altar in this house, then hear in heaven and act and judge your servants, condemning the guilty by bringing their conduct on their own head and vindicating the righteous by rewarding them according to their righteousness. When your people Israel, having sinned against you, are defeated before an enemy, but turn again to you, confess your name, pray and plead with you in this house, then hear in heaven, forgive the sin of your people Israel, and bring them again to the land that you gave to their ancestors. When heaven is shut up and there is no rain because they have sinned against you, and then they pray toward this place, confess your name and turn from their sin because you punish them, then hear in heaven and forgive the sin of your servants, your people Israel, when you teach them the good way in which they should walk, and grant rain on your land, which you have given to your people as an inheritance. If there is famine in the land, if there is plague, blight, mildew, locust, or caterpillar, if their enemy besieges them in any of their cities, whatever plague, whatever sickness there is, whatever prayer, whatever plea there is from any individual or from all your people Israel, all knowing the afflictions of their own hearts, so that they stretch out their hands towards this house, then here in heaven your dwelling place, forgive, act, and render to all whose hearts you know according to all their ways, for only you know what is in every human heart, so that they may fear you all the days that they live in the land that you gave to our ancestors. Likewise, when a foreigner who is not of your people Israel comes from a distant land because of your name, for they shall hear of your great name, your mighty hand, and your outstretched arm, when a foreigner comes and prays towards this house, then hear in heaven your dwelling place, and do according to all that the foreigner calls to you, so that all the peoples of the earth may know your name and fear you, as do your people Israel, and so that they may know that your name has been invoked on this house that I have built. If your people go out to battle against the enemy, by whatever way you shall send them, and they pray to the Lord toward the city that you have chosen and the house that I have built for your name, then hear in heaven their prayer and their plea and maintain their cause. If they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you are angry with them, and give them to an enemy, so that they are carried away captive to the land of the enemy, far off or near, yet if they come to their senses in the land to which they have been taken captive, and repent and plead with you in the land of their captors, saying, we have sinned and have done wrong, we have acted wickedly. If they repent with all their heart and soul in the land of their enemies, who took them captive, and pray to you toward their land, which you gave to the ancestors, the city that you have chosen, and the house that I have built for your name, then hear in heaven your dwelling place, their prayer and their plea, maintain their cause, and forgive your people who have sinned against you, and all their transgressions that they have committed against you, and grant them compassion in the sight of the captors, so that they may have compassion on them. For they are your people and heritage which you brought out of Egypt from the midst of the iron smelter. Let your eyes be open to the plea of your servant and to the plea of your people Israel, listening to them whenever they call to you. For you have separated them from among all the peoples of the earth to be your heritage, just as you promised through Moses, your servant, when you brought our ancestors out of Egypt, O Lord God. Now, when Solomon finished offering all this prayer and this plea to the Lord, he arose from facing the altar of the Lord, where he had knelt with hands outstretched toward the heaven. He stood and blessed all the assembly of Israel with a loud voice. Blessed be the Lord, who has given rest to his people Israel, according to all that he promised. Not one word has failed of all his good promises, which he spoke through his servant Moses. The Lord our God be with us as he was with our ancestors. May he not leave us or abandon us, but incline our hearts to him, to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his ordinances, which he commanded our ancestors. Let these words of mine, with which I pleaded before the Lord, be near to the Lord our God day and night, and may he maintain the cause of his servant and the cause of his people Israel, as each day requires, so that all the peoples of the earth may know that the Lord is God. There is no other. Therefore, devote yourselves completely to the Lord our God, walking in his statutes and keeping his commandments as at this day. Then the king and all Israel with him offered sacrifice before the Lord. Solomon offered as sacrifices of well being to the Lord 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people of Israel dedicated the house of the Lord. The same day the king consecrated the middle of the court that was in front of the house of the Lord. For there he offered the burnt offerings and the grain offerings and the fat pieces of the sacrifices of well being, because the bronze altar that was before the Lord was too small to receive the burnt offerings and the grain offerings and the fat pieces of the sacrifices of well being. So Solomon held the festival at that time, and all Israel with him, a great assembly, people from Lebanon to the Wadi of Egypt, before the Lord our God, 7 days. On the 8th day he sent the people away, and they blessed the king, and went to their tents, joyful and in good spirits, because of all the goodness that the Lord had shown to his servant David and to his people Israel. First
Slow
Kings,
mo time ay.
Barakpur, First Kings chapter 8, finished.
Barikmo 1 Kings chapter 9. When Solomon had finished building the house of the Lord and the king's house and all that Solomon desired to build, the Lord appeared to Solomon a second time, as he had appeared to him at Gibeon. The Lord said to him, I have heard your prayer and your plea, which you made before me. I have consecrated this house that you have built, and put my name there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there for all time. As for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, with integrity of heart and uprightness, doing according to all that I have commanded you, and keeping my statutes and my ordinances, then I will establish your royal throne over Israel forever, as I promised your father David, saying, there shall not fail you a successor on the throne of Israel. If you turn aside from following me, you or your children, and do not keep my commandments and my statutes that I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, then I will cut Israel off from the land that I have given them, and the house that I have consecrated for my name I will cast out of my sight, and Israel will become a proverb and a taunt among all peoples. This house will become a heap of ruins. Everyone passing by it will be astonished and will hiss, and they will say, why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this house? Then they will say, because they have forsaken the Lord their God, who brought their ancestors out of the land of Egypt, and embraced other gods, worshipping them and serving them. Therefore, the Lord has brought this disaster upon them. At the end of 20 years, in which Solomon had built the two houses, the house of the Lord and the king's house, King Hiram and Tyre, having supplied Solomon with cedar and cypress timber and gold, as much as he desired, King Solomon gave to Hiram 20 cities in the land of Galilee. But when Hiram came from Tyre to see the cities that Solomon had given him, they did not please him. Therefore he said, what kind of cities are these that you have given me, my brother? So they are called the land of Kabul to this day. But Hiram had sent to the king 120 talents of gold. This is the account of the forced labor that King Solomon conscripted to build the house of the Lord and his own house, the Millo and the wall of Jerusalem. Hazer, Megiddo, Gezer, Pharaoh king of Egypt had gone up and captured Gezer and burned it down, had killed the Canaanites who lived in the city, and had given it as dowry to his daughter, Solomon's wife. So Solomon rebuilt Gezer, Lower Bethoron, Baalath, Tamar in the wilderness within the land, as well as of Solomon's storage cities, the cities for his chariots, the cities for his cavalry, and whatever Solomon desired to build, in Jerusalem, in Lebanon, and in all the land of his dominion. All the people who were left of the Amorites, the Hittites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, who were not of the people of Israel, their descendants who were still left in the land, whom the Israelites were unable to destroy completely. These Solomon, these Solomon conscripted for slave labor, and so they are to this day. But of the Israelites, Solomon made no slaves. They were the soldiers. They were his officials, his commanders, his captains, and the commanders of his chariotry and cavalry. These were the chief officers who were over Solomon's work, 550, who had charge of the people who carried on the work. But Pharaoh's daughter went up from the city of David to her own house that Solomon had built for her. Then he built the Millo. 3 times a year, Solomon used to offer up burnt offerings and sacrifices of well being on the altar that he built for the Lord, offering incense before the Lord. So he completed the house. King Solomon built a fleet of ships at Eziongeber, which is near Eloth, on the shore of the Red Sea, in the land of Edom. Hiram sent his servants with the fleet, sailors who were familiar with the sea, together with the servants of Solomon. They went to Ophir and imported from there 420 talents of gold, which they delivered to King Solomon. Chapter 10. When the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon, fame due to the name of the Lord, she came to test him with hard questions. She came to Jerusalem with a very great retinue, with camels bearing spices and very much gold and, and precious stones. And when she came to Solomon, she told him all that was on her mind. Solomon answered all her questions. There was nothing hidden from the king that he could not explain to her. When the queen of Sheba had observed all the wisdom of Solomon, the house that he had built, the food of his table, the seating of his officials, and the attendance of his servants, their clothing, his valets, and his burnt offerings that he offered at the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her. So she said to the king, the report was true that I heard in my own land of your accomplishments and of your wisdom. But I did not believe the reports until I came and my own eyes had seen it. Not even half had been told me. Your wisdom and prosperity far surpass the report that I had heard. Happy are your wives, happy are these your servants, who continually attend you and hear your wisdom. Blessed be the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and set you on the throne of Israel. Because the Lord had because the Lord loved Israel forever, he has made you king to execute justice and righteousness. Then she gave the king 120 talents of gold, a great quantity of spices, and precious stones. Never again did spices come in such quantity as that which the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. Moreover, the fleet of Hiram, which carried gold from Ophir, brought from Ophir a great quantity of almug wood and precious stones. From the almug wood, the king made supports for the house of the Lord, and for the king's house, lyres also, and harps for the singers. No such almug wood has come or been seen to this day. Meanwhile, King Solomon gave to the queen of Sheba every desire that she expressed, as well as what he gave her out of Solomon's royal bounty. Then she returned to her own land with her servants. The weight of the gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold, besides that which came from the traders and from the business of the merchants and from all the kings of Arabia and the governors of the land. King Solomon made 200 large shields of beaten gold, 600 shekels of gold went into each large shield. He made 300 shields of beaten gold, 3 minas of gold went into each shield, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. The king also made a great ivory throne and overlaid it with the finest gold. The throne had 6 steps. The top of the throne was rounded in the back, and on the each side of the seat were armrests and 2 lions standing beside the armrest, while 12 lions were standing, one on each end of a step on the 6 steps. Nothing like it was ever made in any kingdom. All King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. None were of silver. It was not considered as anything in the days of Solomon, for the king had a fleet of ships of Tarshish at sea with the fleet of Hiram. Once every 3 years, the fleet of ships of Tarshish used to come bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. Thus, King Solomon excelled all the kings of the earth in riches and in wisdom. The whole earth sought the presence of Solomon to hear his wisdom, which God had put into his mind. Every one of them brought a present, objects of silver and of gold, garments, weaponry, spices, horses, and mules, so much year by year. Solomon gathered together chariots and horses. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses, which he stationed in the chariot cities and with the king in Jerusalem. The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones, and he made cedars as numerous as the sycamores of the Shephelah. Solomon's import of horses was from Egypt and Kew, and the king's traders received them from Kew at a price. A chariot could be imported from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. So, through the king's traders, they were exported to all the kings of the Hittites and the kings of Aram. 1 Kings chapter 11. King Solomon loved many foreign women along with the daughter of Pharaoh, Moabite, Ammonite, Edomite, Sidonian, and Hittite women from the nations concerning which the Lord had said to the Israelites, "You shall not enter into marriage with them, neither shall they with you, for they will surely incline your heart to follow their gods." Solomon clung to these in love. Among his among his wives were 700 princesses and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. For, for when Solomon was old, his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not true to the Lord his God, as was the heart of his father David. For Solomon followed Astarte, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Milcom the abominations abomination of the Ammonites. So Solomon did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and did not completely follow the Lord, as his father David had done. Then Solomon built a high place of Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, and for Molech, the abomination of the Ammonites, on the mountain east of Jerusalem. He did the same for all his foreign wives, who offered incense and sacrificed to their gods. Then the Lord was angry with Solomon because his heart had turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice, and had commanded him concerning this matter, that he should not follow other gods. But he did not observe what the Lord commanded. Therefore the Lord said to Solomon, "Since this has been your mind, and you have not kept my covenant and my statutes that I have commanded you, I will surely tear the kingdom from you and give it to your servant. Yet for the sake of your father David, I will not do it in your lifetime. I will tear it out of the hand of your son. I will not, however, tear away the entire kingdom. I will give one tribe to your son for the sake of my servant David and for the sake of Jerusalem, which I have chosen." Then the Lord raised up an adversary against Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. He was of the royal house in Edom. For when David was in Edom, and Joab the commander of the army, went up to bury the dead, he killed every male in Edom. For Joab and all Israel remained there 6 months, until he had eliminated every male in Edom. But Hadad fled to Egypt with some Edomites who were servants of his father. He was a young boy at that time. They set out from Midian and came to Paran. They took people with them from Paran and came to Egypt, to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, who gave him a house, as assigned him an allowance of food, and gave him land. Hadad found great favor in the sight of Pharaoh, so that he gave him his sister in law for a wife, the sister of Queen Tap- Tapenes. The sister of Tapenes gave birth by him to his son Genubath, whom Tapenes weaned in Pharaoh's house. Genubath was in Pharaoh's house among the children of Pharaoh. When Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his ancestors and that Joab, the commander of the army, was dead, Hadad said to Pharaoh, "Let me depart, that I may go to my own country." But Pharaoh said to him, "What do you lack with me that you now seek to go to your own country?" And he said, "No, do let me go." God raised up another adversary against Solomon, Rezon son of Eliada, who had fled from his master, King Hadadezer of Zobah. He gathered followers around him and became leader of a marauding band. After the slaughter by David, they went to Damascus, settled there, and made him king in Damascus. He was an adversary of Israel all the days of Solomon, making trouble as Hadad did. He despised Israel and reigned over Aram. Jeroboam, son of Nebat, an Ephraimite of Zeredah, a servant of Solomon, whose mother's name was Zeruiah, a widow, rebelled against the king. The following was the reason he rebelled against the king. Solomon built the Millo and closed up the gap in the wall of the city of his father David. The man Jeroboam was very able, and when Solomon saw that the young man was industrious, he gave him charge over all the forced labor of the house of Joseph. About that time, when Jeroboam was leaving Jerusalem, the prophet Ahijah the Shilonite found him on the road. Ahijah had clothed himself with a new garment. The two of them were alone in the open country when Ahijah laid hold of the new garment he was wearing and tore it into 12 pieces. He then said to Jeroboam, "Take for yourself 10 pieces, for thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. See, I am about to tear the kingdom from the hand of Solomon, and will give you 10 tribes. One tribe will remain his for the sake of my servant David and for the sake of Jerusalem, the city that I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. This is because he has forsaken me, worshipped Astarte, the goddess of the Sidonians, Cheshmosh, the god of Moab, and Milcom, the god of the Ammonites, and has not walked in my ways, doing what is right in my sight, and keeping my statutes and my ordinances, as his father David did. Nevertheless, I will not take the whole kingdom away from him, but will make him ruler all the days of his life, for the sake of my servant David, whom I chose, and who did keep my commandments and my statutes. But I will take the kingdom away from his son and give it to you, that is, the 10 tribes. Yet to his son I will give one tribe, so that my servant David may always have a lamp before me in Jerusalem, the city where I have chosen to put my name. I will take you, and you shall reign over all that your soul desires. You shall be king over Israel. If you will listen to all that I command you, walk in my ways, and do what is right in my sight, by keeping my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did. I will be with you, and will build you an enduring house, as I built for David, and I will give Israel to you. For this reason I will punish the descendants of David, but not forever. Solomon sought therefore to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam promptly fled to Egypt. to King Shishak of Egypt and remained in Egypt until the death of Solomon. Now, the rest of the acts of Solomon, all that he did as well as his wisdom, are they not written in the book of the Acts of Solomon? The time that Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel was 40 years. Solomon slept with his ancestors and was buried in the city of his father David, and his son Rehoboam succeeded him. 1 Kings chapter 12. Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel had come to Shechem to make him king. When Jeroboam son of Nebat heard of it, for he was still in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon, then Jeroboam returned from Egypt. And they sent and called him, and Jeroboam and all the assembly of Israel came and said to Rehoboam, Your father made our yoke heavy. Now therefore lighten the hard service of your father and his heavy yoke that he placed on us, and we will serve you. He said to them, Go away for 3 days, then come again to me. So the people went away. Then King Rehoboam took counsel with the older men who had attended his father Solomon while he was still alive, saying, How do you advise me to answer this people? They answered him, If you will be a servant to this people today and serve them and speak good words to them when you answer them, then they will be your servants forever. But he disregarded the advice that the older men gave him and consulted with the young men who had grown up with him and now attended him. He said to them, What do you advise that we answer this people who have said to me, Lighten the yoke that your father put on us? The young men who had grown up with him said to him, Thus you should say to this people who spoke to you, Your father made our yoke heavy, but you must lighten it for us. Thus you should say to them, My little finger is thicker than my father's loins. Now whereas my father laid on you a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day, as the king had said, Come to me again the third day. The king answered the people harshly. He disregarded the advice that the older men had given him and spoke to them according to the advice of the young men. My father made your yoke heavy, but I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. So the king did not listen to the people because it was a turn of affairs brought about by the Lord that he might fulfill his word, which the Lord had spoken by Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam son of Nebat. When all Israel saw that the king would not listen to them, the people answered the king, What share do we have in David? We have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel. Look now to your own house, O David. So Israel went away to their tents. But Rehoboam reigned over the Israelites who were living in the towns of Judah. When King Rehoboam sent Adoram, who was taskmaster over the forced labor, all Israel stoned him to death. King Rehoboam then hurriedly mounted his chariot to flee to Jerusalem. So Israel has been in rebellion against the house of David to this day. When all Israel heard that Jeroboam had returned, they sent and called him to the assembly and made him king over all Israel. There was no one who followed the house of David except the tribe of Judah alone. When Rehoboam came to Jerusalem, he assembled all the house of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin, 180,000 chosen troops to fight against the house of Israel, to restore the kingdom to Rehoboam, son of Solomon. But the word of God came to Shemaiah, the man of God. Say to King Rehoboam of Judah, son of Solomon, and to all the house of Judah and Benjamin, and to the rest of the people. Thus says the Lord, you shall go up or fight against your kindred, the people of Israel. Let everyone go home, for this thing is from me. So they heeded the word of the Lord and went home again, according to the word of the Lord. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim and resided there. He went out from there and built Penuel. Then Jeroboam said to himself, now the kingdom may well revert to the house of David. If this people continues to go up to offer sacrifices in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, the heart of this people will turn again to their master, King Rehoboam of Judah. They will kill me and return to King Rehoboam of Judah. So the king took counsel and made 2 calves of gold. He said to the people, you have gone up to Jerusalem long enough. Here are your God. Here are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. He set one in Bethel, and the other he put in Dan. And this thing became a sin, for the people went to worship before the one at Bethel and before the other as far as Dan. He also made houses on high places and appointed priests from among all the people who were not Levites. Jeroboam appointed a festival on the 15th day of the 8th month, like the festival that was in Judah, and he offered sacrifices on the altar. So he did in Bethel, sacrificing to the calves that he had made. And he placed in Bethel the priests of the high places that he had made. He went up to the altar that he had made in Bethel on the 15th day in the 8th month, in the month that he alone had devised. He appointed a festival for the people of Israel, and he went up to the altar to offer incense. 1 Kings chapter 13. While Jeroboam was standing by the altar to offer incense, a man of God came out of Judah by the word of the Lord to Bethel and proclaimed against the altar by the word of the Lord, and said, O altar, altar, thus says the Lord, a son shall be born to the house of David, Josiah by name, and he shall sacrifice on you the priests of the high places who offer incense on you, and human bones shall be burned on you. He gave a sign he gave a sign the same day, saying, this is the sign that the Lord had spoken. The altar shall be torn down, and the ashes that are on it shall be poured out. When the king heard what the man of God